If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. What I won't let up, it's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh, I'll be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it, you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. To find the keys, the keys.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. What I won't let up, Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yes, what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Racing Club International's very first endurance event. Today from Spain, we're bringing you an action-packed 6 hours around the Circuit de Barcelona. It's going to be an absolute blast of a race today, and of course, we'll bring you all the action, all stream long. My name is Mike Jones. I'll be bringing you the commentary all 6 long, and joining me in the first half of the race will be Jesse Lee to help me bring all the action, and no one other than Mr. Nick Setnik. How's it going, guys?
Absolutely fantastic. Mike Jones wouldn't want to be anywhere else today. 6 hours of Barcelona. We're going to bring you all of that action live here today. And we can't believe that our first endurance race is shaping up to be one of the best races that I have ever seen. And I'm not trying to hype that up simply because I am in the booth today. I'm saying that because just look at the star-studded list of teams and drivers we have today. We've got 2 classes on hand as well, and it's going to be a fantastic day. You just get the feeling, don't you, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been looking forward to this for weeks now. We've been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes to make this happen, and RCI is just happy to present this 6-hour race at Barcelona. And these teams are absolutely stacked. There is some amazing talent out on the circuit today, and I cannot wait to sit here and broadcast with you for the first 3 hours of 6 hours of Barcelona today.
Yeah, and then for the back half of the race today, we will be splitting into 2 teams, as this is a 6-hour event. You guys know that we have tons of commentators here, and who else are we missing? Oh, wait, Ryan Gill and George Smith. Of course, Ryan Gill will be broadcasting our live pictures of the back half of the race, joining George and myself in the box. Ryan, George, how you guys doing? Do we have Ryan and George?
Mike, sorry, I was muted on my side. That was my bad. I'm excited to be here, and of course, looking forward to seeing what you guys bring us for the start of the race and getting to close things out later on. So I'm excited to see how things progress for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race for sure. It's been one of the circuits that not too many communities have had the chance to run endurance races on. So obviously it's going to be quite nice to replicate that here. And of course, this is one of my personal favorite tracks as well. So I'm really looking forward to the show we've got going on today.
Yeah, we've had an action-packed couple weeks. Of course, 2 pre-qualifying races happened a couple weeks ago, and then we had our race qualifying happen last weekend and a Super Pole event. And Ryan, I believe you had a little bit of a write-up in a little special race program that you won. Do you have any highlights that you'd like to bring in from the qualifying?
Well, yeah, we do, Nick. I have to say that in qualifying, one of the cars that really did impress was the car of Bo Racing, actually, the one driven by the Ryan Meenan brothers and Michael Tauscher. That car, obviously, very dominant in the opening 30-minute qualifying session we had a week ago. But of course, they had to, unfortunately, sit out the Super Pole through a driver issue, so they won't be starting anywhere near pole. But one of the other cars that definitely caught my eye was the 300 ping motorsport car, the highest of the AM class cars, qualifying up in about, I think it was 13th position. So, yeah, there's definitely a few cars to watch out for here today.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, we did have a really close qualifying. I think there was 15, 16 cars that were pretty close to each other, and then as you mentioned, the Bo Racing car just was so far ahead of everybody. But then, of course, they couldn't make it to the Super Pole. They ended up having some issues. So, they'll be starting back, and I believe it's 9th position, if I'm not mistaken, from the overall today. And that will be, it'll be interesting. They're going to have to climb their way back up. They've got a full 6 hours to do it, as we're watching little shoe racing kind of slide off the track a little bit here as he comes out of the pits. And we got this gentleman here as well. This is Tom Young in the Revolution Sim Racing 70 car. Actually, one of our staff members will be joining him in the car later today. That will be Mr. Thomas Crabb, one of our social media people, as well as one of our commentators that you will have heard across time. So a couple of staff members racing in the race day. Overall, though, lots of us over here in the commentary booth, lots of people in the stewards box. We'll be bringing you this race all race long. Jesse, George, before we go over to race here, you guys got any thoughts on the race?
Well, yeah, of course I do. I always have thoughts about this team right here, this Revolution Sim Racing Group. They denied me for naming their team. I suggested they should be named Team TomTom for this race. They thought that was a rather silly idea, but I think they missed an opportunity. But me, I'm focused on the lead of the race. We saw qualifying dominated by a team that was relegated to the back half of the top 10, as Mr. Ryan Gill so eloquently put it. And we saw a team that got to just 4th in qualifying actually take the Super Pole. It was so fantastic to see that. In just one of those miraculous events, you could tell that team was stoked about that, and they were celebrating that well into that evening. But qualifying, just half the battle. 6 hours lays ahead, and a bunch of drivers. Each team has at least 2. And one thing that I'm going to be looking for in this race is how well the cars handle on old tires, and perhaps even more importantly, how the different drivers get on with the setup. Because when what setup works for one driver, may not work for another driver.
From my side, Mike, I'm just excited to see how this race progresses. We know that endurance races have that ability for everything to change up, and it just takes one slip up for that to go down. So with all the super poles in the back of these guys' heads, they're going to start to go into the circuit now, knowing that what they need to do for the next 6 hours is get these cars to the line. So from my side, I'm just excited to see how things progress. There's so many names, as Jesse mentioned earlier, that I would love to see doing great things. So I'm just, I kind of get to come in halfway, a little bit later on, and get to see where things go towards the end. And that's exciting for me, because, anything can happen within a 30-minute race. Now it's 6 hours. So for me, when I join the box a little bit later on, I'm keen to cast out the end and see who really will be crowned victorious today.
Either way, it's going to be an action-packed 6 hours, guys. We got a couple guys coming into the pits. It is about time for race time. Before we jump into the race session, however, we are going to go to a track guide of Barcelona from our very own Ryan Gill.
The Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, located in Barcelona, Spain, was founded in 1991. The 2.89-mile circuit features 16 corners and plenty of overtaking opportunities. The first action zone on this circuit is down into Turn 1. The long run down the start-finish straight opens up to some excellent slipstream opportunities. Turn 3 is not only the longest corner on the circuit, but is also crucial to setting a good lap time. Side-by-sides and accidents are not uncommon on this tricky right-hander. And Turn 10, a tighter than it appears hairpin at the end of the back straight, offers up some overtaking chances and potential accidents towards the end of the lap.
I thought you just exited out.
I apologize, guys. The server came down too, so we are restarting the server really quick. Hang on. And then we'll forward it back up. Give us just a second, guys. We are going to relaunch the server, and unfortunately, little problems with ACC seem to come up every once in a while. We're going to restart the server, and we will start the broadcast here in just a moment.
They can't hear us though, right?
All right, sorry about that, guys. We had a little bit of a server restart last moment. We will get the stream going here very shortly. We have a we're gonna do about 2 minutes of practice here, just to let everybody rejoin the server, get everybody situated, and then we will be going back up into that race session. Of course, 6 hours Barcelona coming up for you guys here shortly. Jesse, as you've looked over some of these teams in the past couple days, you have obviously spent some time gathering some information from these teams. Has anything come up as kind of a good note from you? Anything is particularly interesting?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I mean, there's been several things that come up to my mind. First of all, the AM cars. You guys will denote them on the list as having red number placards. These are the AM drivers. There's 2 races going on here today. The battle for the pro win and the battle for the AM win. Of course, it's a one-off event. There's no points on the line, so you lay it out all on the line. But the thing that I took away from everything of the notes that I gathered this week was that the AM drivers are here to have fun, but also to compete. And they've been the predominantly aggressive party, stating that they're going to be going for it. And also, one other very interesting thing, not a single pro team that I talked to this week said that they felt like they were the standout favorite to win this race.
Yeah, that said, we do have a few people that in the qualifying session were doing particularly well. This man right here, Lucas Rommel, he obviously throws down excellent lap times all the time. Very consistent driver across our events, and I would not be surprised to see these guys fighting for a podium, along with a team we were talking about earlier. They aren't sitting in the pits at the moment, but this is the 211 Bow Racing, with a couple drivers that everybody will recognize, the 2 Ryan Meenan brothers, Killian and Cormac, along with their teammate for the race who was doing that qualifying for them, and of course finished up in first during the qualifying, and then subsequently could not make the Super Bowl. Other notables here, Racing Line Motorsport. We have one of their academy teams here, the 917 Porsche, as well as I believe the 312 car is filling in for Racing Line Motorsports. Of course, Stefano Cinapi made sure that he got some cars in here. Here's the other Porsche. They're actually driving a Bentley, the 312 Bentley for Racing Line Motorsport. They're usually in the Porsche, are they not, Jesse?
I actually don't know, but one thing too, now that you mention that about some of the teams, I did notice some of these guys, and we'll point it out during the race, they went for a slightly different car than I'm used to seeing them in. And I wonder if that's a bit of experimentation or something perhaps about Barcelona, or maybe it's just the natural evolution of their team. They've moved on, of course, as the BOP fluctuates in ACC, because Kunos keeps that really well updated and tries to keep that as competitive as possible. I think you see that a lot, and I think maybe sometimes favors shift, and that might also be a part of it. But great to see so many of these teams that I'm very familiar with, and actually even more exciting to see a few teams that I've never heard of before being excited, talking about being involved in their first race here at RCI, or just their first race in general. In the case of a few teams, one team specifically told me they were a bit scared. This is their first race as a team. They didn't even know each other until semi-recently, and we'll have more on them at a later date.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned them switching to a Bentley. I think that's a pretty smart choice for this race. I mean, as we saw, the Porsches received a pretty... yeah, I mean, switching off of the Porsche is a pretty bold choice. I mean, the Porsche is definitely a favorite for a lot of the drivers, but I could imagine with the extra added bot for this race on the Porsche, switching to the Bentley, maybe this felt a little more secure. In a endurance race like this with 6 hours on the track, you kind of just want to get around and get through the race. You want to make it as clean as possible. So that's going to be really important to these drivers, more than staying in the Porsche. Maybe they switch to the Bentley just because it just is so stable.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And it's like I said, there's so many different choices around here. And if you've ever participated in an RCI race, folks, one thing that you will have known by now, and for those of you that maybe are new to RCI, one thing that you will learn very quickly is just because a car is a favorite doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the one that wins the race. We had a race just last night, the ICGT Pro Championship race. Qualifying dominated by Porsche, wasn't even one on the podium. Isn't that funny how that works out?
Yeah, so this should be one interesting race. This is actually a last-minute entry right here that we're looking at right now. Andres Sarka for the Infinity Skills 818 Porsche. They were our reserve team, so they'll actually be starting from the back of the grid. And here is the grid right now, in fact. So these guys will be starting from the back of the grid all the way back here in 42nd position, I believe it is. Oh, Thomas Crab actually in 43rd. I apologize, not quite all the way at the back of the grid, but close enough. And as we look down the grid here, we can see how these guys are qualifying. And Jesse, I do believe we have our top 10 to look at here as I pan across. Do we want to go over the top of the grid here?
I would love to. I'd love to have that live feed, and we'd love to talk about that. Of course, that happened in the Super Bowl. All things happened last week regarding that. Had a massive shootout between the entire grid to set the grid, and then the Super Pole shook out a little something like this. The 137 Porsche of Rommel took pole over the 521 of Magoni. Second row, the 133 Audi of Hartkemper and the 18 of Muthen in fourth position. Jadwad in the number 45 McLaren in fifth, and Taknus in the 15 Ferrari. Seventh and eighth is going to be the 125 Porsche of Gillies and the 126 Lamborghini of Berrezzini. Ninth and 10th is going to be Killian Ryan Meenan in that 211 Porsche, and 10th place is going to be Patain in that 93 McLaren.
And of course, back in 11th position, we're going to have Peggy in the 46 Audi, and in the 300, the pole sitter in our AM class will be Engman in the 300 Aston. I must admit, as I kind of look around and take the camera around this car a little bit, I'm just going to be a little biased here as it's a little purple. I'm just gonna take a second and admire that. So excellent livery by these guys. The next row back is the 312 Bentley of Racing Line Motorsports. Gietvin is going to start there, and then of course Billy Octane starting in the 14th position, racing with Harry Conway and Mikhail Sundstrom, who are also very well-known drivers across RCI. And then back in the 15th position, we have Stensnaz in the 30 Bentley, as well as De Vries in the 91 Porsche. And then a very special team for me, 17th position, 555 Libor Vodica. This is my team. My teammates, Libor Vodica and Marco Winkler, will be driving the 555 Ferrari starting 17th. And of course, Jesse, these guys right here in the 778 Mercedes, Gergo Panker himself will be starting the race for the Kuno's Racing dev teams. Eris and Kevin Stuck will be joining him for the race later. I do believe Gergo actually told me he drove back specifically to do his stint in this race and will be taking off shortly after. A very interesting little tidbit from him. So the dev team starting back in 18th for the pro position. Back in 19th, we have Deirdrich in the 253 Lexus, one of our couple, if not the only Lexus on the grid, in fact. And then in 20th position, Lanier in the 88 Mercedes. And we should have the grid going here shortly as we walk down about another 90 seconds till these guys start a formation lap. Of course, the green flag will wave at 11:08 p.m. sim time today. As the 6 hours of Barcelona kicks off, we will be racing into the dawn. 5 a.m. roughly will be our stop time in the morning. And that will be early Monday morning sim time, all night race as these guys race into the morning.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, the really cool thing about a night race is that the added splash on everyone's livery is the color design of their lights in the front. You can see that kind of tucked into the grills of these cars. That just kind of adds like a little bit of personal zazz, if you will, to these already awesome liveries. They can kind of add a little bit of splash of something. I saw some of them doing complementary colors, and some of them just going for something kind of off the hook a little bit out the front grills there. So that added flair really adds a lot to the night racing style that we're going to be experiencing for the full 6 hours here.
Well, one thing's for sure, as we go back up the grid here, the final 30 seconds, all the drivers and teams are under starters' orders. The teams telling them to turn the cars on, turn the lights on, and get ready. This is a 6-hour race. It starts in the evening and will race through the night. How cool is that? This is the modern face of endurance racing. Races can start any time. Certainly IRL, we've seen more of this in recent memory.
It would seem our pole sitter has not hit the drive button.
Oh, that is going to be unfortunate for him. He will have to start from pit lane. Is that not correct?
I believe so, yeah. Lucas Rommel, unfortunately, in the 137, they will have to start after the green flag. They did not hit the drive button on their game, got teleported back to pits. That will mean that he will start from the back of the field. Unfortunate for them, as they were the pole sitter. Nicholas Magoni will be promoted to the pole sitter for the race. So very unfortunate for them. Not sure if they're potentially having some technical issues, as we all know some technical issues can indeed happen. With online racing. We had a server restart shortly before, so we know that all happens occasionally, and unfortunately that's part of online sim racing. But I'm sure that Rommel, being the strong competitor they are in a 6-hour race, we will not be surprised to see them climb their way back up the grid.
No, we will not. It's not something I'm too worried about. And also, look at this way. We got somebody to watch there, but that's unfortunate for them. They took the Super Pole by storm, and now it is all on the shoulders of the 5-2-1. They have the best starting position, and Hartkemper basically can't believe his luck either in this instance. This is going to be very interesting. Hart in the mouths of all the drivers here, knees weak, palms are sweaty, and that is what you expect at the start of a race like this. All of the drivers and the teams, all of your preparation has led to this exact moment going around on the parade lap, or the pace lap, I should say. Hopefully you've crossed all your T's and dotted all your I's, because if you don't, it's going to be a long and miserable 6 hours in the dark at Barcelona. And whether you like this track or not, you have to admit it has put on some fantastic racing over the decades, including Formula One Grand Prix and sports car races alike, not to even mention what this place is perhaps even most famous for, motorbike racing, MotoGP. Love watching that around this joint. But today, it's RCI, and today it is GT Racing Pro and Am drivers at the track today. Cannot wait to get going. Just got to get that first lap out of the way, Nick. You got to have a clean start.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers do not want to go risking everything into turn one, lap one, after all the preparation that's gone into this race, as our drivers are actually pulling up into the chicane and then onto the main straight here. But yeah, they do not want to make any big mistakes. I would reckon that they're gonna try to play it a little safe and just get out the gate and get onto the track as cleanly as possible.
And of course, as these guys stack up 2 by 2 coming up to the main straight here, you're going to see these guys take off here very briefly. Of course, our pole sitter had to teleport out to the pit, so we will not see somebody on the front row with the 521 Porsche. But Jesse, as they're coming across the line here, very shortly we're going to get this race underway.
Well, they're lined up 2 by 2 by 2 as far as the eye could possibly see. The flagman has the flag, the lights go out, everything is green, and we're racing in the RCI 6 Hours of Barcelona, and it's going to be Stefano leading the field, the 521 Porsche, and look at them fan out 3 and 4 wide abreast behind them as there's a fight for the lead. Hartkemper sees the opportunity, can't quite make the best of it. Muthen around the outside. Muthen potentially being able to take that spot away and get up to second place. That's exactly what he wants to do, and he has got away, and there's a crash. There's an accident in the back of the field there. Now in the middle of the pack, a car up against the inside wall. No further damage there. And by the way, in the melee, we forgot to mention live stewarding, a must for an event of this magnitude, and we have an army's worth of live stewards in the booth just across from us, and thank goodness for that. But in the race right now, Stefano has taken that pseudo de facto pole, I should say, and he leads Muthen, but here he comes. Meanwhile, back in 13th place, the lead driver in AM, Stefanello. This team very nearly took it into Super Pole. That would have certainly have been a sight to see. This team also, by the way, coached by Mr. Pig, if you guys are aware of his coaching abilities. So no question of that caliber of driving. And we have to go back to the front because this battle, after coming to the end of lap 1, is hotly contested. This could be a change for the lead immediately.
Yeah, these guys are going to be fighting all race long. Of course, Stefano for the wheel spin esport here. Michael Muthen for the GT Series racing team. These guys already 1-1 all the way at the front of the field, about 2 seconds ahead of third place. They are going down into turn 1 already. Muthen kind of looked a little bit there to see if he could find a gap. Could not find one yet, but he's got another 5 hours and 58 minutes to go to find that gap, as we're going to jump back to 6th place now. We have 6, 7, 8, and 9 all stacked up there for you guys. That is 4-car battle here along turn 2 as they're weaving back and forth, coming down into the corner here, and there no a single file back in. Nothing quite happened, but that said, they're weaving in and out. They want to get those positions, jostle for those positions early so they can take off, get some laps down, get consistent, and start putting some pace down for the rest of this 6 hours.
Absolutely. Position 1 and 2 really pulling away in those 2 Porsches and fighting for those positions. As we see, Gil's going side by side here, trying to actually get pushed in a little bit to the cut, but still side by side, still fighting for these positions in lap 2, keeping the racing nice and exciting. But the packs are starting to separate just a little bit, but this is going to stay in some close-knit packs for the next few laps at least.
There's just absolutely so many cars, and there's nowhere to go. With 2 different classes here, 2 different skill classes, it is going to be impossible here in a few laps to find any free space. They're already finding it difficult, as some of the drivers that maybe missed out on the top 10 Super Pole, that maybe have the pace, and some that didn't have the best Super Pole performance, that was certainly something we saw, are trying to find their way through traffic, and it is a proverbial log jam. If you've ever been to Southern California, you've certainly seen a traffic jam such as this. I know both Nick and Mike could most likely agree with me there. It's just fantastic, though. Very few incidents, I'm being told, although there were a few that are likely to be reviewed. And look at this shot presented here. Just a line of cars. It looks like quitting time, but it isn't. It is just the start. And folks, I know 6 hours sounds like a long time, as Gergo Panker is trying to be overtaken by Killian Ryan Meenan. Killian Ryan Meenan does not care that that is a Kunos dev. He will lean on him and get that position made and that pass made. Gergo looks to the inside, nothing doing though, and gives up the position. We go back to the front to Stefano Bozengor. He is leading this race over Muthen, but it is literally nothing in it. It is a Porsche show at the front of this field. Hartkemper in his Audi falling back in third, as Nick alluded to a moment ago. But man, it is amazing. These two are technically racing each other, because Stefano has to take an alternate line around some of these corners, because if he doesn't, he's going to give Muthen what he wants, and that's the preferred line through the corner that he's going to give him a shot. So even though he's probably doing that and he's defensive driving a little bit at this point, they're still pulling away. So that just shows you the strength at the front of the field. We go back to 11th. This is Stefanello. Stefanello now has a mirror full of Killian Ryan Meenan now. Ryan Meenan trying to work his way back through the top half of the teens and get back inside the top 10. He would certainly appreciate that. But Stefanello is working his way into the top 10. We'll catch back up with them later. This is Lucas Rommel. This is the car that was on the pole position. They've made their way up to 41st. That's not saying much yet as we see our first drive-through penalty issued to the 23. That's Botzelli, or Botsia, I should say. Excuse me, I'm not wearing my spectacles for some reason. But that 23 Mercedes gets a drive-through penalty, and a few other cars have come in for an early pit. You have to wonder what that's about, guys.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of that incident on lap 1. There wasn't too much of one. I believe it was just a few cars involved. Of course, our stewards are looking over it, but there was a few cars involved in that, and that drive-through that is applied, I believe, is from the start sequence having an issue. So yeah, that's always a little bit that we see here is the start sequence. Their guys are a little bit out of order, going a little bit too fast. Of course, the game does give them a drive-through, so the stewards will not clear those if the game does determine that an issue has been needed to be had by the game. So we will have them serve that shortly. But yeah, this is the AM class leader, still in 11th place. They have picked up a couple positions, through the field. I believe it was 14th that they started in, and it's this top 10 to top even top 15 that are still racing very, very close here. This is the 15 Ferrari of TF Racing. Manos Gerardis in this car right now, just about ready to finish his third lap around the track. Now 7 minutes into this race, and he's fighting with Bashir Jadwat behind him in the 45 McLaren. One of our couple McLarens on the grid, not too many of them, about 3 or 4, and it's awesome to see these guys in the top 5. As McLaren is, I really enjoy the McLaren overall, Jesse. It's a really nice little car. We don't see it quite as much as I would like.
Yeah, Mike, I know you love that car. You love that car above everything else. I've driven that car a few times, and only a handful of times, but I've never had anything bad to say about it. You told me that it's very tight on stock setup, but when you get that thing loosened up and driving around the track, it's absolutely lovely. I actually have one of your setups, Mike, about that car. I don't even know if you know that. I might have ripped that from you. Sorry, mate, but yeah, it is a lot better on a actual setup. I can attest to that. And also, by the way, Mike, I used your setup to get a podium once, so thank you.
That's saying a lot because it probably wasn't my setup. So you can thank whoever I got the setup from, because I don't know how to set up a car. I can do some basics. So we're kind of like two-folding the setups here. McLaren definitely not one of my not one of the cars I drive often. However much I like it because of that, I'd love to see some setups come across. So hey, if anybody wants to shoot me some nudge, wink, wink. But yeah, so far I've mostly been driving in the Ferrari just because that's the setups that I usually tend to get. Pretty popular car, though we are seeing Luca Bertozzi here in his Audi, another car that I've spent a little bit of time with as well. In fact, me and my teammate Marco Winkler drove it at a 3 Hours of Bathurst a few months back. Very interesting little race that we had. We managed to get some pace, even though we were in the M class, finishing the overall round. I think it was 22nd position or so. So not too bad. He is currently fighting, however, one of the Porsches, and this is a very dangerous weapon in that Porsche behind him as well, in Killian Ryan Meenan, Jesse.
Yeah, Killian Ryan Meenan is looking to avenge that poor starting position and get his Porsche and his team way up into the field here. Bo Racing displayed on that car, that 211. Pro placard, well deserved for that team. They're just threatening to get inside the top 10. I imagine they will do a bit more than that by the end of the race indeed. Bettazzini here is, he's being hounded by this guy. And Killian's one of those guys that I never want to see get behind me because, well, that just typically means he'll be by me in a few turns. Bettazzini's doing a better job here because he's lasted way longer than I ever would with that Porsche behind me. He'd be around me so fast, Speedy Gonzalez style, I wouldn't even know he got by me. But threatening for the top 10, you know, he's taking his sweet, easy time about this. I have seen Killian be aggressive in the past, but of course he's a very smart driver as well. 10 minutes into a 6-hour race, no reason to overstep your bounds here. No need to get an unnecessary penalty or take yourself out of it. Being very patient, despite the fact that he's going wide. Berzini's going to go wide. Oh my goodness, and a wiggle from Killian Ryan Meenan means he cannot take advantage of that move and has to fall back in line. That'll frustrate the Ryan Meenan driver. That is not what he expected. He expected to be able to stuff that in there in that gap that he was afforded, but no sir, the car gets loose and he cannot do it.
Yeah, luckily he's got another 5 hours and 50 minutes to do it, as I noticed these lead battle is still happening here. Stefano and Muthen still fighting for P1, just a couple tenths between them, and this should be a battle that will shape up. I mean, I'm going to imagine till a pit stop if I'm not mistaken here, Jesse. I'd be very surprised if they didn't fight for the next, say, 50 minutes or so during this pit run.
Yeah,
oh, he went off!
Say that.
Somebody went off. Was that Muthen that went off slightly? Muthen went off slightly off the track. He's now fallen back a couple tenths. That's unfortunate for him. So
I mention it because I didn't want to do that to any of these guys today, but Muthen, a bit of a slip up. That's something we're going to have to watch this entire race. Guys, it is dark out there. There are some sort of substandard track lights, you should say. There's no flood lighting or anything around here, but it's not the darkest track you could be at. But even still, finding your way around here in the dark while you're paying attention to your apexes and things in your mirrors and things in front of you, sometimes you may get distracted, or sometimes you may lose your place exactly where you are on the tarmac, and then all of a sudden you've messed up a corner and you lose several tenths. Or in the case of Muthen, he lost about 2 full seconds. One tiny little mistake, and he went from being a few tenths behind our leader in the 5-2-1 to being 2 seconds adrift. And that is fairly massive, but also something I expect, really, from these guys, is you make one little mistake and you lose that much time. So pay attention to that. You talk generally about making a mistake, you lose a few tenths. Here with these pros, I think you'll lose a few seconds.
Yeah, then these guys, I mean, they're always going to be about like that. So you know, you stray a little bit off track, you're gonna lose seconds, and if you can make that up, then I don't even know, you know, what you're doing, because that's even quicker than anybody can be, really, especially with these guys out here. I mean, this 5-2-1 Porsche Stefano is really quick guy, and if he can stay consistent now, Muthen's not going to be able to catch him back up. He's 2.1 seconds or so back, and that's going to be a long drive for him back up to the top of the grid, and see if he can at least get back in and fight with Stefano, Jesse.
Yeah, I think it is a long road back, but the fact that Muthen was sitting there on his rear bumper cover for several laps, I think Muthen's got a little more pace in it. In fact, can confirm that gap has come down over the last lap and a half since that little bobble mistake, and it's now back down under 2 seconds. I think Muthen's got a little bit more pace now, but you also have to worry he's going to be having to run a little bit harder now to catch back up to our leader. So maybe he'll scrub off a little more tire, put a little more heat in there, and who knows? These Porsches are very sensitive. It's like driving a helter-skelter sort of vehicle. So it's your best friend and your worst enemy, and you wouldn't want that in a car. But these pros, they know how to drive these things, and hopefully he doesn't upset the car too much. There's a reason I don't drive the Porsche. It's because I don't have the skill to drive the Porsche, but also I find that I upset the car. I make it mad after a few laps.
You know, same. I can't even get a few laps out of it, though, Jesse, is the thing. I get maybe about a half a lap out, and I'm already kind of coming around. So it's not a car I have ever quite been able to get used to, though I know these guys, if they can tame them, it is just a really quick car. We've actually applied a bop to this car for this race. We have a 15 kilogram bop on our Porsche for the race, and they still qualified pretty substantially throughout the top 10. As we're actually seeing, we swap over to Jadwatt now in this McLaren, and we're seeing Barzini with a drive-through for cutting across car 211 a little bit earlier in the race. So that's a penalty he will serve from the stewards, and that's going to shake this battle up here. Of course, having a drive-through this early in the race, while impactful, that it's not the worst time to get it in the race. I don't know if you have maybe a different opinion, Jesse, but it's not the worst time in the race to get it. If you're going to get it, at least get it out of the way early when you know you have time to make it up. But unfortunate for them, they are going to have to drop out of this top 10 race.
No, you're absolutely right. If you're going to have a mistake, if you're going to have a penalty, if there's going to be something mechanical or something setup wise, or maybe you didn't set up your strategy correctly, you might as well do it early, because you have the whole race in front of you. The last thing you want is on the last lap. Certainly in the case yesterday in our race, the ICGT championship that we have, I saw some mistakes on the last lap, and a lot of those drivers are actually in this race today. A couple of these guys are going to be given Ironman awards for racing like they do. If you like sim racing, you just like sim racing, you want to do it. But we saw some mistakes on the final lap last night, and that's the exact opposite. So I couldn't agree more. If you're going to make a mistake, and you shouldn't make a mistake, but if you are going to make a mistake, do it in the opening 10 minutes. Why not?
Yeah, it at least gives you some time to, make it up, right? I mean, I haven't checked on this particular team. I need to pull up the list as I was a little busy at the top of the race, but I believe this is a 3-driver team in this 126 Lamborghini. So that means they have 2 other drivers out here. They're kind of, telling Barzini, listen, like if I was their teammates this one, say, listen, man, it happened. We're fine. Let's take that drive-through in. We'll lose the position. Just put your head down and get your head back in the game, right? And that's really what endurance racing is all about. You make mistakes. You get penalties. Everybody, maybe not everybody, but we're gonna see penalties throughout this race. Whether it's steward or track limits, pit lane speeding, perhaps, we will see penalties come across this race. And the thing is you just can't let it get to your head, because if you let it get to your head, then you start losing that consistency. So far, Barzini, I would not be surprised to see him come in this lap, but we can see he is still fighting here. He is still putting down the pace that he needs to put down, and see if he can still keep up this time, because if he starts losing time after that, that's the last thing you want to do, is get a penalty and then start losing time. You just got to keep your head into the game. There he goes, diving into the pits right now. So that'll be the 126 Lambo taking his drive-through penalty. And he'll come back out, sort back into the grid. He just needs to keep his head down.
I'm just hoping our race broadcaster, Mr. Nick Setnik, could go back to that number 45 car for a second. I just want to talk about him real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, he was watching him that whole time. Just want to give a shout out to Bashir Jadwatt. He's a South African driver, 5-time South African GT Sim champ. He's also won an ACR championship in the past as well. Just a shout out to the entire ZA region there. That is the pride of South Africa racing inside the top 5. There's a reason we're called Racing Club International, folks, and he is just a part of that indeed. And a couple other things. I mean, you want to talk about international, look at our top 10. Look at how many different manufacturers' names, and there's just so many different people. Sim racing really is something that brings people together. And good luck to the ATK team today. They sent me their fact sheet, and it just read like a laundry list of championships. Some of those trophies are pipe dreams for 99% of us, and to be a 5-time champion, Jesus. Bashir getting it done. He's getting it done in the race today as well. He got it done in qualifying in our Super Bowl. So just fantastic stuff going on there. Let's see, has the lead come down? Yes, it has indeed, hasn't it? It is getting closer between the top 2. 1 second the gap. He is bringing it down. I assumed Muthen might be able to run him down, but that is confirmation. The gap is half as big as it was before. Looks like they're running in the 44 range. Muthen about a half a second quicker than our leader right now. So that's going to be fantastic for Muthen. Not great if you are the driver of the 5-2-1. Stefano probably doesn't want to see or hear any of that at this time.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we know that Muthen was all over the back of the leader there, Stefano, for a while, so we know he's got the pace to at least stay with him. Apparently, he's got the pace to even go farther than that. He's got the pace to get ahead of him based on what's happening. Of course, that was 5/10 on his last lap that he gained. It was a 44.5 versus a 44.0. That said, Jesse, they are within the best lap times of 44.0s themselves. However, Michael Muthen ran his fastest lap of the race last time, so that's really what's going to come down to right now. You know, if Muthen is just, he realized he made that mistake, we get back to the same thing with kind of the opposite way of the 126 Lambo that had to serve that drive-through. He made the mistake, he's got to serve the drive-through. Like I was talking about with him, he needed, you know, these guys that make mistakes, they need to, you know, take themselves back, center themselves a little bit, and get their heads back into the game. And so far, that is what Muthen is doing, gaining that time on him. As we are currently, we're watching Killian Ryan Meenan in the middle of the pack there, did make it up to 10th place, and he is in the top 10. And of course, now we're looking at Nicholas Walter for Walter Racing for the 253 Lexus, one of our, I believe, our only Lexus on the grid. They've got 4 cars stacked up here behind them, 13, 14, 15, 16, and about another second back or so, 17's back there even. Lots and lots of cars stacked up here in the middle of the grid, and nothing quite happening right now. They are just kind of running around single file, but you know that 88 Mercedes, who is a pro driver behind this AM driver, by the way, this pro driver in 14th place, and you know that he is just waiting for that mistake to be made so he can pounce and start getting up into 12th, which, by the way, 12th place, Gergo Panker. The devs have made up a couple extra positions as well. Gergo Panker now up into that place.
Oh, did you see in the background there several cars getting at each other, getting nearly sideways, bump drafting down the front straight? What an amazing block. The police couldn't put up a roadblock as good as that. And here they are side by side into the first turn, bumping and banging. They're not leaving anything on the table. That's Marcus Wade. And I think that's going to be Pubert right there as well. They absolutely got into each other on the front straightaway. The most aggressive block I've seen since Dwayne Wade. Incredible stuff going on there. But they didn't wreck. They didn't crash into each other. They're just absolutely going at each other at this point in the race. Hey, if you have it early, if your stuff comes in early, you have to get those positions. But my goodness, that scared me to death. I saw 2 cars dart to the, like, sort of where the pit wall was, and it was just so aggressive, such a hard cut. But ended up going the way of the driver in front there. And by the way, this battle
the driver in front.
Exactly. This battle has reignited. Stefano leading Michael Muthen, and it is nose to tail, Porsche on Porsche violence getting ready to happen here. How long does Muthen wait? I don't suspect he will have to wait very long. Muthen clearly lap after lap is a little bit quicker. Nick Setnik giving us the shots from the inside of the car. Muthen's going to try to go around the outside. Can't quite do it. Can he get the crossover in the S's? No, he cannot. Looks like he got a bit too much of the curb and has to settle back in line, but has slightly tighter line through the third turn. Is he going to set him up and try to get him in the inside? He's certainly looking like he's going to. He fakes him, goes back down to the outside, can't quite get it done. Is he going to try the cut in the next corner? You know he is, but can't do that either. And they're going to be nose-to-tail lights flashing by Michael Muthen. Furious, wanting to get by him. Hey, man, you're holding me up. And all that's doing is helping Hartkemper in third. And Muthen has no interest in that. He's going to be looking to the inside. He's going to force his way in there. There's going to be a touch. There's going to be a touch, and it's going to send Stefano a little bit wide. Muthen's through, and I have no idea how the stewards are going to grade that.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I mean, like, it looked like they were trying to give each other room. I'm going to call that hard racing on my end, of course, but all we saw was the one angle. The stewards will take a look at it, but regardless, Michael Muthen, for the moment, promoted into P1 finally after racing for about 25 minutes on Stefano's back bumper. That should give him some space. I'm sure that at this point, Muthen, based on his current pace, is probably going to take off. We will see potentially if he has to serve some sort of penalty for that, but we will find that out as the stewards are prepping for it, as we're now jumping back to Jadwatt again. And of course, he had a Lambo on his backside a moment ago. That is no Lambo anymore. That is one big bad Bentley of the 30 Bentley team, and this is going to be a fight coming down into the front straight. Bentley doesn't quite have enough slipstream. It looks like he might try to go for the T1 move, and I don't think he's going to have the pace. He is going to try for it. Let's see if they can get into the braking zone. Nope, that McLaren is great on the brakes. That is Bashir Jadwat into T1 for ATK. Still holding down that 5th position, though he is having these guys all over his back bumper. And there's another Bentley hunting them down as well. That's the 312 car coming up about a second back from them, and he is making his way up to Jadwat as well. So we'll see if he's able to hold down this position for very many more laps here.
Yeah, I just have to say, Jadwat's done a great job at this point of being defensive, but not putting himself in too much trouble. It just seems the places that the number 30 Big Bad Bentley, as you put it, is better than Jadwat. They're not passing zones. They're not places where you can feasibly do a pass unless you get incredibly aggressive with it. Just seems like on the straight, somehow that McLaren is able to walk him ever so slightly. And there's a car that's way off in the dirt over there. That is not where you want to be. Beach is closed, young man. And he gets back on the track and does the wise thing and stays way left out of the racing line there. Bit of a moment for that team. And that's not, again, what you want to see. I think that might have been the 117 AM car, but I could be very much wrong about that. But we're going to see this camera angle. That's that camera angle that shows the wing, and he's just going to get through, and he's getting harassed. Jadwat is in the middle of a harassment, and if he doesn't get back on pace, he's going to be passed by Zeitvin. Zeitvin, who, by the way, I didn't even know was in this race until Super Pole. But he is absolutely in this race, and he's in the top 10. What is the rebuttal from Jadwat going to look like? Jadwat's going to be forced to go around the outside. Stennis is not going to allow him to do it. There's going to be a bit of a touch into turn 1. That's going to send Jadwat wide. He's going to lose that position to Scheithen as he goes over the rumble strip. Is it going to be even worse than that? Is he going to lose out on 8th place from Sarter? I don't think so, but my goodness, it's been an aggressive few laps by some of these guys.
Yeah, that was some Bentley on McLaren action there for about 6 to 7 turns. Of course, we saw Jadwat go wide coming in, and that let the 30 car slip on by him, and then the 312 and the 45 get a little tap action going on coming into, I believe that was turn 2, and that sent him wide again. Or actually, it was turn 1, wasn't it? So turn 1, and they unfortunately lost that position again, so that's Jadwat demoted down to currently 7th position. Of course, drivers are more than welcome to report anything to race control. If there's any taps, they can jump into our race control channel, report to the stewards, and they'll take a look. But so far, we are getting a couple actual penalties come across. There's a couple 15-second penalties that you guys will see. Those are all from the stewards, determinations on some issues earlier in the race based on collisions, dive bombs, etc. So not too many penalties so far, but there is definitely a few people that are going to have to make us some time. For example, the number 46 Audi back in 9th place, which you can see there in the background with a 15-second penalty for the end of the race. He is going to have to try to make up some time, as currently he's been, based on the timing screen, only 30 minutes into this 6-hour race. Granted, on the timing screen, he should be demoted a few positions if the race ended right now. So these guys are going to have to be careful, clean up their racing a little bit as the next 5.5 hours go by, and hopefully not get any more penalties.
Yeah, it is a sort of a penalty fest now, as I see a lot of papers in the box are flying around. It might as well be a tornado of paper, because the stewards are pulling their hair out and their pencils out, trying to make sure everything is going fairly. Got drive-through penalty for the 91 for causing a dive bomb collision. The 137 has got a collective 20 seconds of time penalties for collisions caused. 1374, the 352, the 46, and the 21 have all received 15-second penalties as well for collisions or overly aggressive driving that caused collisions. Of course, in RCI, we favor the time penalties rather than actually giving drive-throughs. We feel that's less, I think the stewards kind of feel like that's less detrimental to your race, and it doesn't take you out of your race. But quite quickly, indeed, some of these drivers have turned their stat sheet into a Christmas tree with an extra red piece of streamer next to their name, something that you don't really ever want to see. There's not a single red tag in the world, Mike Jones, that is a good sign, is there?
I disagree, Jesse. As an AM driver, I wear my red badge with a badge of honor, though
Fair
it's a
play.
little bit different. It doesn't say plus 15 on it. It just says the car number on it, so a little different. But that's about the only red tag that I want to see while I'm racing is that little red tag of my nameplate coming across, or the number plate rather, not nameplate, coming across the side of the car as we're seeing a lap marker get out of the way here coming down the front straight. Still watching Joaquim Stenaz here for HYDR Racing in the 30 Bentley. Of course, we saw him take the 5th position from Jadwatt earlier here. We are now on right now. Bashir Jadwatt for ATK in the 45 McLaren. Still holding steady there. He dropped back a few tenths off the back of the 312 and 30, but overall staying in 7th position, keeping his pace a little consistent. The last couple of his laps have been pretty close together, so hopefully he can get his head back into the game. And I feel like I'm going to say that a lot over this 6 hours, but he can keep his head in the game and just get down and stay consistent. Of course, these guys do have teammates 65-minute stint timers on this race, so kind of standard to how you'll see real life GT3 racing. 65 minutes, and these guys have to make a pit stop. They do not have to change their drivers every pit stop. There is a max driving time to worry about. But the ATK car has 2 drivers here. That means that he can run up to 3 stints throughout this race. How they want to sort that is up to themselves. So perhaps if Jadwatt's having a bit of a bad stint, needs to take a breather, his teammate can get into the car. And of course, that's Jason Webb racing with him, Jesse. So hopefully, we'll see Jason Webb get out there and stay just as consistent. Perhaps he can make up those positions that Jadwatt has lost so far.
Yeah, indeed. Jadwatt here in a tough spot. He's got a lot of fast guys behind him. He's doing well to try and maintain the pace, but doesn't necessarily have whatever he needs to succeed at this particular venture. Of course, it's not going to be all on him, like you said. He has a teammate, and maybe it's just comes down to preference. We talked about in the pre-race about how some cars and some guys, they have a better understanding of the setup or a more preferred setup, and at the end of the day, there'll always be somebody in the car that's faster than other people with how it's set up. So maybe it's a little bit of that. We will certainly see. We'll take a look on that as we go to Stefanello, who is under attack from the dev team. Don't know what Stefanello did to deserve this, but Stefanello, I'm just going to say you probably shouldn't wreck the dev team. Probably should play them fairly. Otherwise, they might not take too kind to that.
Knowing Gergo, I'm sure that he'd forgive him. He'd probably kick him a couple times, but he'd forgive him.
Yeah.
Gergo's a nice guy.
I can honestly say, Mike, I've forgiven my washing machine every time that it hasn't worked, but only after I kicked it a few times. So I think that's a fair assessment. But Gergo Panker from the dev team, fantastic to have them in this race. I feel like the dev team works hard on their simulator, and they also work hard racing in their simulator. So love to see that dedication by the team. Very passionate team.
They sure do, but Jesse, not to interrupt you, I don't know if you notice on screen here, we just saw Killian Ryan Mina dive for Tozy here and get up a position. He is now up into 9th place, coming down into that hairpin. He really sent it down there on the inside of that Audi and slid past him. So an excellent move that we would expect out of Killian Ryan Meenan, in fact, and very cleanly gets that pass done and starts making up some positions. We should see the timing board tick over here briefly as they cross the line. There is Killian Ryan Meenan, promoted up to 9th place, now 7 tenths behind the 93 McLaren and subsequently the 45 McLaren. So we should see Jadwatt, who has been a favorite of our cameraman so far today as he's been involved in a lot of action. Killian Ryan Meenan might be up on his bumper here in a few laps, and that is not who you want to see on your bumper. We spoke about that earlier, Jesse.
If I had to say in one word what driving style the driver behind the wheel of the 211 Porsche had displayed in the opening 30 minutes, it would be aggressive, because that's exactly what he's done. He's gone and passed people in spots that I didn't think were possible. And oh, by the way, he's catching up to that group fighting for 7th place. As we go back to 14th place, this is Walter Racing. This is Nicholas Walter. They're going to be fighting here with the Raid team and doesn't want to get too involved here as they're actually going to think about being side by side. Raid is trying everything he can to get by him. He's going to be right behind him. Is he going to try and make it in this section? He's certainly going to go wide and try to set him up into this section. I don't think this is a good passing zone, and if I wouldn't have saw Killian make a pass up here a lap ago, I would say it was darn impossible, though it certainly is not. Of course, this is AM. This is for second place in AM. Stefanello in 11th place leads all the AM drivers, but this is for second in that class. And of course, you're fighting for overall rights, your class rights, your team's honor. You're fighting for a lot of things here. You're also fighting to see the road with the headlights because, again, 11:43 at night in sim time. That battle has cooled off for the time being. I reckon that Walter is a little better on this end of the track than he is the front end. As we go back to that battle, Jadwatt still holding off Sarter in that 7th position, but as advertised, Killian Ryan Meenan, now up to 9th place, is right on the back bumper of Sarter right now, and he's not going to be as patient there, Mike, because we've certainly seen him make some aggressive moves, and I think he's about to make another one.
Well, the thing is, though, if you take a look at the timing board, you'll notice Killian Ryan Meenan's about a 10th behind him, so if he makes a move and makes any sort of mistake, the Killian's going to pick up a couple positions here. Of course, we've already spoken about Killian on multiple occasions this time as we watch the wing cam from Jadwatt there. Back across the grid, you'll see Killian there in the 3rd position. That's his Porsche, and of course that's Sarter and Bartozzi in this battle as well. That's the Audi there in the back. Of course, Bartozzi does have that 15-second penalty from an earlier incident that happened in the race, but Killian Ryan Meenan is coming up on the back of Sarter as well, picked up about 5/10 in the past couple laps. If Sarter goes for a move on Jadwatt and he doesn't perfect that thing, Ryan Meenan's going to slide past the both of them and promote himself up into 7th position, and I would not be surprised if that happened, if I'm being honest. Not to say that Sarter won't be able to get a move done, but Killian Ryan Meenan just has the pace at the moment. He is just throwing down the gauntlet and saying, hey guys, make the mistake, come on, I'm going to slide past you, and you're going to lose a position. And Killian Ryan Meenan, of course, racing with his brother Cormac, as well as Mikkel Sundstrom, who are also very fast drivers. However, I think out of the three of them, if I had to pick, I would say Killian's probably one of the best overtakers out of the three, if not one of the best overtakers that we see race here at RCI in general, Jesse.
Yeah, I would certainly not disagree with you there, Mike. That's certainly very true. And one thing about this, for Killian's sake, is he's actually being held up by Sarter right now, and what that has done, that's allowed Jadwatt in the 7th place to get away just ever so slightly. It's put Killian in the compromised position because Bertazzini has re-caught him at this stage. So this is not what Killian wants to do. He'll be biting at the wheel and wanting to get around that white McLaren. But again, you gotta have a measured and level approach to passing, and certainly that is the case indeed. Can't just tell you that our leader has been given a 5-second penalty, and that could factor in fairly heavily. We got some other penalties to talk about as well. Looks like the 187 was given a 15-second penalty and a warning for dive bombing on the 9th lap of the race, and our leader Michael Muthen in the 18 was given a 5-second penalty for pushing the 5-2-1 out of the way. That would have been a lapped car, so our leader got a penalty for pushing a lapped car out of the way. So you got to be careful here, Mike. You can't do things like that and expect to get away with it with these stewards. They're eagle-eyed. Sometimes I swear they have eyes in the back of their head, though that's unconfirmed at this point. But again, 5 seconds right now, that's the difference in the race. The 5-2-1. Oh no, the 5-2-1's in 2nd place. That penalty was for when Muthen passed our leader. That's exactly what that was. I should really put my glasses on, is what I've just learned.
Well, while Jesse goes to grab his glasses, I think we are still watching this Killian Ryan Meenan battle along with Sarter and this is still ongoing here. This is going to happen probably. I would not be surprised just to see this happen until Killian gets past him. So he's just waiting for Sarter to make that mistake. Not to say that Ryan Meenan might not be the one that makes the mistake, but if I had to put my money on this, I would say Ryan Meenan is not the one that's going to make it. Of course, he is looking on the outside here as they go into the corner. We're going to see if he's able to get this move done. Not quite. He's going to see if he can catch the cutback coming out, and he is not able to catch it quite yet, but there it is. He's just looking for it. He wants it. He wants it bad, and he is just going to keep looking every single chance he gets.
Yeah, he sure is. He's been stuck behind Mr. Sarter for about 3 laps now, and that's done nothing but get him in trouble by Bertazzini behind him. So he's going to be looking to make this pass as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he may be fighting for a lower position again. But again, he just seems to lose a little bit of time in this section. He seems really good in the first and second sector, but in the third sector here, he just loses a bit on those McLarens. Perhaps they're just a little bit more special in this area of the track. It's 2 McLarens and then a Porsche and an Audi all fighting for that 7th position right now. Anybody's guess is as good as mine in this case. I can tell you that Muthen is now officially beating his penalty that he got for pushing the then leader, Stefano, out of the way, essentially, to get that lead in the first place. He's over 5 seconds in front of the 521 Porsche, so that will be enough to beat that penalty at this time. It certainly wasn't at when it was first given, but he'll hope to hold on to that gap. As we're going to see a move here down into the corner. We're going to see a move by Sarter right here. Sarter is going to make the move on Jadwatt. That's going to get done, but that's also going to open up the door. Here comes Killian Ryan Meenan. Oh, and there's going to be a touch. Jadwatt has hit Killian Ryan Meenan, and that may reset us the level, but Killian is not deterred. He's still going to try and hang on the outside. He's going to outbrake Jadwatt into the corner, through the S's, and get the pass done. Incredible stuff, albeit with contact.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, but that was just good racing, I think. I mean, they both came into the corner a little bit wide, a little bit of side-by-side door action. We love to see that. We love to see the little bumps come across, bumping and banging across the track, and, no harm, no foul there. Ryan Meenan still got the job done, slid up into 8th place, and now he has got another McLaren to hit hunt now. Still on the back of that Sarter there. Jadwatt, unfortunate for him, still making those little small mistakes here and there that are costing him those little tenths, and that's something you cannot do around some of these drivers in the top 10, such as Killian Ryan Meenan. You cannot make a little mistake around him because he is just going to get past you. And of course, Sarter now promoted up to 7th place as well, so good for him. And that's Moreno Sarter for that 93 McLaren. Now up into 7th place. We'll see if he can put some distance potentially here and get the pace down now that he's got the 45 of Jadwatt out from in front of him. See if he can push up and take potentially get up to the back of that 312 Bentley, because they are a few seconds up the road. But even with all that fighting going on, Jesse, even a few seconds up the road is not too far, considering if these guys can get some pace out, I would not be surprised to see them fighting for top 5, perhaps around the time of their pit stops. We should see our first round of actual pit stops happening, give or take here, guys, within about the next 15 to 20 minutes. Keep in mind they do have a 65-minute stint timer that they have to come in and pit. That is their only requirement. They have to have a maximum drive time, depending on their 2 or 3 drivers, as that is allowed here. 65 minutes, and that will be about 5. What is that? About 5 stints, 5 pit stops, give or take at minimum. They will have to have, and at least do a driver swap once during the race. With 2 drivers, they can run 3 hours and 3 hours if they so want. But I would not be surprised to see these guys switch up after a hard first stint this has been.
Yeah, Sarter here, who has taken that 7th place finally. He took that from Jadwatt. He now has Killian Ryan Meenan still behind him at this point. He was probably hoping that Jadwatt would put up more of a fight with Mr. Killian, but that did not indeed happen. And so basically they are free of each other, and it's still looking like Killian has the pace to take that spot for 7th place. Earlier we saw Hartkemper, who has had a very quiet race so far. actually has the number 15 Ferrari closing down on him. He sort of, Hartkemper sort of had third all by himself for the majority of this first hour, but he may be in trouble for losing that spot. And I think Muthen has hit some button in his car that gives him extra horsepower or something, because he went from being several tenths up a lap to being nearly a second up every lap. I don't know if the 5-2-1 is fading a bit, or maybe Muthen's car is coming into his own, but that's something to pay attention to for us and all of you out there watching as well, as this is going to be a tricky position. A lap car getting out of the way there, expertly done, but that still allows Killian Ryan-Meenan to get up on the back door of Sartor. It's going to be pretty fantastic here if he can make this move again. We saw him do it earlier. These pictures provided to you by Mr. Nick Setnik, showing you the scale of the problem. And that is a very fast 211 Porsche. Can he do it? Is he going to stick it down to the inside? Yes, he is. It's going to happen again. We saw it earlier. I theorized it could happen. Another little nudge from the 211, and he's going to get through again.
Yeah, there it is right there. That's Killian Ryan-Meenan for you. We've been talking about it for the past 20 minutes or so. You give that man any sort of line, and he is going to come right past you, and that's exactly what he just did. So we're going to see him as they cross the line here very briefly, promoted up in the 7th on that timing board. That's going to be Sartor demoted back to 8th place, which was where he was at earlier, of course, when Jadwat went wide and had his issues, and these two slid past him. Of course, Jadwat actually, I noticed now, Jesse in the back, has also lost a place to Bertozzi. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that has happened since then. You can see them in the background there. Bertozzi going on the defensive line to make sure Jadwat can't get back past him. Now, that said, Jadwat should hopefully be able to hang on to that 10th place. As you'll notice, the Stefano, in the 300 ping Motorsport Bentley there is about 16 seconds back. So these top 10 guys, even though they've been rubbing and bumping and racing each other for the past 45 minutes, have indeed pulled away a little bit from 11th place, and so they're putting some distance down here. But Killian Ryan-Meenan still on the hunt, 7th place now for this Bow Racing 211 Porsche, and he is now hunting himself some Bentleys.
He's hunting himself some Bentleys. You'd never know that this man hails from the state of California with language like that. Talking in a language that I can understand as a dirty East Coaster. But it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, a little bit of bumping, a little bit of banging. You know, this is not the FIA. We allow the guys to race a bit as long as you don't be too naughty out there. And I think Killian is flirting with the line a little bit. But, man, is it interesting to watch as we go back to Stefanello. Stefanello, I do like that car. Is that a pink and white livery? That's fantastic.
It's like a very, very, very light purple. I was talking about that when we were on the
lavender
grid a little bit, but that's Panker going on the inside. Gurgle on the inside, but he gets the cut back, and Stefanello still able to get back. Panker tried to nail that down, wasn't able to quite finish it off in the end, but he is still on the back of that guy right there. He is trying to make his way up into the overall 11th position. Panker flashing his lights saying, hey man, I'm here, let's go, come on, make that mistake again, and I am gonna get past you. Gergo Panker, of course, one of the devs here for Kuno Simulazione for the Assetto Corsa Competizione game here, putting down the pace up into 12th position overall. That's 11th in pro. He is working his way into 11th for overall, going on the outside. He's going to look for the outside down in T1. Stefano going for the defensive line as we switch over the overview cam here. Panker going on the outside. Is he able to get it done? Not quite, and he's not going to get that cutback, so he's going to have to settle back down and try and get him through the next braking zone here in about 3 more turns. Would not be surprised to see that here in about another 20 seconds. Panker taking another look.
Here's the thing about Gergo Panker and that Kuno's dev team. I'm amazed. Every track they go to in their own sim has to be home field advantage. And if I know Gergo, and I'm actually kind of proud to say that I do, he's doing this, and it looks ferocious and violent, but I know he's having a lot of fun. That man loves racing competition, and he got sold a dummy, and the switchback worked on that previous lap. Fantastic stuff. Reset, go at it again, having a ball fighting for a spot here in the top 11, and fantastic stuff. This is a really good race going really well for the Kuno's dev team. I've certainly seen some of their better efforts in the past 6 months in the sim, and they're actually quite impressive themselves. I mean, they could field their own esports team, in my opinion, but
You know, so I was, you know, Jesse, I was lucky enough a couple weeks ago to sit down and have a conversation with Gergo Panker here, and I was talking to him about the race because he obviously they're participating in our race here today, and he was saying that he put down the fastest lap he has ever put at Barcelona in our qualifying event last weekend, and he was so proud of that. Because he was saying, you know, usually you know, we struggle, you know, I struggle for the back of that pro. We're gonna fight for it, but I definitely, you know, I'm not quite as fast as these guys. And here he is, right here, all over the back of our AM class leader. And of course, this is, you know, still an AM class car he's fighting with here, but he's still in the top 10. That's the top half of this pro split. As we're now looking at Diogo Martins here for Turbolate 85 Aston Martin. And he is fighting that Lamborghini. And Jesse, I just noticed this is the 126 Lamborghini here that got a drive-through earlier. He got demoted down to the low 20th position. I believe he came out of the pits in 26th. He has now made up half of that in 13th place, even after that drive-through, and that is showing that he took that to heart. He must have been listening. He listened to me and said, you know what, I needed to center myself and get that back going. Make sure I'm putting down the pace and not making any more mistakes, because here he is catching up to the back of this fight that we were just watching with Gergo Panker and Stefano. Would not be surprised to see him up there very briefly, as we're already seeing him just a few tenths back.
yeah, what's really fantastic about that is we documented his early mistake, and right back into the thick of things is Berrezzini. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Make your mistakes earlier, get back into the race, right on the back of the Kunos devs right now. And everybody looking to try and get by the AM class leader, Stefanello, which he has a right to fight for that 11th place right now. He doesn't have to give that up. He's also fighting for overall position. And if you're faster, you will get around. Look at this rear wing cam. Shows you just how much the Mercedes clinches up, but even better so, perhaps the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini looking to pounce here and get back another position. Nearly got it done. Everybody falls back into line, though, after they spread out on that front straightaway. It looked like a rolling roadblock there for a second. Everybody fighting for it. Might as well be flying jets that are stuck to the road at that point. That looked like a squadron sort of formation. They went down that front straightaway. Still fighting for it is Berrezzini, looking to get by Gergo Panker. That's fantastic stuff. Look how aggressive he's shaking the car around, making sure that he has a clear lane. If Gergo makes one mistake, Berrezzini is going to put a Lamborghini in that spot.
Yeah, he is looking for it. That Lamborghini is one wide car, but he is looking for any gap that he can get, you know, and that's the thing is when Panker's up here fighting with Stefanello ahead of him for that 300 Motorsports Aston that we're looking at right now, you know, if there's any sort of mistake, Panker's going to try and put it down there, and the problem is if Panker doesn't make the move done like he did a few laps ago, that's going to be that Lamborghini's time to shine, because Berrezzini is definitely the quickest out of these three here. He has made up the time through the track. He has pushed back up into the field. So we're watching that onboard cam. That was Gergo Panker's onboard Mercedes cam there, looking at the Aston there in front of him. Stefanello has pulled out just a little bit here. Panker struggling just a little bit, perhaps with that car in his mirror, realizing he's got a big bad Lambo now in his in his mirror. So we're gonna go big bad Lambo, big bad Bentley today, Jesse, is what I'm going with, because those are big bad boys, and these guys are climbing up the field. Not quite able to get it done in T1 here. That Mercedes has got the grunt going down the front straight. He's able to break into that corner, but that Lambo, now that we're to the twisty stuff here, we're seeing him close up to the back. We'll see if he's able to get a run coming out onto the back straight here momentarily as they come around a couple more corners so they get to that straight, and he's going to have another chance coming into the braking zone through the back end of sector 2. See if he can. Here they come out of the corner. The Lambo's not quite there yet. They're still dodging up into the line, and he's going to have to settle back in. and not able to get the move done yet. But that said, they have closed the gap in front of them just a little bit to Stefanello, as they're now going to come out onto Sector 2 here. And we're going to see if these guys can get a run coming off this final corner, coming onto the back straight, and see if he can get that slipstream going. Don't think he got enough run out of a corner here, but we'll see. Gergo Panker going to be coming into the braking zone soon. Goes that little bit defensive just in case, and he's not able to get the move done. That's going to be one more lap that he's going to have to wait a few more corners for before he can make that move again.
Yeah, I think that Stefanello has a little something for him in that first sector, but after that, that car just seems to die, and that Mercedes catches up to them, and they all just come back together. But certainly the last few laps, I've seen that Aston Martin just sort of run away as, oh my goodness, look what we have here. Gergo Panker is going to be the first to flinch and come down pit road. He doesn't want to be stuck behind the AM leader any longer. Probably fears Berrettini was going to get by him anyway. Losing time hand over foot, decides to come in and have their pit stop. I suspect that might be slightly early, but not a big deal, really.
Not too much, and especially since he's in that Mercedes, you know, I mean, they can definitely extend out the fuel a little bit. I think it's a smart move by Panker here. He realized that he was probably losing a little bit of time worrying about that Lambo in his mirror with Berrettini, or Bertozzi in ninth place ahead of them with the Audi as well, having that 15-second penalty. He realized that that's still something that he needs to worry about as well, because even if he's a few spots back, he needs to not lose too much time to Bertozzi in the 46 Audi, because if he loses too much time there, then that's even harder for them to make up that position based on the time penalty. So it's something that I don't think it's too much of a stretch for him to dip back into the pits. Let's take his pit stop. And of course, actually, we just saw the 126 get a time penalty as well. They had another incident as they made their way up through the field. There was an incident with car 21, which is currently Varga back in 18th position. They had a little bit of an issue earlier in the race as they were making their way up the field. So a little bit of contact there as well, unfortunate for the 126. So he's going to lose a little bit more time. But with the pace that he's been showing at the moment, if he can get that Lambo up the field a little bit, now that he's got a little bit of a cleaner air with Panker having pit. That said, Jesse, I just noticed Martins seems to have slid by him in the meantime as we're watching Stefano here with Hartkemper in second and third place. So Martins has actually made his way up into that battle back in the back, as well as Stefano's actually going to go a little wide there, able to hold on to it just barely, though. That is Hartkemper in the background looking for a place to pounce. He was not able to get it quite done yet, but that was just a touch of the dirt there. That was a mistake that was made by Stefano, which is not what we've seen him make too much in this race. But Hartkemper not able to capitalize quite yet. And of course, that is a Ferrari right behind them as well that is looking for those positions. That is Gerardus in the 15 Ferrari. And of course, this is for second place as Michael Muthen has checked out. He's so far ahead of these guys, 14 and a half seconds on the timing board ahead at the moment. So Muthen just throwing down the laps here before he has to do his driver swap soon. And or pit stop at least soon, potentially a driver swap, and we'll see if their second driver is able to keep up that pace.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff we're seeing here. Second place, it seems like just a little while ago, though it was nearly an hour ago, I was talking about Bonsigner being by himself and Hartkemper being ran down by the number 15 Ferrari behind him. But as it turns out, Hartkemper was running down Bonsigner as well, and it has manifested itself in a three-car battle for second place. But look what we have here. We have Akos Yaitvin, who is being overtaken, I'm pretty sure, by Mr. Sarter, or maybe it's going to go the other way as they're still side by side going up through the S's. Who's going to win out here? It's going to be Sarter. Where did Sarter come from? I feel like a few minutes ago he was about to get overtaken by half the field. Also, we didn't see it, but Killian Ryan Maanen has made it all the way up to 6th place in the 211. He has made it up to 6. He got by Sarter at some point, and now Sarter's making a pass on Geitvin. Geitvin has now been relegated back to 8th place, and he might have to answer to Bertozzi here in a few laps. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And here we go again. Back up to the front for second place. The fight for second is on.
Hartkemper got past him. Hartkemper got past him.
He sure did. Bonsigner gets swamped by Hartkemper. Hartkemper to second. It's gonna be the number 15 Ferrari. I had to double check that to make sure that wasn't a lap car. The number 15 is now going to be looking to get by the 5-2-1, and this is coming unglued at the 1 hour mark for our previous leader of the race. He's really in fear now, under the threat of being bumped from the podium entirely.
Yeah, and of course, that's the 30 Bentley there behind him as well. These cars have stacked up 4 down as we're going to see the pit stops coming in. Of course, these stint timers about done, so that's a 5-2-1 of the 15 coming in for their mandatory pit stops that they'll have to take here as their stint timers are elapsing. Lots of cars in the pits right now. We'll see these guys work their way up and down the order. A lot of these guys probably doing driver swaps as well during their pit stops. So we're going to see some new drivers come out in the car. We're going to see those pace differences coming out as Hartkemper is up in a second place. He's got about 5 minutes or so left on that stint timer. Same with Michael Muthen. They have not pit yet. Same with Killian Ryan Meenan. Pretty much all the top 5 here. You're going to have to pit within the next lap or two before they come in. And, of course, here's our AM class leader, Stefanello, that we've been watching off and on coming into the pits as well. That is the 74 Ferrari of Rizzo behind him, and they're going to come into the pit lane. You can see that light flashing with their pit limiter on. These guys coming down to their pit stops. That's our AM class leader, currently promoted to Martins, Diogo Martins, in the Turbolate 85 Aston. He'll have about 1 more lap before he'll have to come in and pit, and we'll see if these guys can keep up the pace. He was already catching P1 in that AM class. If they can have a good pit stop, they may be able to slide past them and potentially make up that time in the pit stop. And I think that's one of the more interesting things here, Jesse, as well, is the pit strategies they're playing into it. I'm almost sure that these guys will probably take tires every stop. I would be surprised to see if any of the guys double stint. So that means at minimum we have 30 seconds in your pit box, but that's not to say that you can't make a small mistake. It is, if you overshoot your pit box by a second or two, that makes a lot of time when these guys are racing this closely.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, anything is possible here. Pit stops, seconds matter. There's only seconds and tenths in the race, and each little mistake in pit road is absolutely magnified. Not being on the limiter, not being able to find your limiter, going too fast, that's a deadly incident that could occur there. It would take you out of your race entirely if you would do that. Getting onto pit road, getting woed up at the exact time, making sure you nail it off of pit road, all of these things worth tenths and seconds, and that's unfortunately all they have between a lot of these drivers. We're at the 1 hour mark of this race, 5 of them to go as battles continue to rage around the track, including ones exactly like this. It looks like oh wait, that's a lap car.
It's a blue flag car, yeah.
That's a lap car. Sorry, my screen was minimized there for a second. And you may be wondering why. Well, I have good reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited to be able to announce to you an RCI first in our first endurance race. We have a giveaway prize, or should I say prizes, that we are giving away to you guys today, presented by our sponsors. And I'm going to take a minute right here to tell you about them. All the drivers in today's race are eligible to win a Logitech Pro X headset. They are automatically entered into that drawing and available for viewers only. You are eligible out there to win a Logitech G29 wheel. And we have a grand prize as well, a Thrustmaster GT300 RS, and that's available to anybody. You may be asking yourself, Jesse, shut up and tell me how we enter. It's very simple. In the description down on YouTube, you'll find a form that you can fill out, or you can type in you can type in exclamation point raffle in chat to get all the necessary information you need to know. Fantastic stuff, and we would like to thank our sponsors and partners today for helping make all of this possible. Again, drivers are eligible to win that Logitech Pro X headset. Viewers are eligible to win that Logitech G29, and anybody can win our grand prize, the Thrustmaster GT300 RS. Fantastic prizes, wouldn't you say, Mike?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I've been in contact with our sponsors for the past month or so trying to get this stuff set up for you guys, and it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to announce that. It was an awesome little thing to be able to say, hey guys, listen, not only do we get 6 hours of racing, not only do we get to listen to Jesse's sultry tones for the first half of the race and George's sultry tones through the last half of the race, we also get to win some prizes. And that's basically that's what everybody wants, right? Is, hey, the racing's great, but what if I want to do it myself? And you know what, especially for the viewers at home, if you guys don't have a wheel yet yourselves and you're looking at this going, yeah, you know what, this looks fun. Logitech G29, a great little wheel to start with. I have one myself. I have since upgraded my pedals a little bit over time, but the wheel does perfectly good for me. Nice little force feedback, 900 degrees of rotation in it, and it will do you just fine. A lot of drivers out here on the grid, I'm sure, are racing that wheel. So if you ever are interested in joining, make sure you fill out that raffle, the form for the raffle, like Jesse said, down in the description, as well as ! raffle in chat will get you the link, and we'll be announcing that in I don't know, maybe about 4 hours or so. What do you think, Jesse?
I think,
right?
hey man, you're the conductor on this train. I'm just along for the ride. But I see a lot of people in chat hitting that ! raffle. Remember, you do still have to fill out that form. That's not an automatic entry. That just brings up the form. You still have to fill out the raffle form and submit that. Thank you very much. And again, thank you all for being with us today, 1 hour into this amazing race. I'd like to thank all of our drivers, our stewards, our commentators, and of course the fans watching at home, and invite you to subscribe to the RCI TV network here on YouTube and hit that like button if you are enjoying the broadcast so far. We're so very glad to have you with us on a Saturday afternoon / evening, depending on where you are in the world. And we love having you guys here cheering on your drivers and watching them do what they do best. It's just a fantastic day. It's like Christmas almost, isn't it?
It really is Christmas as we're watching. I mean, like, I would be happy just with the 6-hour race myself, but I am also happy to give away some prizes to people, and that is exactly what we want to see, guys. And we are seeing this race here keep going on. This is the 46 of Peggy here. Audi, we saw him up with a different driver. So these guys did indeed do the driver swap. This was for Tozy a few laps ago, who had that 15-second penalty. We were just talking about him. He is shaking out roughly in the same spot. However, as Sebastian Brunier right now is pointing out in chat, the AM class leader, if I could get Nick to pull the normal leaderboard up for just a quick second, I'd like to take a look at the overall standings and how this is shaking out. If you'll notice here, Jesse, where's that 300 car out? Because that is not at the top of the AM field anymore.
No, it isn't. Something happened to the 300 car here. I think that's going to be a bit of a mistake. Maybe they were a little slow on pit road. It's dropped them all the way from the lead, which they had handily. They're down in third place. And Gergo, who has stayed in the car, it would seem, has come out, and he's back in 11th place. And that was my first tip. One of our community moderators, Mr. Sebastian Brunier, actually first brought that to my attention, that something was amiss there. And there you see the extent of the damage. The very clear leader in AM has been shuffled all the way back down to third. He's right behind Rabes in second place in AM in that 269. But even still, that's going to be a heck of a gap to make up, and you certainly can't consistently do that. That has to be a one-time mistake.
Yeah, you would hope. Of course, we saw Martins, who was in the car of that 85. He was the one that was catching up to that 300 ping Motorsport Assen. He has stayed in the car for the lead of the AM class there. Second and third at minimum have made driver swaps. So we will see how this pace happens, of course, over the next few laps. It'll be curious as these drivers get into a rhythm. I'm curious to see how their last laps are looking right now. We did see P1 in the pro class switch out drivers as well. We now got Michael Wagner in that car. So far, he has not been putting down the same laps that Muthen has quite yet. So I'll see once he gets into rhythm in a couple laps here, as we're actually watching Georgis here, who is in second place. This is the Ferrari who is back in third. He got promoted up a position in the middle of that pit stop. So that's Magoni behind him. The 521, they have shaken up their position. So that's that Porsche directly behind him there as they've been even through lap traffic. Of course, these blue flag cars so far doing a really excellent job at staying out of the way as necessary for the leaders coming by. Of course, that's the thing about having 40-plus cars in 2 classes on the grid, Pro and Am here today. Notice on the left side of your screen, if you're not familiar with Assetto Corsa Competizione, white nameplates on the left side of your screen are the Pro drivers, red are the Am drivers. As we're going to see these guys switch back, coming into the hairpin here. That's the 5-2-1, goes for the dive. The 15 is going to catch the cut back slightly, and he's going to get back by. So the 5-2-1 and Magoni not able to quite make that move yet, just pushing it into that corner, showing the power of those Porsche's brakes, but the 15 doing an excellent job. This TF Racing 15 Ferrari, an excellent job sticking back and getting that cut back and getting that position back by. He is holding on to second place for the moment, but they're coming back onto the main straight, and this is going to give Magoni another run. He's got that slipstream going. That's the Audi of Pfeiffer behind them as well. Slipstream is going. Can he make the move into T1, Jesse?
I don't know, but you scared the living daylights out of me. I was looking down at a piece of paper I had scribbled some notes on, and you just lit up and
he's
scared
going
me
for
half to
it.
death.
There's the 5-2-1 Porsche again, going for the
Oh,
dunk.
there's going to be a spin! There's going to be a spin!
That's Pfeiffer and Magoni getting into a little bit of contact there. Magoni was sorry, that was the Ferrari. I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce your name at the moment. I apologize, 15 Ferrari TF Racing, but we can see Pfeiffer nailed him just a little bit. He did not lose too much, a little bit, a couple seconds there. Fortunately, was able to keep a hold of the car. Excellent driving by that 15 Ferrari, and that Audi, knowing that he needed to get back on the brakes and get off of him. No spin happening there. However, the blue flagged Aston there that you see in front was able to get by, and that's going to provoke Magoni no matter what. He had already had the move done, but that 5-2-1 Porsche now up into second place, and that was rough for the 15 TF Racing there. But if he can get the pace back down here, Jesse, he should be able to hopefully make that up.
Yeah, he might very well be able to. One thing I'll never be able to do is pronounce these Greek names. That's a Greek team, by the way, TF Racing number 15. They're in a world of hurt right now. They got a bunch of cars lined up behind them. But that was very much almost a major moment with a full spin. Some gentlemanly driving there in the face of what was nearly a very massive accident. Kept him from going all the way around, I feel, and also a good driver behind the wheel. They actually sent me in their race notes how to pronounce their names, but I'm still none the wiser. It doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't translate well into English, but I appreciate their effort trying to educate a poor Englishman, or not Englishman, a poor American. I forgot what nationality I am, and there's going to be a bit of a thing here. Absolutely going for it down into the corner there. Fantastic stuff. I am losing the plot entirely, and now they're down to, what is that going to be, fourth place?
Pfeiffer, yeah, Pfeiffer promoted into third there. Jesse, not even remembering what nationality he is with how exciting this racing is. So Pfeiffer promotes himself into third place, gets that podium position, and the 15 Ferrari there falling back to fourth. Unfortunate for them. However, there's a McLaren bearing down on them as well. That was a McLaren that we saw earlier, but however, that was, I just believe, Ryan Meenan sliding past that McLaren. So Killian did stay in the car there, Jesse, and he has been making up positions now, promoting himself into fifth place. And Killian just making up these spots. He didn't make up any time during the pit stop phase. However, this is now fifth place for him as he slides past that 93 McLaren, who did have a driver swap during his pit stop. And so Killian able to make up that position. He is hunting down that 15 of Ferrari now.
Yeah, you know what they say. Some people slide into your DMs. Killian likes to slide into the lead, and that's what he does the best of anybody here. So, go with what you know, Mr. Killian Ryan Meenan. That's exactly the opposite of what a lot of people want to hear and have done to them here. But when you're good, you're good. And now, on the back of that TF Racing car is Mr. Killian Ryan Meenan, who has steadily moved his way all the way up inside the top five, flashing his lights, letting him know, I'm trying to pass you on the inside here, pal. Got a Mercedes there with a lot of damage. I've seen them come around a few times. That car's lights aren't even working properly. It's so damaged. But he's still going around the track. I imagine he'll have to have that pit repaired at some point. It's actually, he just loses it again, actually, there in the second turn. That's a bit dangerous, all things considered. Is he going to make the pass here? Killian thinking about it. No, he is not. He is going to push him down to the corner. Was that a bit of a punt? Was that a punt? Yes, it was indeed a punt. Killian Ryan Mina now down to the inside. Can't get it done there. Probably conceded that, realizing there was a bit of a touch there. Back onto the flashers for the hairpin. Doesn't want to be overtaken from the 93 McLaren behind him, who is all of a sudden closed up there. That's Patain. Patain would like to get one over on the Ryan Meenan clan, but can't quite do it there, as he is mostly interested in the TF Racing 15.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, Killian Ryan Meenan, if he makes a mistake, he's going to own to it, and that's what he did. He's currently looking on the inside of this TF Racing a little bit, coming down into this braking zone. Not able to quite get it done yet. However, he's going to look at the inside for the next corner here, too. Again, not able to quite get the line, but I would not be surprised to see him keep on this. He's going to want to get past this Ferrari. He's had the pace. His last lap of 44.9. The 15's Ferrari, last lap of 45.7. We know that Killian has the pace. If he can get by him here, he is gonna put the distance up and close into third place. Of course, this Bow Racing 211 team, Killian, Cormac, and Mikhail, are such fast drivers. They've been cutting their way up the field so far with Killian behind the wheel, as we're seeing the slipstream come across, as this is the dash cam from Nick Setnik coming down. He'll see if he's able to get on the brakes. I don't think he's going to have enough room here. However, there's too many tenths between the... Oh, he broke really late, dove onto the outside. He's now off the track. He's going to have to cede that position off before he cuts the track. Killian Ryan Meenan, he went for that dive and broke just a little bit too late, shot himself off the track, and to the contrary of what I was saying, actually demotes him up position. That's Patain promoting himself back up to 5th place, capitalizing on that small mistake from Killian. And Jesse, that is not something we see very often with Killian making mistakes like that.
No, it is not, but it is something that does happen quite often in sim racing. You are battling somebody, your focus is on in front of you, and then all of a sudden you make a move, it doesn't pan out, and somebody else has gotten by you, and that is exactly what I expect of pro drivers here at RCI, and that's exactly what we get day in, day out. We're a bit spoiled around here, folks, for racing, I will admit. But look at what's happened here. Patain is all over the back of TF Racing's 15. Is he going to get the pass done? Yes, he is. Is he going to bring Ryan Meenan with him? No, he is not. Door is closed, my friend. Ring the doorbell and leave the package, says the driver of the 15. But wow, what an amazing job Patain has done there to promote himself up into the 4th spot. I didn't see that coming at all, personally. And now Killian is the one scratching his head, trying to figure out how he lost out in all that.
Yeah, Killian, he did not able to get the move done right there. He was not able to capitalize on that. He was really close to the back of that 15 car. You could tell he wanted it, but just not quite enough space for him to squeeze by. He knew that he just had that little small incident a couple laps ago, and then overshooting the braking zone coming into T1 the last lap. Didn't want to do that again. Of course, we do, these stewards are on top of things like that, so if something happens, the stewards are going to be on top of it. Not to say that we're not going to let these guys race. The stewards are really good at letting these guys race and only punishing things that really need to be punished, but he's going for the inside here, Jesse. There he is on the inside of the 15 Ferrari. The Ferrari shoots a little bit wide. There's a car off the track. That's a Nissan off the track over there, but Killian's got the move done finally on the 15 Ferrari here, TF Racing, but he's going to go for the cutback, not quite able to get there, and I think Killian's going to hold on to that. Of course, Patain is already checked out a bit there, almost a second up from these guys already. Patain has that pace, and we're going to see if Killian now can catch up to him, as the TF Racing Ferrari is just losing position after position. This is Bart catching up to him in that 312 Bentley, and that is same thing with Killian here, Jesse. Speaking of which, Bart is not who I want to see in my mirror.
No, Bart is not the guy that I want to see, because that means I am about to lose. But winning is Killian Ryan, and he finally gets past him and says, Mr. Patain, I would like to have a word with you imminently, and I would like to see here in a lap or so, we'll get a clearer picture of if he can run him down. I did not expect Patain to be quite so potent there. He just took the fight to both these guys and won. But now we'll actually get to see what Killian's pace looks like here in a lap or so, and see if he can indeed compete with that white McLaren. One thing's for sure, this is not what TF Racing had in store or had in mind. They had such a good first stint that you thought that they could potentially end up near the podium, but they've actually gone the opposite direction, I am afraid. So we'll have to keep a track on that. Up front, it is still the number 18, now driven by Mr. Wagner. In second, that's going to be Michael Wagner driving that 18. He does have that 5-second penalty, not a factor in the race right now, should be said. 5-2-1 now driven by Magoni at this time. That's going to be interesting to see if he can claw some of that time back. Third place, new face, the 133 Audi of Pfeiffer is the third place car in the race and in Pro as well. Of course, AM having their own race, and it was just shooken up by the pit stop, the 300 that led the majority of, well, actually all, I should say, of the first stint. Either had a slow pit stop or added too much of something on their pit stop. Slow indeed, demoted all the way back to third in their class. But here is Tobias Pfeiffer in the 133, going along nicely here, just sort of in their own world right now. And actually, I probably shouldn't say that. That's Magoni right there in the 5-2-1. So once again, gentlemen, I need my glasses because very clearly I am blind. We go back to Killian Ryan Meenan, though, and he is indeed marching up towards fourth position. It was 1.2 seconds a lap ago, down to just 1 second. So let me do the quick math here. Yep, he's gaining about 2/10 a lap on the McLaren in front of him. And I think that will, he'll be pretty happy about that. He probably wishes it was a little bit more, but pace yourself, Mr. Ryan Meenan. It is 4 hours and a half plus to go in the race just after midnight. Can't say just after midnight. It's 30 minutes after midnight in sim time here at Barcelona. And the air temp may be cool, 14 degrees with no wind, and the track may be optimum, but the action has absolutely come out as fierce and hot to this point. Actually, I think Killian may have heard me there. He's taking out a 10th in the first sector. He is very serious about this. He wants to prove that he can crawl back into the podium. And at this pace, I'd be interested to see if he could potentially get this win still. I know it's a bit early to be talking like that, but certainly one of the guys to watch, I would think.
Yeah, this is definitely one we're keeping an eye on. Kind of like I said, coming across as we were looking at the grid 90 minutes ago, Jesse. Jesus, 90 minutes of this race has just about been by already. Doesn't feel like it. It has been action-packed, as the chat was talking about earlier. Someone mentioned they needed a beer. I agreed with them because this has been stressful 90 minutes for us keeping on top of this, but it has been awesome fun. And of course, action-packed. We're at honestly a little bit of a lull kind of at the moment at the top of the grid anyway. However, I do have something. Mikhail Sundstrom just popped up into the chat. We noticed him in the 333 car at the start of the grid. Apparently, he had a little bit of issue earlier in the race. But this is now Harry Conway in the car back. And we're going to see this now for second place, actually. This is Magoni and Pfeiffer just absolutely sends it under Magoni and just gets that pass done. Like, that looked like that was no difficulty at all. That looked like that was a blue flagged car for Pfeiffer at that point. He is just quick. Looking at the lap times between these two, that kind of confirms it as well. Pfeiffer was a 0.5 faster than Magoni on that last lap, a 44.2 done by Pfeiffer. So he is dropping down the pace. He's actually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, looking at my timing board here, he was the fastest one on the track for the last lap. Actually, Jesse, something to point out, Michael Wagner up in first place has definitely not been putting down as fast as laps as Muthen has. Muthen, I believe his fastest lap was a 44.0. Wagner does have a faster lap, but the past couple laps have been almost 45s. He's been losing almost a second a lap to these guys. We're seeing him now, gonna make up a little bit of that time. He's only about 18 seconds behind Pfeiffer or ahead of Pfeiffer and Magoni at the moment. And I'm curious to see, we've got about another maybe 30 to 40 minutes left on these guys' stints at the moment, just how well these guys can catch up to him. If they're catching up almost a 0.5 to a second a lap, it's not going to take them much longer. They've already done 47 laps in 90 minutes. We're going to see if this guy can go. Ooh, Magoni hopping over the curb there. He is struggling with something. You can tell he is having some sort of problems. Magoni all of a sudden. That is not good for that 5-2-1 Porsche. Still holding on to that podium position for now. But Patain, you can see them in the background there, going to be slowly catching up. Patain and Ryan Meenan making up that time. Hopefully he's able to hold on to this.
We were just scolded by the chat, and perhaps rightly so. I think his name is Pfeffer, not Pfeiffer. But I actually know some. The reason I called him that, by the way, is I grew up with a friend whose name was spelled exactly like that, but his family pronounced it Pfeiffer still. So perhaps a bit of regional difference. I didn't even know there was supposed to be an I in Pfeiffer, but it makes sense to me now hearing it. So I think I'll start calling him Pfeffer before the chat scolds me anymore. Yeah, indeed. So apologies for that error. I just absent-mindedly assumed that that's how it was pronounced. I forget myself. Of course, I come from the land of the Big Macs, so what do I actually know? Wagner still leads this race over Pfeffer now. And Magoni in second place. Patain being hounded by Killian Ryan Meenan. Patain will have thought that he had proven his worth and dusted Mr. Killian, but no, it is not that simple. Will we see a patented late move by Killian Ryan Meenan? Yes, we will. Right now, we're going to see it. He's going to try and take that inside. He will not be able to hold that through the tight section. He'll have to fall back in line, but as if on cue, that patented move, hey, when it works once, it's luck. When it works twice, you're onto something. And you know what they say, if it works 3 times, it's foolproof. And he very nearly made that move a 3rd time. He has made up more spots in that one corner than a lot of these drivers will have made up all race, I feel like. He's just absolutely cutting through there. He's figured something out in that tight left-hander, Mike, that just does him a better service than anybody else's turn in. Maybe it's the Porsche, maybe it's him, I don't know. But my goodness, he has something there, and he loses a bit. Of course, he's in the Porsche. He loses a bit to the McLaren on the straightaway, but in the twisty bits, he gets caught up again. And here we go, it's got to be at least round 7 by now, don't you think?
Oh, if not round 11 at this point. He's diving to the inside again. I don't think he's going to be able to move. Oh, the McLaren actually, he went wide there. Killian's going to promote himself easily. I'm almost wondering if Patain almost let him by. I doubt it, because that was him and Sartor have been putting down the laps in that 93 McLaren all race. But Killian just making it look easy there. To Sartor, or Patain rather, sorry, his teammate is Sartor, breaks a little bit too late, goes wide in that corner, and that's all Killian needed finally to slide on by. However, Patain has had the laps here. Again, we were just talking about how fast the laps this guy's been putting down. He's been around averaging about the same times as his teammate Sartor was earlier, give or take a 10th or 3. But however, Killian Ryan Meenan is not the man that you're going to keep up with. He's already, a second up the road, as we're now going to switch over actually to Jason Webb. This is a battle for 10th position. This is Jason Webb for the ATK 45 McLaren that we were looking at quite a bit earlier in the race. And this is the Lambo, the 126. Got the drive-through penalty earlier, diving through the inside, and that's going to be an easy pass for him as well. That was Barzini in the 126 earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I keep getting him and the Audi driver mixed up, as they're reasonably similar names. But yeah, Barzini getting that drive-through early in the races. That Lamborghini now has made themselves up into 10th place. And the 45, that was Jadwatt that we were watching a lot earlier, now demoted outside the top 10. Currently Jason Webb in that car, the ATK 45 McLaren. And yeah, that's rough for them. However, that 126 Lamborghini is promoting himself into 10th, hopefully making their way back up the grid. And actually, as something I'd like to point out real quick, that Sebastian Bernier just mentioned, Jesse, if I can get Nick to pop over to P22 for a moment, this is the 137 Porsche that started on the pole position and subsequently out of the pits, from what we were told was some sort of bug with the game, has now made himself up to about 22nd position, currently on the back end of Santos there, which is another AM car. They are slowly making their way up the field. Looks like they've had some contact somewhere throughout the race, caused some issues. 20 seconds of penalty. There's the Audi, hits the curb, bounces himself off, and he's going to now promote himself up to 21st there. Paco Lara is for racing with Lubermir? Is it Lubermir? Lubomir Zeman, I believe is how you pronounce his first name. I apologize. As we just said, Jesse and I are terrible at pronouncing things. Please feel free to correct us, guys. We apologize. Americans aren't good at names, and it is something we struggle with. But hey, we're doing our best. So yeah, this is Paco Lara now, 21st position from pole, making up that time. We're going to see if he's able to slide back up into the top 10. Still 4.5 hours left to go in this 6 hours of Barcelona race. This is the AM class leader now that Nick Setnik has just switched us over to. That is a pro car behind him. That is Rizzo behind him. He's also got a 15-second penalty behind him, but he has about 5 seconds on the next AM class car there. So he has been putting down the lap time, staying ahead of that 269 Aston, as well as that 300 Aston that we spoke about earlier. 300 Aston, of course, losing time in the pit stop. Still staying tight on the back of that P2 for the AM class. Just about as tight as this 74 Ferrari staying on top. Of course, Rizzo fighting for that overall position at the moment. However, we're not sure how much pace Rizzo will have until he slides past here, if he's able to. If this 74 Ferrari is able to slide past, can he catch up to P12, which is Gergo Panker for that dev team? Gergo Panker currently on his second stint in 12th place. One of the other devs, either Eris or Kevin Stuck, will be in for the next stint. We're going to see if this 74 has the pace to catch up to them as he's diving currently into the inside of the Aston. They're going side by side into T1. Not quite able to get the move done yet. Martin's really holding that line, able to catch the inside of the next corner, and that's going to be Rizzo having to wait at least one more corner before he's able to slide on by.
And of course, this is a battle between two cars that are racing each other for position, but not in class. But that's the glorious thing about multi-class racing, isn't it? Rizzo would like to get by Martins here, but Martins doesn't really care for that. He doesn't have any interest in that. He would like 13th if he could get 13th. But this AM battle, which we've documented so far, has turned on its head. The number 300 car led throughout the first portion of this race, came in to do their pit stop and lost a ton of time. I expected that team, based on their performance, to get around Raves at some point in that 269 for second place and be on the march up here to the number 85 of Martins. That hasn't happened. It's interesting. Maybe that car isn't as good in deep traffic or making passes, or maybe they know they're not that far behind the leader of their race, so maybe they're not pressing quite as hard. Tell you who is pressing, it's going to be Rizzo. Rizzo pressing to make that pass. We go up front to just to remind you, Michael Wagner, GT Series team, leading this race in the number 18. They have run afoul of the rules in a way. They punted the 5-1 car at the early ventures of this race, exactly when they got the lead. In fact, we're given a 5-second penalty for driving a little too roughly. No, not in danger at this time of having that penalty come back to bite them. They are the clear leaders at this time. Certainly they have enjoyed relative solitude, just lap cars to deal with for about the last hour now. So it's not too bad if you are them, even though you have a red sign beside your scoring box. It could be worse, as they say. It's got about a, what do you reckon, about a 20-second or 25-second lead on second place in the race right now. But
so those are live timings, by the way, Jesse. That's 10 seconds back. So that's all from the leader there. All from the active car. Yes, sir. So that's it's about 10 seconds back. So he's been gaining, as it was about 18 seconds a little bit ago. So that's, like I was talking about earlier, Pfeffer is making up that time. Wagner definitely struggling in comparison to what Muthen was doing in the car a little bit ago. And here is, of course, Martins again, still in front of Rizzo there, trying to hold down that spot. And I actually have a correction that I'm going to make really quick, because I made a mistake a little bit earlier. I was talking about the 137 that was took pole. I apologize. I said that was Lubomir Zeman, when in fact that is Mr. Rommel himself, Lucas Rommel, is in that car. Lubomir Zeman, of course, in the 21 car as compared to the 137. So Lucas Rommel and his teammate Paco Lara there in the 137 are the ones who were on pole and have subsequently been carving their way up the field a bit. And of course, I interestingly here, Jesse, am seeing Mr. Kevin Stuck in our race control box. Nick, can we take a look at the 778 and P12 for a moment? I want to see if they had an incident. Have they had any issues so far? Looks like they're still in 12th. No, it doesn't look like it, so hopefully that was just something maybe he was referencing referencing over to our race controllers. Kevin Stuck, of course, being the teammate of Gergo Panker here. So I appreciate Nick checking in on that one as we were watching our AM class leader previously. And keeping an eye on the rest of the field here. There's definitely some battles going across here. Panker out kind of running by himself. Lap traffic on either side. And of course, Martins and Rizzo for that 13-14 that we've been watching off and on. And really curious to see how that one checks out.
Yeah, indeed. For those of you interested in what happened to, if you watch Super Bowl and you're wondering what happened to the 137, just a quick clarification. Their team says they readied up to join the race, and then some sort of technical gremlin bit them, and they had to start from pit lane. They started in dead last in this race, so their rebound has been remarkable and a bit unfortunate. Luck, the sort of ironic, the guys in the Super Bowl that we thought were all going to be incredibly quick and fight for the Super Bowl, they had their own gremlins and demons. And that promoted the 137. They were the ones that outlasted everybody else in that Super Bowl qualifying by setting the most mighty lap. Got a car backwards in the chicane there, does the right thing, loops it around the correct way, and has to stay out of the way. Fair play indeed. But the 137 started from pit lane, and just more unfortunateness. Nobody basically wanted to start on pole in this race. It seemed like it was a simple roll of the dice as this pass here. This is something I'm not sure who.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. This is the Ferrari of Rizzo there that just finally slid past Martins. So that's that battle we've been watching for quite a while. And finally Rizzo able to make up that position. So we'll see if he's able to, kind of now put down some time and potentially catch up to Gergo Panker. So that 74 Ferrari finally sliding past the Turbo Light 85 Aston Martin of Diogo Martins there. And hopefully, Rizzo now with that pro team, he's got the overall position. However, he's going to be looking for those in-class positions. He's going to be hunting down Panker there in the 778 mark.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why I haven't done any live penalty reports, it's because it's all hopeless. It's a wall of text, and hearing some loud shouting coming from the steward's box beside me. Basically, penalties for, might as well say everybody. The 674, the 126, the 917, the my goodness, it's just it's hopeless, really. It's so many cars. The 46, the 21, the 187. You know about the one that happened to the 18. Also, one car got accidentally applied an additional penalty, so they only have 5 seconds of penalty when in the sim it shows 10. Trying to figure out who that was. Unless that has been rectified. That might have been rectified at this point. No, it is not. Car 126 only had 5 seconds of penalties and still only does. They will incorrectly show 10. That was a clerical error, but they only have 5 seconds penalties. But my goodness, the last time I saw a wall of text this big, I was literally reading the Declaration of Independence. So, my goodness.
Yeah, the stewards are keeping on top of it, definitely. They're not letting people get away from unsafe maneuvers. Definitely a lot of warnings coming out as well. However, if the stewards determine that somebody needs a time penalty because they're causing a problem, then you know what? They're causing a problem and they deserve a time penalty. So the stewards are making that decision. Of course, our head steward today, both Fabian Schmidberger as well as Jake Boswell filling in for the head steward role today. So they are making sure that they hold down our stewarding team and making sure all the penalties are fair and accurate with our large team of stewards here. If you check on Discord, you'll see about 6 of them over in the box right now. So as Jesse said, lots of noise coming across the way from them, but they are keeping on top of it. Ooh, jumping that curb. That was so close to hitting the 46 Audi there, but good on wait a minute, this isn't Bart. Does Bart have a brother? Jesse? I don't think I've seen this name.
Can you hold and let me look at my filings, because that's Ben Smacha.
It sure is.
Matyasi. No, that's Ben Smart. Matyasi is who that is.
I don't think I've seen Bence around. We see Bart quite often. I didn't realize he had a brother or perhaps other family member as well, or some sort of relation. So that's an interesting turn of developments, because we have a lot of brothers that race here, including the Ryan Meenan's currently up in 4th position. Killian and Cormac, of course, being them, and of course we have the Strelo brothers who are currently out on holiday. Though I did get in touch with Steve a few days ago. He's planning on being here for our 12 hours of Bathurst in a couple months. But yeah, we have a lot of brothers, but this is not what I've seen so far. Good racing by them so far, though, up in 8th position in this 312 racing line at Motorsport Bentley.
I suspect by looking at the paper. No, this is a different team. This is Vince Magliazzi. This is a different team.
It is.
From the 404 McLaren that Bart Macho would race for. So this is a different team. It's just an incredibly similar name is what's occurred here.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is very similar. Bart's actually in the chat right now. He's sitting here yelling, "Guys, that is not my name." You're right, Bart. That is very close. But not quite the same. And again, us Americans see letters that are similar, and it is about that. But yeah, just one little S in that name instead of the J.
Look at this.
Go ahead.
Baranek is going to take Heikkinen right here down into turn 1. Heikkinen flashing his lights at Baranek right now, letting him know, like, yeah, you're clear, get on with it. He didn't even fight him that hard for it. That was such a professional style overtake. Turka Heikkinen just does not want to have to battle anybody, and Baranek got him, took the position, and he is gone. And Baranek is the driver of the 1-2-6 at this time. He is the guy who shows 10 seconds penalties, but in reality, if you squint real hard, you'll only see 5. And that's how that's a story I'm going to go with. But yes, we are absolutely terrible with names. You might ask why we are commentators. It's well, we're interesting. It's fun to laugh at us because we can't pronounce names, and that's how you know it's a quality broadcast. But just again, nearly 2 hours gone here. And I don't know exactly who's going to win this race. I don't know who's going to finish on the podium. Everything has been surprising. The pro start of the race, the AM race in general. I have scribbled in and out of notes in the margins of my notebook. I'm none the wiser. The only thing I do know is that we have 4 hours and some change left. And I wish this was a 24-hour race now. This has been fantastic so far.
It really has been fantastic, Jesse. We're currently watching the Hyder Racing, I believe is what they'd like to pronounce this. I said HYDR earlier, but they would like to pronounce it Hyder Racing 30 Bentley here, currently running around the track. Just put down a 146.2 if my lap board is anything to go by. Not too quick of a lap, however. These guys are running like mid 45s to high 45s on the top end. This guy for the 30 Bentley here has definitely put down some faster laps, so just lost a few tenths on that last one. However, he is only about a second and a half back from that 126 Lambo that just came by him a couple laps ago. And that 126, of course, has been carving their way back up the field since they had to serve that drive-through penalty earlier in the race. They spent about the past 90 minutes since then carving their way, I believe, from 24th up to 9th. And we're now going to go back to that 312 Bentley for Racing Line Motorsport, where the 126 Lambo is directly behind them. And this is Baranek coming down on that Racing Line Motorsport car. He is not gonna, or he is gonna want that position quickly. Of course, on the overall standings, he does have that already because that 15-second penalty that the 46 Audi has. However, they're going to still want to get up because no matter what the time penalties are, you still want to finish across the line as P1, even if you don't overall finish on there because of the penalties. These are racing drivers, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone else other than that. And they are going to want to get past every single car they can because that is what racing drivers do. They see a target, as Jesse likes to say, and they slide on past because they do not give up.
No, they absolutely don't. And I just want to take a moment to mention, yes, I know I said Heikkinen, and I know it's Hakkinen, and I was a big fan of Mika, so you can shut up and leave me alone. I was reading something in my journal. I was actually going to applaud Turka Hakkinen for his he actually won the Division 1 Season 12 Championship Le Mans LMP2 class for Hyder Racing. That was pretty cool. I don't know exactly what championship that was in. I wasn't given that information, but it was certainly in, I think it might have been RF2 or something like that. But so fantastic stuff from him. So he definitely is superstar caliber. You know who else is superstar caliber? Baranek right here in 8th place. We've been watching him go around.
He just slid past the Bentley.
He sure did. And if you are in a Lamborghini, it has slide past options for those of you that are interested in buying a Lamborghini, that are are looking at that as an option for a vehicle. Not really sure. Oh yeah, he actually got past. Now that I look at it, his last two passes were Bentleys. I was just looking at that. He's just he doubled up on them and now has got himself into the 8th position. He'll now set his sights on Paggy, who is in the 46 Audi now, less than a second behind that driver, looking to make a bigger splash here, getting back up the grid. Love to see that as well. Everything cycling through here. Some of these guys are getting ready for another pit stop. Some of them are getting ready for a driver change as well. And of course, that all changes the strategy indeed. And more on that when that happens. Not a whole lot else is happening at the moment. A lot of these guys have spread themselves out. It took them nearly 2 hours, but they have found themselves spread out. Now would be a good time to talk about Barcelona. You know, not my favorite track, not the track of choice, and I think most people kind of agree with that. It's a good track, but not one that you necessarily favor too much. I think the chicane at the other end of the circuit, a bit much, but I've certainly had a lot of fun memories around here, especially in ACC. ACC makes this track incredibly fun to race with, as you've seen moves after move after move. So how could you even hate a track like that? What's your thoughts, Mike Jones?
You know, with Barcelona, it's definitely one of those where Sector 3 catches a lot of people out since they've changed it. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on it. I'm not a huge fan of the Sector 3 section myself, but then again, you know, the rest of the track is just so good that, you know, regardless of whether you like that chicane or not, it kind of works. And, you know, it really does well for the overall perspective of ACC. A lot of overtaking opportunities here as we're now jumping on board with Michael Wagner in the 18 Porsche, of course, leading the race so far. We're going to take an on-board lap with him as he dives into Elf Corner and comes across for his flying lap here. And this is going to be a flying lap with the leader here coming out of T3. Going to be coming down into T4, which is Repsol with that 116 Nissan there, lap car in front of him. Turn 4 coming across, stays low on there, flashing his lights at the 116 Nissan to let him on pass. Going to come down into seat, which is one of the kind of hairpins of this track here as well. And of course, Pfeffer has now caught up with him as well, only 2 seconds back or so. So Wagner's got to bring up the pace. He's doing pretty well this lap. Now coming into T7, not the easiest left-hander here, as you have a quick switch back into the right here into T8, up into Campsa corner before you hit the back straight. This is T9 coming across. Big old right-hander, and then nail the throttle to come down. And this is where Killian Ryan Meenan has made a lot of his moves today, coming into T10 into this hairpin, hard on the brakes. This is very deceptively tight through there as he's coming now through T11, back into T12 for a little bit of a hairpin action. T13 will catch him for Europe car. This is where they've changed the track. This used to be a kind of sweeping corner here. This is now a tight right-hander into a chicane through T14, T15. This used to be just a nice sweeping corner. Of course, they had a death in the MotoGP, I believe it was, and had some issues with MotoGP, and that's why they changed it. Coming out of New Holland corner T16 as he comes across the start-finish line, and that is a lap around Barcelona, Jesse.
That was fantastic. Good job, good camera work there by Nick Setnik, and well said Mike Jones. I actually only know about 3 corners around this joint, so you taught me something. I don't really know the corners around here by name. I only know them as expletives when I get really mad. But that was a fantastic lap. This place, and I'm not saying this as a joke, this place looks immense in the dark. It looks properly scary and daunting around here. And I mean, some of these drivers have shown you that it in fact is, in the way that they've driven around here and been able to race each other so hard in these low light conditions is just a testament to the caliber of driver that we have here today. This battle here, though, is lighting up. This is Magoni and Killian Ryan Meenan. And if I had to guess, Mike, and I think I will guess, down in that left-hander, that tight left-hander,
T10.
T10, I think Killian might throw it up the inside.
He very well might. Of course, he might not even need to do that as he's coming up on the inside here. I believe this is T8 that we're looking at the moment. We're going to come around Campsa corner, and he's going to make it before he even needs to get onto the back straight. So that's Campsa corner T9. He doesn't even make it to T10 before he slides past there, and that is Killian Ryan promoting himself up into that current podium position. Currently got a bunch of lap traffic in between, but P2, actually, Nick, we've had a change for the lead. If we can switch back there for a second, I just realized that Wagner and Pfeffer also have changed for the lead there. That is Pfeffer up in P1 now, promoting that 133 Audi up into P1. Wagner just not able to keep the pace down that Muthen had earlier, and of course, that was in the 133 earlier today. We had Hartkemper. Yeah, it was Hartkemper who was his teammate. He was able to keep up that pace, staying at P8, but Pfeffer is just thrown down the gauntlet now. Ryan Meenan and himself cutting through the field. So far, though, Pfeffer has come out on top. P1, Ryan Meenan still got about 10 to 15 seconds to go before he can make it up. And unfortunately, Jesse, as you alluded to a few moments ago, we have pit stops coming up, and if the guys have not driver changed yet, I'd be very surprised if they don't driver change this. In fact, I know that Killian Ryan Meenan is going to have to step out of the car as they are racing with 3 drivers, and he is going to be hitting his maximum drive time very soon. So we're going to see Cormac or Sundstrom, I believe, inside that car. Not Sundstrom, sorry. Who's racing with the Meenans? Oh, Jesse, there's too many drivers to keep track of. We keep losing because this is just so exciting. We haven't had time to look at our notes at all this race. It has been just an absolute crazy race. And is Michael Tauscher in with the Meenans? I apologize. So Tauscher or Cormac will be jumping into the car. And, of course, Tauscher is the man who threw down the gauntlet at qualifying for this 211 portion. Threw down I believe, 3/10 faster than anybody on the field during qualifying, and then of course had to step away from the Super Pole for personal reasons. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if the teammates here in the 211, Jesse, can keep carving their way up the field like Killian has.
Yeah, I mean, I picked them at the end of that Super Pole broadcast. I said that even with not actually getting a lap in, unfortunate technical gremlins kept them from running a lap in that Super Pole. I said that it probably wouldn't matter. They'd probably still win the race. But I was hoping that I wouldn't get to mention that. Surely now I have cursed them. But pit stops, as if on cue, have started, and the first lead change since the first 20 minutes of the race occurring. That's going to be Tobias Pfeffer leading in the 133 Audi. It was a Porsche fest in some aspects of this event leading up to now. That Porsche fest has been beaten by an Audi. But look at this, 3 wide going into turn 1. They all get it sorted before they get to the tricky bits. And that's a good thing, because otherwise that might have ended badly for the driver in the middle and outside. If you're ever going to be in that situation, Mike Jones, I got one bit of advice for you. Always be the driver on the inside of the corner, because you're the one that's likely going to drive away and everybody else is going to be very mad. But that is just my 2 cents. That is Jesse Lee's racing school of how to do things when you're not very fast. And you have to use strategy, and my strategy is to never be the one on the outside. Number 15 Ferrari here for TF Racing. They've been on an adventure today, up and down the grid. They might as well be the Dow Jones Industrial Stock number if you look at their grid of where they've been today. back in 7th place now. Not the worst, not the best. They've got some making up to do. They've certainly shown some pace in this race. This is an all-Greek team racing a Ferrari. I wouldn't really expect anything else, I suppose. Love the paint job on that thing as well. They have Baranek in front of them up the road, 1.5 seconds. And 8th place is about 3 seconds adrift. The TF Racing team, fantastic. I do appreciate these guys trying to teach me how to say their Greek names. They even put it in phonetics for me, but it's incredibly terrible. But for your enjoyment at home, I think I might try to read them. And this is, again, simply for your amusement. Just give me one moment. Bear with me, Mike.
Oh no! By all means, please do your thing. You are a braver man than I, Jesse. I would say that perhaps braver than going 3 wide into T1 here at Barcelona, trying to pronounce these names as a humble American, because we all know that you could get a car number wrong or something like that, and chat's gonna go, hey, that was actually them. But if we get some names wrong, chat's going to be all over you. And not that I'm saying, guys, you shouldn't do that. Please be all over us for getting names wrong. But yeah, we try. We really do. And we're going to try our best to pronounce these. I'm going to let Jesse get to that in a second. But just a quick update on P1, P2 battle here. Surprisingly, Jesse, if I'm being honest, and I'm going to say the word surprisingly here, Wagner has actually kind of stayed with Pfeffer, and good on him, because obviously he was not quite showing the pace he had for a while, but he is kind of sticking to the back of Pfeffer here, and I'm kind of happy to see that, because Ryan Meenan, however, catching up, he's up to 10 seconds back, and he is cutting up that time.
I wonder. I'm sorry to, I didn't mean to cut you off. I wonder if something happened to Wagner that he fell that far off. I thought that was a bit suspicious that Pfeffer was nearly 2 seconds up the road immediately, despite the fact that about 30 seconds prior to that, he was still in 2nd place. I wonder if something happened to Wagner that made him cough up that much time. That did not seem normal to me. And the fact that he is somehow re-engaged here on our leader in the 133 Audi seems to support that perhaps something happened.
I would not be surprised if it did, because he was not quite showing the pace there for a moment, but if he can keep down the pace now, then that's all that really matters. Of course, Wagner has already lost the position in that 18 Porsche for now, but that's not to say that he can't make it back up. Currently 1.1 seconds. He's kind of floating between that 0.7 to 1.2 seconds. Wagner is, however, I do notice if I look at my own timing board here, it is actually gained a little bit more from that as we see them come through the next sector. They're now at 1.6 seconds back even, so Wagner is now dropping off a little bit. Last lap for Pfeffer, by the way, I believe that was the issue here. Pfeffer ran a 148.9. I think he overran a corner or two, perhaps caught some dirt, because he's been normally running about 140, high 144s. Of course, his best lap is handedly the best lap on the field at the moment since he started his stint. Best lap being a 143.281, which is just absolutely blazing. And I apologize now that I keep looking down. Oh, nope, so that's a 143.5. I was seeing a. There's definitely a couple laps that are pretty close, but just not anything too close to that 143.281 that Pfeffer has ran. He is just blazing the track down, along with Killian. Ryan Meenan, as we're seeing, has now caught up to Wagner, about now 7 seconds back compared to 10. Wagner, though, 2.7 seconds back from P1, and we're just kind of dancing around the field. Stuff happening here and there. I actually noticed, Jesse, that Jerome Renners, I believe it is. Jerome Remmers has actually made up a position back in that 300 ping motorsport. Aston back there, he's up in the P2 of AM class as well, and that is a lap car behind him there, if I am not mistaken. About 1.5 back on the leader at the moment, so he's making up a little bit of time as we're approaching the print window, or pit window, not print window.
I'm not sure what happened there, but Ribs was in 2nd place in that 269 for a very long time. He's now 4th in class. Dietrich is now in 3rd. Rimmer's up to 2nd place. and Rimmers is only 1.5 seconds behind Martins for the lead in AM. So I'm not sure if something happened to the 269. I suspect it might have been, but this battle is going to happen right now. Actually, it's not a battle at all. That is a lapped car, but that is the 333, I believe. Indeed, that is going to be Mr. Conway in the 25th position in front of Rimmers right there. Martins is a big Conway fan right now. Stay in his way, mate. Don't let him through. And obviously Rimmers will be fuming. Let me go. I need to go catch that guy.
Hey, he's gonna want it, but I don't think he's gonna get it quite yet. He just fell back a little bit off Martins a little bit too, Jess. He's back down to 2.6 seconds now. So
Yes,
I think they've been back and forth. It's like a slinky up in here today.
Yeah, indeed, he sure is. It's very funny. Rimmers was literally sitting there like, I was just up there a minute ago, I swear. But unfortunately, unable to present a bracelet to the staff, can't get back in. For your listening pleasure, I am about to try and pronounce the Greek team's names. Feel free to laugh along at me. They actually included this. This is TF Racing 15. They wanted it very known that they were a Greek team, and they noticed that we had trouble pronouncing their names in the qualifying events. So they decided to attempt to educate us. I would typically pronounce this name Taknis, but I'm told that the TSA is like the first syllable of the word chair or charm, meaning it has a ch sound. So it's Chaknis is how you pronounce that. So I'm going to attempt to pronounce the driver of the 15th. There he is. I'm told his first name is Gerardus. He is Gerardus Agayakatikas. And I could not say that again or even attempt to say that all together. Gerardus, I'm going to call him Gerardus, but Gerardus Agayakatiskas, that's not anywhere near correct. That cannot possibly be right. But there it is for your viewing pleasure. I will call him Gerardus from now on. But either way, still out there going well in the 7th position is the TF Racing 15 boys. Thank you for trying to educate me. I'm going to need to hear you say it, and perhaps right on cue, that team has to pit because of my terrible pronunciation. I'm pretty sure he's coming up to the booth right now to kick me in the butt. But that is going to be a pit for a lot of people, as it turns out. A whole host of cars coming in. I don't think I've ever seen quite anything like that. About 5 or 6, 7 cars right there all came into pit road, regardless of what lap or what position they were on. They all came in at the same time. Log jam in pit road. Nothing crazy happened. They all get to their pit stall. It was very nice indeed. One other bit of business for me before I hand it back over. Got a couple of penalties to talk about. The 674 was given a 15-second penalty for contact with the lap car. The 116 was given a 5-second penalty for an infraction under a blue flag, spinning another car that was under blue flag. The 711, as delicious as that sounds, was given a 15-second penalty for a dive bomb on the 58th lap. So that covers the penalties that have happened since the last time we talked about it. Mike Jones, I've made a fool of myself trying to pronounce Greek names. What are you up to?
Surprisingly enough, I don't know if the chat has heard yet. Jesse, I don't know if you have you heard about we're doing a little something today. There's a little thing called exclamation point raffle you can type in the chat, perhaps. I was back down checking with Mr. Ryan Gill, who will be taking over for our comm team here in about an hour. While we do our drawing for the second half of the race, about kind of some structure on how we want to do that. So guys, if you haven't heard, we have had some sponsors here able to give us prizes for you guys. So we're doing a giveaway here for the 6 hours of Barcelona. So if you haven't done that already, make sure you type exclamation point raffle in the chat, or perhaps scroll down to the description. Make sure you grab that link. Somebody just posted in chat there. Thank you, Flint. Make sure you guys go fill out that form, enter into the raffle. We've got 3 prizes across the board today. 2 of them available for the viewers, 1 of them for the drivers only of this race. Our grand prize today going to be a Thrustmaster GT300 RS available for the viewers and the drivers. I'm going to interrupt this train of thought just for a second to look at Turka Heikkinen here for Hyder Racing 30 Bentley carving his way through lap traffic is what we're watching on screen. So not a battle for position, just so you guys know, as Nick does have the timing board up, we can see that these are blue flagged cars around him. To get back to the giveaway though, so yeah, Thrustmaster GT300 RS is our grand prize. That will be available for any viewers, and all the drivers are automatically entered into that. For the viewers themselves will be a Logitech G29 wheel and pedal set. You guys can enter in for that one as well. So if you need to get into sim racing, Logitech G29, an excellent place to start. If you have a controller or something like that, you can start with the G29. I think a lot of drivers in this race, myself included, use a G29. Excellent little wheel from Logitech there. So we'll be giving that away to the viewers as well. Probably in about maybe 3 hours or so from now, give or take 2.5, 3 hours. Make sure you stay tuned for that. And of course, for our drivers today, for anybody, the drivers who are watching while they're sitting outside the car, a Logitech Pro X headset up for grabs as a raffle that will not go to the winner of the race. It is a participant item for the drivers today. All the drivers will be entered into that. So drivers, you have been automatically entered into your available giveaways for the grand prize as well as the Logitech Pro X headset. So we thank our sponsors for giving us these prizes today, and of course our partners that have made this race happen, RaceDepartment as well as AK Informatica, helping us out on the technical side, making sure this race goes off for you guys today. And it has been an awesome 2 hours of racing so far. And Jesse, I don't know how we're going to make it, but we got 4 hours left of this thing.
I don't know what's going to happen, but Mike, you said you said that our relief team, our wonderful team of George, Ryan, and yourself. I'm lucky that you're going to be in the box. For those of you that may be wondering, why are we letting Ryan Gill announce who's going to win the raffle? Wouldn't he just take it for himself? And the answer is normally yes, he would. But RCI staff cannot enter the raffle. We covered ourselves this time. Ryan, better luck next time, mate. As one car has cut the chicane there, sort of in defense to get out of the way there. That's an aggressive way to get out of the way, to completely taking yourself off the track. But at any rate, it seemed to work. Got a couple of cars side by side in the background here. I think that's going to be our leader of the race right now. That's going to be Wagner. Of course, Pfeffer is going to come in. Be interesting to see if this team does a driver change right now. We'll know whenever they go through the first sector. This car shows the number 2 on the windscreen, but I assure you they are in first place at the moment, as labeled by the graphic. I wonder if when they will come in, perhaps they're trying to stretch as far as possible and do the overcut is a very distinct possibility. Strategy, such a big part of a race like this. You've got 6 hours to do it. You've got several pit stops, typically about, what do you reckon they'll do, about 5 stops in this race. But strategy can be played out here in the pits, and certainly already has, in reference to the number 300 AM car. I think they were using some sort of strategy there, and maybe they had something going on that maybe the other teams didn't. Look at these cars snake down the straightaway. There's just so many different things. The lights ablaze on the 11th place vehicle there, letting them know that's going to be Bertozzi lighting up that car. Was that a lap car? I suspect it might have been, but letting them know that, hey, I'm getting past and I don't want you to come back over on me. But
yeah, however, Ryan Meenan here, he is going to want to come back over on Wagner. He wants to see that P1, even if it is temporary. He's going to have to come into the pits here either this lap or next. I would not be surprised to see him dip in. There he goes, him and Wagner both coming into the pits. So Killian Ryan Meenan is not going to see that P1 on his leaderboard this race. However, hopefully he is hoping that he will see it for his team, as that is Killian Ryan Meenan's stint, and an amazing stint by him, by the way, he has done so far. That was a great 2 hours by him. We're going to see either Cormac or Tauscher in that car. As Jesse, we're flipping back over to our race leader, who should sort out at the top of the grid once the 30 Bentley pits, and he has indeed done that driver stop. Christian Lana for T3 Esports.
Yeah, Christian Lada gets into the car, their first stint of the day. And what a way to get into the car if you think about it. You get into the car, you're afforded the lead. I know they're not technically in the lead now, but play along at home. They are in the lead of the race overall. What's your what would, this is a tough situation. You're given the lead, you're told not to mess it up, and your one goal is to be just fast enough that you come back in as the leader. I find this to be one of the tougher jobs that you can possibly have. And now we have, this is the dev team, the 778 team, Kevin Stuck, as advertised by Mr. Mike Jones about 30 minutes ago. Kevin Stuck has got into this car, and he is, he's about 13. Some of these cars haven't pitted. I was just looking at the grid. But Kevin Stuck doing his first laps in that Mercedes, sort of on his own now. Looked like for a second that he may be in trouble by Ortenzi there, but Ortenzi has fallen off of him just a bit. But yeah, Mike, what do you think about getting in a car that with a bunch of drivers that have gotten you the lead, and they've proven they can keep the lead, and now it's up to you, and your one job is to not make a mistake and be fast? I find that to be the hardest thing to do. Like, whenever you're only focusing on not messing up, I find you mess up more.
You know, Jesse, I'm going to ask you a question in return before I answer. Have you ever found yourself in that position? Personally?
Yeah. Yeah, and I've never won after that. I've always messed it up.
You know, so I have not found myself in that position. I have found myself in a position where my teammate has handed me off, you know, a car in a pretty reasonable position on the overall perspective. Of course, not from an overall P1 perspective, but from a class perspective, as I am more of an AM racer in this race's regard. But, you know, I think that for me personally, I'm not a super fast driver, but I'm a reasonably consistent driver. So for me, I get in the car and I block out everything that I'm seeing in my mirror. I don't care what's there. I keep a look, make sure I'm moving over for my, you know, for the leader cars coming past me. And otherwise, just get your head down. You know, you can't focus too much on the car ahead of you, or from a position-wise, or the car behind you position-wise. And, you know, I think that's what Lada needs to do. Of course, they're closing in on his mirror. It looks like he did lose time quite a bit in that pit stop, actually. Cormac, Ryan Meenan, and Thiesing there in those Porsches lighten up his mirror about a second back. This is Thiesing that we're on board with at the moment for the GT Series 18 Porsche. And, of course, that's Cormac Ryan Meenan. No, that was indeed a driver change, in case you're wondering at home. Killian Ryan Meenan, his brother, was in the car earlier. Now, Cormac, compared to Killian is an excellent defender. And we saw him make the attack all the way up to P3 through the field as today. But however, Cormac, if I have to put a word on it, he is not as good at defending as his brother Killian is. However, he can attack like no other, and I would not be surprised to see him making even bolder moves than his brother Killian was throughout the first 2 hours of this race. Lada, of course, now, you know, has that 2-second gap. He was picking up just a little bit of time. I'm going to glance at my timing screen here for a second, Jesse, and see. So Thiesing and Ryan Meenan have been out for an out lap. This is their first flying lap. Lada on his last lap posted a 44.4. We're going to see Thiesing and Ryan Meenan come out of the final corner right here and get back onto the straight. I want to see what lap times these guys post and see what it is. So that's a 44.0 by Lada, a 45.3 by Thiesing, and a 44.8 by Ryan Meenan. That means that Lada picked up 8/10 or better on these guys behind him, and Meenan is picking up the time on Thiesing. Thiesing's got his work cut out for him. Hopefully now that his tires are nice and warm in that 18 Porsche, he can look at that 211 in his mirror and go, no sir, not today, and check out. And hopefully these guys can catch up to Lada, but Lada's got it at the moment. That Audi's been strong all race long, and if he can keep it consistent, he should be able to keep Ryan Meenan and Thiesing in his mirror.
Yeah, he certainly may be able to do that. Thiesing is trying to hold on for dear life. The inevitable has happened. The Ryan Meenans have caught up in that Bow Racing 211, and they are now not threatening for a podium spot anymore like they were in the early hours of this race. They are now threatening the lead. They're threatening for second right now, but judging by the fact that these two can still see the leader, right, matter of fact, right there he is in the day glow green Audi. They are fighting for the lead at this point, and it's taking them several hours to get there, 2 hours plus to be exact. But we are in that situation now where we've got a lot of the quick boys up front. We got a lot of Porsches, an Audi, and a Lamborghini of all things in the top 5. That Lamborghini surprised us in the pole run, and it's continuing to surprise me here today as well. As we go back to Turka Hakkinen is in a world of in a world of his own here. He's currently trying to fight Jadwat, who must be doing a double stint, flashing his lights at the lap car, saying, "Hey man, I need to go up here and talk to this guy in 10th place. He took something from me. That something was 10th place." And he's actually struggling to get by this lap car right here. Oh my goodness! And the AM cars are fighting each other quite heavily here.
That is all for position.
All for position, and luckily everybody escapes. It looks like a position change there. Looks like Bausch is going to take that place away from Cook, and now Brown gets through there. Just an absolute wad of AM cars down into the 30 positions. But hey man, a position's a position. I don't care if it's for 30th or 1st. I want it, and I could understand why they would.
Speaking of positions, Jesse, I'd like you to glance a few more spots down that leaderboard and tell me what happened with those pit stops, because I see another shakeup there for that 300.
So I can pretty much assume at this point that whatever Eric Ingman's team did, that 300 Ping Motorsport team did, was strategic, because they jumped all the way back to the lead on this pit stop. It was almost like they put themselves at a disadvantage on purpose in that first stop. They jumped up so far in front of these guys. They're back to where they were before. So I'm going to go ahead and call that strategy, that was their strat, and they might do that again here in this coming stint. They may be back in 2nd or 3rd after this next pit stop. That might be their strategy, and it might be a race-winning strategy. It's very interesting, because I looked at that pit stop back, and I didn't see anything weird about it. It was just a little long. So unless I very much missed something obvious, and of course I am half blind, so that is possible, I'm pretty sure that was all just strategy, considering they literally got all their time back. So fantastic job to the 300 Ping boys. We're actually back here in 28th position. Battles happening everywhere on the track. This is Reisner in the 706 Strike Force Racing car. They are getting hounded by, is that Brandl? That's Brandl in the number 13 Porsche there. Sort of calmed down for the minute, but for a few turns there looked positively racy. Perhaps Reisner was the aggressor in that order. I will admit I didn't exactly know which one was the aggressor or not, but just in front of them it's going to be Young. Is that Tom Young up there, the number 70 Ferrari?
That is Thomas Crab's teammate. In fact, one of our staff members here, and his teammate Tom Young currently in the car. That's 70 Porsche, ahead of Reisner there, as we're jumping back over to the 15 Ferrari, who we've seen quite a bit in the past hour or so. That is Bertozzi behind him in that Audi, that 46 Audi. These guys have seen each other at least once during this race, and they are seeing each other again for the moment. That 15 Ferrari has kind of struggled just a little bit with positions at times. You know, we notice kind of whenever they're in front of somebody, he does good at holding it for a few laps, but overall they just can't hold the pace, makes that small mistake, and the guy slides by. However, they are still holding on to P8 on the overall spectrum, and that is awesome for them. Even with the small mistakes, they're putting down the pace. This man's fast lap right here, a 44.3, which is almost as fast as the leaders. Considering the Christian Lotta's doing a 43.2 for his fastest lap. So, even though they're making small mistakes, they're getting quick laps down, and that's Bertozzi in the 46 Audi behind. Had a bit of a slow lap last lap, but overall a very quick car that we've seen all race long. I would not be surprised to see him all over the back of this 15 car for about the next 5 laps or so, hopefully trying to force that mistake from the Ferrari and slide on past. But this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, Jesse, is something that I feel like you really, some racer drivers get in their head. especially with sim racing, is they're watching their mirror too much, and then they miss their braking point by a little bit. And we all know that these pro drivers, as he dives on the inside here, this is going to be Bertozzi going on the inside of P1. He is going to get that
did he
move,
get in there too
done
hot?
probably.
He
Little
did.
bit of a touch, but not too much. Bertozzi's still on the outside as they're
Oh,
coming
my
into
goodness.
T3 now, and he's able to finally slide on by, and there it is. Just that little bit of braking mistake from that 15 Ferrari, the 46 Audi. Of course, the Audi really good on the brakes, that car is. And he's able to slam down into T1, slide the inside, and get on past.
He got in there so hot, like a hot pocket left in the microwave for 15 seconds too long. He had to put it down. He got back on the horse. He used a part of the track I've never seen used before, that wide exit off of turn 2. I've never seen anybody go out there and survive, but he made it work, and now he's got a delicious hot pocket. But that was a fantastic job driving there by Bertozzi. I've never seen anybody do that. But Chakness, which, by the way, is how I'm told how you pronounce his name, is Chakness, in that number 15 car. He's down a position, but that team ebbs and flows, so I'm not too concerned about it. I reckon they may come alive later in the stint, because if you remember the last time at the beginning of the stint, they were down in 9th as well. So probably not the end of the world for them. They'll probably continue on and make up some positions as the stint goes on. 3 hours, 40 minutes left in the race. Nearly 1:30 a.m. in sim time. 14 degrees the track temperature. Track is optimum, meaning it has the perfect amount of grip. Literally no wind that really is measured on our wind gauge, and no real threat of rain for the next 30 minutes. It has been a fantastic evening for motorsports, and we're glad to have all of you with us here on RCI TV. And just again, like to thank our partners that help make this possible. You can see them below. And like to thank you guys as well for being with us, spending your Saturday evening with us. We are very appreciative of that, and thank you guys for coming out and supporting your teams, friends, and all that stuff. And that was very nearly a big moment for Cormac there. He broke down into the corner and nearly forgot his Brimbos, but got it broke up just in time. A little bit of a touch there on Thiesing, it must be said, but nothing too heavy there. Lada now has gapped him by about 4.5 seconds, so that gap has went out just a little bit as these two are trying to sort out their differences. Look how violent the curbs are from Cormac's car as he bounces his Porsche over them in an attempt to get every last ounce of performance out of it. And that's just shows you these suspensions, these things are rock hard around here.
Yeah, and this is interesting, Jesse, because we've had a lot of talks recently since the GT4 pack came out, about the GT3 versus the GT4 cars. The GT4 cars, of course, can just eat curbs like it's nobody's business. And we talk about a lot of these GT3 cars, they throw themselves sideways a little bit in comparison, if not a lot of bit, for some of these cars, like this Porsche we're looking at right here. I'd like to point out this car right here, the 818 Infinity Skills Porsche. This is a man who started all the way in the back of the field. Due to them being a reserve team for this event, they filled in for a team that had actually dropped out, and they have carved their way up to 18th position overall. So I think they've gained, what is that? If I can math today, that's going to be a little over 20 positions, 26 positions if I'm not mistaken. That is quite a run for this 818 Infinity Skills Porsche so far. Just ahead of Martin Lawrence there in the 404. Not an easy car to pass. Martin Lawrence in that 404 is not a car that we've seen too much. That Connection Loss Racing team must have had a little bit of a rough race today. Lawrence is generally a pretty quick driver, and of course his teammates also just team that we see pretty often around here in RCI, just being very quick people. Of course, that's Dedechek and Bart. Bart, I'm going to apologize in advance because I know you're listening. Bart Machia. and Lawrence there, very quick drivers around here. So back in 19th position at the moment, but hopefully they can carve their way up the field a little bit farther. They've got about 3.5 hours to go in this race to make that happen. And Jesse, every time I look back up on the clock, 30 minutes has gone by. What is happening here, man?
This race flies by and everything. I mean, that's the thing. When you're having fun, time flies. I want to talk about this 818 team. You said they were a reserve team. They contacted me a little bit about their team. I literally knew nothing about these guys. They're called Infinity Skills. They were formed in 2006. They competed on Live for Speed back then. Up until 2016, they made the switch to Assetto Corsa, and now they race in Assetto Corsa Competizione. They seem incredibly quick as a team. Interesting to note that they're one of the older sets of drivers around here. You don't see this. They're both Hungarian. Andras Sarko, who's in the car right now, lives in Bavaria, but he is Hungarian. And Ferenc Diak is 51 years old, and Sarko, who's in the car now, is 39. I got to tell you how they spelled their name in their bio. I had to reformat this because my computer didn't like it. It's lowercase I, uppercase N, lowercase f, exclamation point, uppercase N, exclamation point, lowercase t, uppercase Y, star, skills.
And luckily, Jesse, if you point yourself to the bottom right of the screen, you can see that all typed out for you.
Yeah, but that's a lot of effort, I'm saying, that they go through just to type in their name. I don't quite necessarily understand that, but what caught my eye about them is they're an older set of team, and apparently they're fairly successful as a team, and good luck to them in the rest of this race. Certainly they got in because they were one of those teams that were on the call list. They got the call, and top 20, I would say they've answered that call, Mike Jones.
They sure have. You know, I mean, they've been carving up the field. Like I said, they started back in absolute last position on the starting grid today, and had a little bit of a run up. And of course, we're now looking at Jadwatt there in the McLaren, still in P10, holding down that spot. Of course, we saw him in for the first stint. Looks like they did a driver change again, back to him for stint 3. Still holding on to P10 up there, is now looking at Francisco Costa for the Turbo Light 85 Aston. This is, I believe, Nick, can we switch over to the main leaderboard for a second? This is Walter behind him in the 253 Lexus. This is for P2 in the AM class. I just wanted to verify that. I thought it was, but just making sure. This is P2, P3 for the AM class here, back in 14, 15, 16 overall position. And this fight has been heating up over the past 5 laps or so, give or take. These are both, I believe, new drivers in these cars, and that Lexus. You know, there's a lot of cars that sound good, Jesse, but I just want to listen to this Lexus for a second as they come through this last couple corners.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's listen. Let's do a little RCI crank it up here. Let's just listen to that car a little bit.
It just sounds so good on the upshift, man. I love this little Lexus. Unfortunately, of course, you can't adjust your livery inside of ACC for the Lexus. You have to use one of the default liveries, so a lot of teams don't tend to use it, and it's very rough on tires as well. But man, if that's just one of my personal favorites in the game, it just sounds gorgeous. That upshift has a nice clunk to it, and I'm a huge fan of it. So he's chasing down the 85 Aston there of Francisco Costa. Not quite able to make the move done at the moment. And of course, that is the 133 Audi right behind them. That is P1. Christian Lada coming up, carving his way through the field. And Jesse, you'll notice Christian Lada has indeed been putting down the pace about 5.5 to 6 seconds ahead of Thiesing and Ryan Meenan. Cormac, of course, still holding on to P3, has not been able to get past the 18 of Thiesing yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually might have a potential interview. Superstar in sim racing might be joining us here in a second to talk about their race here nearing the halfway point. And it's going to be Michael Sundstrom. We're going to bring him in and we're going to grill him about how his team has been going so far. You ready about that for that, Mike?
Absolutely, Jesse. Why don't you go ahead and drag him down? I already gave him the interview role, and why don't you interview him for a minute?
Michael Sundstrom, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Michael, go ahead and tell us what team and number you are, and tell us how your race has gone.
We're in the 333 Aston, Triple R Racing, I suppose. So we're subbing in for them for this race. It's going quite well. it didn't really go that well in the beginning. We got tapped from the rear, and then I managed to beach the car out just outside of the track, and had to go back to the pits a lap down. But fighting our way back. I think we're in 25th or so right now.
So how have you found, has the track changed at all since the beginning of the race? Billy Octane, of course, in the car right now. We're going to talk about your livery in a second, Michael, but we'll talk about has the track changed at all as it's gotten later? Has it got greasier, or has anything about that changed, or is it simply just the driving conditions?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty consistent. It was pretty fine for me in my stint. It was pretty fast. I was surprised how fast it was, to be honest. Our pace was a bit better than I expected. But yeah, it's been pretty consistent as far as the track goes.
You have Billy Octane as a teammate, Michael. We know that he's a bit of a cut up. He's very funny and he's fun to work with. But what's it actually like teaming up with him, knowing that Billy Octane's a fast guy? You know, he's an incredibly quick guy, and he likes to have fun. But what's he like? I assume you guys did some practice and some training, or at least exchange notes. What's he like as a teammate?
It's I know him from other series from a bit back. He can be a jokester, but he can also be pretty serious when he needs to be. So we've been putting in some practice, trying to get this. We weren't really happy with the setup, but we put in some work, and I think it sort of paid off. For sure.
So
he's a good teammate, for sure.
That's very fantastic. How far back were you guys at one point?
We fell back to last. We were dead last after at lap 3, I think.
So what are your sort of expectations, knowing that you guys are on a recovery drive? Do you think you could break the top 20, maybe get top 15?
Hopefully. I mean, at this stage, anything is a win, right? We have to just keep positive and keep fighting. That's the only thing we can do. But it's a long race. I mean, I'm happy it happened lap 3 and not lap 90 or something. It would have been a bit more gutting.
Absolutely. Just one more thing. You guys drive that Aston. What's with that livery? Was that all Billy's idea, or was that committee based? Because that thing is
Perfect.
The cars. No, Mike,
Perfect.
that wasn't what I was gonna. No, that wasn't what I was gonna say. That thing is loud, almost as loud as the Lexus is in his exhaust note. Whose idea was that?
The livery is all Conway, Mr. Conway's.
Really?
Doing. Yep, he's the livery responsible, whatever you want to call it. I guess it's a good point to have a loud livery at night, so make everyone stay awake.
That thing could run around here with its lights off and it would still be quick. We're looking at Cormac Ryan Meenan now. He's currently hounding Thiesing to get that second place spot. He might do it here. He might have the run down the front straightaway. He's actually going to have to go to the outside. They're going to go 3 wide here with a lap car. It's going to be Cormac Ryan Meenan on the outside, trying to make the pass, going the long way around. If he can hang on, he'll get the inside on the next corner. Can he? Yes, he will. He'll still be there. There's going to be a touch. There's going to be a touch. Thiesing's going to be thrown wide ever so slightly, and Cormac Ryan Meenan is going to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Blazing by Cormac. He'd spent a lot of laps doing that, so good on him. Bow Racing up to P2 there. So, yeah, Michael Strumstrom there for the 333 racing team. Billy Octane currently in the car. Michael, thanks for joining us, sir. Appreciate that, and good luck on the rest of the race, guys. Hopefully you can make your way up to a few more spots before the end of the race. 3.5 hours to go.
Yep, thank you very much. And
Michael,
great
before
work on
you
the broadcast.
go,
Yep.
before you go, one more thing. Are you going to get back in the car, do you think, or are you done for the day?
Yes, I'm getting back in next stint. That should be in 50 minutes or so, perhaps. Not really sure.
Excellent. Well, good. Like Mike said, good luck to you and your team. Always a fan favorite. Any team with you guys on it. So good luck. I hope you guys crack the top 20, maybe top 15, man.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Of course, that was Michael Sundstrom piloting the 333 car with Conway and Octane today. Of course, we didn't mention driver interviews. I mentioned some of the drivers themselves over the last week that we had the potential to do interviews. Michael Sundstrom coming in, sharing his point of view there. Says the track hasn't changed a whole lot there, Mike, and I think that pretty much just had to confirm, but it seems incredibly consistent, and now we have that confirmed that the track is not the variable today. It's literally just the drivers and strategy.
Yeah, so when we were setting up this race, obviously we have control over the weather and what we all want to do with it. And when I'm gonna blame this one on Ryan Gill for a quick second, okay, Jesse? Ryan suggested that we do an absolute night race. I was thinking about doing one kind of through the morning, and Ryan was like, you know what? Why don't we make it a night race? And I was like, you know what, Ryan, that is an excellent idea, and went with it. And so we decided to keep the weather a little calmer out here, though it has definitely been very calm. In fact, of course, as you mentioned earlier, 0 kilometers an hour wind, so no wind coming up, 14 degrees. The temperature's been pretty even across the board. And of course, there has been not a hint of rain all race weekend. So the track is staying in that optimum levels, as you guys can see on the top right corner of your screen. See all that information there, and that is a forecast there. Up on the left side of that section, so that is current 10 minutes from now and 30 minutes from now. You can see it will basically remain cloudy, but no rain on the forecast at all, as we're now back to Bashir Jadwat here, who I see, Jesse, has demoted himself to P11. Heikkinen finally getting that spot in that 30 Bentley that they've been fighting for quite a while, and has checked out a bit there. It's in the past couple laps now, 1.5 seconds up. And so Jadwat's going to have to recover that position. They've been kind of holding that around P10 position. Unfortunately, has now demoted themselves outside of the top 10.
Yeah, ZA will not be happy about Jadwat and his position on the racetrack right now, just outside the top 10. But if you're a Heikkinen fan, you will absolutely be loving that. We go down to 17th place. This is Francisco Costa. Francisco Costa is being hounded by Sarka in the 818. But my goodness, there's actually the 4th place car of Berink is coming up through them right now. It's kind of breaking up their fight a little bit. But again, the car on the lead lap, obviously a little bit faster than some of these guys, will inevitably get through anyway, and I think this will still be game on, as there goes the 126 Lamborghini through, and indeed did not mess up the fight too much, but what it did do is it messed up Costa, and Sarka's going to go through. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Get that man a slice of birthday cake. Happy birthday, Mr. Sarka. That was a freebie. He basically got a free pass right there, Mike Jones.
Yeah, he sure did. And again, he's just carving his way up the field. Again, this is that 818 Porsche that started back in the back of the grid, already making up more positions. So that's the 17 popping up. And actually, guys, Jesse, I'm seeing down at the bottom of my screen, I've got my game open behind our stream here. We have a couple drive-thrus coming through for track limits. I believe that was the 711 and the 300, both receiving a drive-through for track limits. So unfortunate for them, as we're actually seeing Costa potentially losing another position here. That is Bozelet sliding past him, going deep into that braking zone. That was not a class position, that was an overall position. So I'm almost wondering from the look of it, if that 85 Acosta decided, you know what, I'm not actually going to fight this fight. This is not an overall position. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. You're obviously faster than me. And on top of that, those guys do have a couple penalties you'll see stacked up on the grid on to the left as well. So penalties to keep in mind for the end of the race. Of course, this game, ACC here, does not apply the penalties to your pit stops. It applies at the end of the race. So you will see those there up through the end, through the entire race. And there's that 300 Aston taking his drive-through. That is demoted out of P1 in the AM class for track limits, guys. That was a game-induced penalty. 300 Ping Motorsports now going to drop out of P1, and we're going to see where they end up. But that very, very well, Jesse, could end their race for the win.
I don't know. There's just so much time left on it, but a drive-through, an extra pit stop, taking 6 stops when you only should be taking 5, could potentially be a very deadly and damaging affair. They're all the way back down into 3rd position in their class, 20th overall. Ingman will not be happy with himself. just to explain what a game-induced penalty is it's not something that the stewards have decided. No. It's basically can be assessed for anything the sim determines is outside of the rules. In that case, I'm fairly confident in saying that that team went over their allotted amount of off-track warnings before being given a drive-through penalty. So that's not something our stewards control. That is simply, well, just going over the track limits a little too much there. And Ingman will be fuming, of course, that they used up their allotment before the halfway point in the race. A few cars going a bit wide in the background there. Cormac Ryan Meenan in the middle of that. And, oh, by the way, what is he, about 8 seconds off the lead? Pay attention to that gap, folks. I imagine that gap is coming down. Lotta leading in the 133 Audi still.
To answer your question real quick, Jesse, it actually expanded by about 0.2
Did
last
it?
lap. It did.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's bad if you're Cormac. That's great if you're Lotta. But I suspect Cormac hit a little bit heavier traffic on that lap, judging by the wad that came out of that last chicane. Going to go in-car here with Baranek. Baranek in the 4th place in that 126 Lamborghini. We're looking out the front of him. That's Bozignor in front of him in the 521. These two have been fighting for a lot of this race. This excellent camera. Nick knows how to find the right camera at the right time. This is exactly what I want to see. Not only does it show you how it's not necessarily the darkest track to race on in the middle of the night, but it does highlight what the driver sees and the ferociousness of like hitting curbs. And certainly these guys are going to be hitting all the curbs as Baranek is getting all over the back, and now he's going to stuff it down to the inside, going all the way to the outside, trying to fake the move. Did he get beside him? I don't think he really did. Gonna go for the cut, doesn't get it, falls back in line. Aggressive move right there. Bozignor gave him the inside of the track, said, I don't want your charity, and tried to take the outside.
And I don't think he's done either. They're coming through the final chicanes here. This Lambo is an absolute bullet in a straight line. If he can come through T16 here, through New Holland Corner onto the main straight and get a little bit of a run on this Porsche, he might be able to make a dive into T1. We're going to see they're going to cross the start-finish line right now. You can see Baranek ran a lap about 2/10 faster than Bozignor the last lap, and he's going to go on the outside. Porsche going, nope, they're going to dive. He's switching positions. Lambo on the inside for T1 here. He's going to go down into the corner. Who's going to get the braking down
deep.
hard? I believe that's going to be the Lambo, and he's going to slide on past. That's going to be the 126 promoting himself up into the podium position. The 521 is not done yet. He's going to want to get it back there now, sliding past some lap traffic here. That is E in the 125. That was an ass, and they just passed a 674 there, sliding past. That's going to be E in front of them, so some lap traffic. They're going to get a little bit of blue flag cars as they come across the next couple corners, but I think that is Baranek checked out based on that couple laps.
I love your terminology there. You may not even caught it yourself, because I know as commentators, Mike, we're very stream of consciousness there, but you described that move that Baranek made on Bozignor as a nope. You said Baranek hit him with the nope and made the pass. That was so good. Well, I've never heard that before in all my days, but my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever nope in sim racing, and Baranek hit Bozignor with it right there in the middle of the front straightaway. Oh my goodness. Can we get that on a bumper, RCI bumper sticker? Hit him with the nope, as he's going to have to deal with some lap traffic around here. Lap traffic does exactly what they're
Jesse,
supposed to and get through. Yes.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second here. I'd like you to look at P2.
Oh, P2
Track
has
limits.
been given a drive-through penalty. Cormac Ryan Meenan has exceeded the track limits once too much for the simulator's taste and has been given that all-dooming drive-through penalty. Baranek is being given second place. Bozignor will get his third place back by default here. Another unforced error has occurred, and Cormac Ryan Meenan, that team will be distraught.
Oh man, I can't even imagine what their comms are like right now. I'm sure it's calm. These guys are racing drivers after all, but Muthin and Killian have just got to be, I can imagine the conversation happening between them right now, just trying to figure out what Killian can do to make up these positions at this point. He's going to be demoted down, if I'm not mistaken, to probably about 8th place, give or take, and that is quite a bit of time. This pit lane isn't quite as long as some other ones here. He's out in 6th place, actually. So, but that's Patane right behind him. Hopefully he can still keep on the hammer and keep going. But yeah, that's quite a bit of spots. He already lost 8 seconds on the last lap. I want to check it on the way by and see how much he's losing on this lap as well. I believe, Jesse, it is about a 30 to 40 seconds, give or take. So not quite as long as, say, Spa or even potentially Silverstone. But this does have a, pit lane is a pit lane. You're still doing what is it? 31 miles an hour, 60 kph, something like that down the pit lane. That is not very fast when you consider these guys coming down the front straights are doing upwards of 170, 180 miles an hour as they break into T1. So this is Christian Lotta that we're looking, who is absolutely checked out. This man is 11 seconds ahead of Baranek. Of course, Baranek has been very, very quick. He's actually gained time on Lotta. Lotta's last lap carving through traffic was about 2 seconds slower than Baranek's last lap. So if Lotta, can keep this pace up while he's outside of traffic, that should work for him. But, Baranek has just shown that 126 Lambo, and not even just Baranek, but the 126 Lambo in general, Jesse, has just shown the strength. Getting that drive-through early on for an accident they caused on lap 1, according to the stewards, and now up into P2. That just shows what an endurance race means. That drive-through for Cormac could mean nothing in 2 hours.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly, if you are Lotta, your team T3 Esports. Hi to them, by the way. They are a German sim racing group, and obviously they're here. They're representing the T3 community that they have. He's obviously partnered with Tobias Pfeffer. Certainly, his team has probably told him what happened there. That Cormac got into some issues there, and they're free and clear at this time. But yeah, I mean that's unfortunate for Cormac for T3. That's exactly what they wanted to hear. Sarka here for Infinity Skills, continuing to run the gauntlet. Again, a team we talked about that got into the event based on another team having to bow out, and they're putting on a show here. They're in the top half of the field. They're in pro. They're very quick. I like their livery. I like that they also told me how to pronounce their names in their bio they sent me. It's all going to plan here, Mike Jones. But 17th place, they're on a mission here. They're actually just sort of hanging out by themselves right now. They've got Bosslet in front of them, Bosslet and Yi, in fact, and the car behind them, that's Thiesing. That's not for position at the moment. They've got about 2 seconds on Lawrence in the 18th place in that 404 McLaren. But, man, this race, just when you think you have it figured out, you hit them with a nope, as Mike Jones would say. And look how far these cars are. This is something that I had to be... Yeah, no, I love it. We need to put that on a T-shirt. Do you see how far they were going off the track in turn 1? Oh, they're going to be 3 wide coming in here. That's going to be some of the leaders. The leader's going to be on the inside. This could end very badly. You're not supposed to go 3 wide around here. The GTR sees the apparent trouble, gets out of the way. Baranek is actually going to be the beneficiary there. That could have been incredibly bad. Walter in the middle. He could have been shot out of the middle of the bun like a hot dog. Instead, everybody gets to live to see another day. Good heads-up recognition by there, because I think all 3 of those cars were on 3 completely different laps. So well done there.
Yeah, they sure were. That was a P2, P14, and P38. So they are very spread out through the field there, and this just goes to show. I mean, even though our stewards have had to definitely make quite a bit of rulings throughout the race, how safe these guys really are driving, to force 3 wide in the middle of the track like that. They're making sure they're paying attention. The most of the stuff coming out is maybe some small blue flag issues every once in a while, but for the most part, definitely clean racing that we're seeing kind of overall for the most part here. And Mr. Jesse Lee, I believe, as we have a little bit of a lull here, we might have another driver sitting in our interview box, Mr. Skinner, who is, I believe, going to be for the 634 racing car here, whenever we're ready for him, Justin.
Yeah, Skinner, you got us?
Yeah.
Skinner, welcome to the booth. Go ahead and tell us your team name and your car number.
So yeah, I'm in GVD Infinite Racing. It's car 674, way down the back of the field at the moment, but you know it's a long way to go. So
Yes,
Long-
right where I'm used to being. Sorry.
Yes,
Go ahead.
exactly.
indeed, Skinner. I would not be. I would not be anywhere near the front. It's completely impossible. Here we go. This is Nico Stinford. Can you say that Stinfors? Is that how you pronounce
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
Skinner?
that's right. Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Nico Stinford. I apologize. I'm American again. I can only apologize. You guys are in AM. How's your race gone? You're back in 39th.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a lesson in what can go wrong will go wrong. We got caught up in a bit of lap one stuff that wasn't really our fault, but you know, well, it wasn't really anyone's fault. It just kind of, you know, this stuff happens. We did a driver swap at one point, and our second driver's force feedback failed, so we decided to swap again. So we've had a few more pit stops than we'd like so far, but
That's fantastic. Your team met on a Codemasters game a while back, and you guys got together and started racing. Is that correct?
yeah, we raced in the same, like I think it was F1 2018 or 2017. We all raced in the same league in that. We were all quite near the top in that. And then, yeah, just kept playing games ever since, and then thought we'd give this endurance a try.
So this is your first race in ACC in an endurance race, correct?
Yeah, first in I've done short races, but yeah, first in an endurance.
So
race.
you talked about how this has been a learning experience and a case of what can go wrong will go wrong. My first endurance style races they were a long time ago, Skinner, but they were exactly the same way. Can you talk to some of the people that are getting into sim racing? Certainly we have some in chat about some of the things that maybe you didn't think of, but you've ran into problems with today that you wouldn't normally think of.
I mean, obviously the like with the force feedback issue, obviously you know it can happen. You just don't think it'll happen to you. In terms of the racing, it's just I think it's getting you've got to be used to getting, especially at the back of the field, letting cars past you, and where's best to do it with like trying to not lose your time, but also be safe for the other team.
So what's it
But
like? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, there's we're not even halfway in yet, so other teams can mess up as well, like we have. So that's what we're kind of relying on at the moment. Don't want to jinx it, but Nika's having a good stint so far. So
always remember this: the most important thing is the fact that you're still in the race. Enjoy being in the race. And so, what's your team strategy, or not team strategy? What's your team chemistry like? You guys have been together for some years. You're in ACC now. You're running a big endurance race, and what's the chemistry been like? Has it been incredibly calm, amped up? What's it like?
Yeah, it's pretty calm. We've known each other for a while, so people make mistakes. We're not going on each other's backs about it. So strategy's gone out the window with having to stop a few times. So we've moved stints around here and there. And we were waiting on someone to come back from work, so we didn't know we were going to have to double stint a couple of us or what. But I think we're just at the moment strategies play it by ear. But yeah, we're all calm in the cockpit, just encouraging each other. So.
Literally, he is describing every endurance race, and you guys will figure that out in time. Nothing ever goes to plan. That's why we've had 5 leaders in less than 3 hours around this joint so far. Have you noticed anything about the pro drivers? Are they aggressive when overtaking you guys, or are they behaving themselves?
They've been pretty well behaved. I mean, I think we had one incident where I accidentally hit one of the cars that got past. I just lost the brakes. But other than that, I think we've been quite sensible getting out of the way, and in return, people have been quite sensible getting past us. So it's been fairly polite.
This, of course, is GVD F8 Racing. They're in the AM class, and their first big endurance race that they've done here. Obviously, you guys have been racing together for a very long time to this point. I just got to say, what are your expectations for the end of this one?
I think if we can get if we can get top 30, we'll be happy. Certainly, we're looking to beat 187 and 116. Just because 187 we raced very closely in the pre-quali, and then 116 I had a good race with on the multi-class championship on Thursday. So they're the cars that I want to beat anyway. And if we can get top 30, I think we'll be happy.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Are you getting back in the car at all?
I am. We're going to have a Rinder get in the car right now, and then I'm going to hop in for the next stint. If all goes to plan.
If all goes to plan,
If
if that
all
doesn't
Yeah, if
sum
all goes
up.
to plan.
goes to plan.
As I say that, he's moved very. I don't know what's going on. It looked like the car moved in the box, but it's not moving anymore. This is not ideal.
On the screen right now, you see Ryan Yee battling Bosslet here. This is for this 15th position overall. We've been talking with Mr. Skinner. He is, of course, racing for GVD F8 Racing. They're down in the AM class, getting some big reps in today. Guys, thanks for taking part. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries. I need to find out what's going wrong. The car's not moving.
Yes.
Good luck, man. Get out of here. Go talk
Very
to your team.
quickly, go figure out your team, because like he said, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never done sim racing, endurance racing, what he said is very true. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong, and you'll learn a lesson, and you'll make the same mistake next week. Everybody learns that lesson. To win one of these races is a big accomplishment, because it isn't just about you. It's about the 45 other people that are also on the track, and that is the biggest difficulty level of them all. But we are currently watching Yee. Bosslet really wants to get around him here. He's trying to go around the outside. I don't think that's going to work. But then again, I've said that about the Ryan Meenan brothers, and look what they've done. So not quite making it right there. And oh my goodness, strategy call here. Ryan Yee in the 125. SRJ Motorsports is coming into pit road. And Bosslet and the 137 has decided, I'll take that.
Well, Jesse, something I'd like to point out as well, the 137, this is the car who couldn't start off the grid as well. They had to start from the pits, so they are now promoted up to P15, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is P14 overall. Not a bad position for them to be in, considering they started all the way from the back of the field. So, yeah, they've been doing excellent so far. This 137 Porsche, Bosslet currently in the car with them, and they've been carving their way up slowly but surely, kind of like the 126 did earlier. Something else I'd like to touch on as well, Kevin Stuck in the 778 Mercedes, one of the devs here with Assetto Corsa Competizione, still in P12. He hasn't gained or lost any positions, which, in an endurance race isn't necessarily the worst thing. You're not losing positions. You might not be gaining them, but you're not losing positions either, and that's kind of where you want to stick. So something I'd like to do real quick is I'd like to take a tour as we're getting to the halfway point here. If Mr. Nick Setnik will join me for a little bit of a tour, I'd like to talk about the top three of each class. We can splash up the main leaderboard. Jesse, Christian Latta in the 133 has made his way up to P1, has he not?
Yeah, he sure has, Mike. It's not been the perfect race for a lot of people, but Hart Kemper kept him in there. Pfeffer got him to the lead, and Latta has maintained through his stint. They've seen comers and goers at the front of the field. Hart Kemper was down to 4th or 5th at one point in the early couple of hours of this race, but none of that matters now, as they have the lead, and they are the ones in command of this race.
And then we have Baranek in the 126 Lambo in P2. Of course, we've talked about them quite a bit today. They have carved their way up the field from having a drive-through at the beginning of the race, currently in P2. Excellent job by this Lambo team so far. Of course, Baranek, I believe, is on his first stint, if I'm not mistaken. And then back in P3, Jesse, we have the 521 Porsche.
Yeah, we sure do. Magoni has had one of those races where you're not sure how or where they're going to finish. The 5-2-1 has been all over the place. He actually just got promoted to second place, I think, because Baranek has come into pit road. But Magoni has kept him in it, and Bozignor has done a darn good job under immense pressure and has been rewarded with that, with third
Well, 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 good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ryan Gill, and I am going to be taking over the second half of this broadcast for you guys here tonight. Well, what an incredible race we have seen so far. Just under 3 hours of racing action underway, and I have George Smith in the box with me. George, we're looking at the leader here at the moment, Christian Latter. It's been a crazy, crazy race so far. So many ups and downs for quite a few of these teams. What have you made of the first 3 hours?
Good evening, Ryan. Good to be here. Good to take over with our comms team one doing a great job for the first starting 3 hours and the start of the race. It was incredible to start and really get a good feel of where the race was going from a viewer's perspective. And to be honest, it's been an up and down race for a lot of teams. We've heard from some of the drivers that things have not all gone to the way that they planned. You see a lot of penalties sort of on the side of the screen. That's obviously after 3 hours of racing. Our live stewards have awarded those penalties out to drivers that have, gone through some infringement. So I think a lot has changed up. This number 133 Audi, currently being driven by Christian Latter, has done a great job up at the front, and of course the two chasing Porsches of Bonnesmore and Thissing in that 521 and 18 trying to chase down. But the race started with controversy, Ryan. We wanted to talk about it. Obviously the leader, who qualified in pole position, didn't seem to get into the car in time, didn't start in pole position, and that sort of promoted everybody up one position on their start.
Yeah, we definitely did see that, didn't we? The 137 car, the Porsche that did so well to qualify on pole, as we just see him actually go wide at the top of turn 9, did so well in qualifying to secure that pole position. Had a bit of a driver issue, getting onto the grid. They said that they hit the drive button to start, but obviously, they got forced into the pit lane. So, very, very unfortunate for them. They've been caught up in some incidents as well. They have a 20-second time penalty to add on to the end of their race. So, it's been scrappy. It's been unfortunate for them. But up into P14, you cannot undermine it. It's been an incredible recovery from these guys so far.
Yeah, it's not something that's easy to do, and it's all about just maintaining that level-headedness as we see them peeling away into the pit stops to potentially do a little driver switch around. The 137 going into the pits now, and going to drop down a couple of positions in doing so. But a phenomenal performance coming out from Nicholas Walter, who's currently piloting the Walter Racing all blacked out Lexus around Barcelona at this point in time. That 253 really does not stand out in these race conditions. 2 a.m. on track time with a track temperature of 14 degrees. This man is keeping things as cool as can be, and that blacked out paint scheme really just it kind of sticks out in its own way. It's just got lights, it's got flames, it's got the glowing exhaust pipes, it's got everything that you need as a bit of a race car fan to appreciate it. And running away from Engman and Costa, who are holding down second and third in the AMCAS respectively. So this number 253 Lexus doing all the big work right now.
Yeah, and of course, this Lexus is in fact the only Lexus we have on the grid, isn't it? The 253 Auto Racing. Yeah, they're going to be pulling themselves along fairly strongly here. Obviously, they want to get a good result, being one of, or the only manufacturer of their type, and that will also be the same for the likes of the 8th place car of the 126 Lamborghini. And that is currently being driven by Matthias Egger, and of course it's now jumped up into 7th because of pit stops. But this car had a bit of an issue in Superpole. They received a post-Superpole penalty, 5-place drop, for impeding another car on a Superpole lap. Now obviously, if you've seen Superpole before, you should know that, as soon as you complete your lap, you have to return to the pit lane as quick as possible. And unfortunately, they did not do that. Of course, they did receive a penalty for impeding another car. So, they've already been in trouble before the race even began. They've got a 10-second penalty to add on to their race at the moment. So, they're kind of in a bit of a difficult situation. But 7th place at the moment. The Lamborghini goes very, very well here. And of course, just under 3 hours remaining. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, that number 126 of Orion Race Team, currently being piloted by Ega, as you mentioned, Barazzini and Berenik, the other two drivers who share the seats with the number 126. As they hold down 7th, they do have a 10-second time penalty against their names, which of course is going to be something that they need to factor in if they need to hold off positions behind. Currently, they are quite benefited by the fact that the number 74 Ferrari has a 20-second time penalty against them, and they're currently in 8th place. So, you know, everything is still going to change up when it comes down to the pit stop side of things. Cars going to be shuffled up throughout the order. 2 hours and 55 minutes left of this race. So it's pretty much anybody's game. Anything can still go wrong as we continue to follow that 1-2-6-3, a difficult T3. And I think that the Lamborghini here is a car that really does need a little bit of mastery to manage, and the track conditions being a little bit colder, hopefully keeping the tires under control for Eggy in that 126 as we see him just go past one of the back marking cars, jumping up to one of the front running Porsches, the number 18 Porsche in P3 from Johannes Thissing is doing a great job to try and chase down the 5-1 ahead. They do have a 5-second time penalty to their name in the name of the 5 hour, or in the 6 hour. That's not a big amount of time. You see some drivers picking up relatively bigger time penalties, etc. 5 seconds being the bare minimum that someone can get. So yeah, it's an interesting sort of change of events. And Ryan, I also have a little bit of interesting news for us. We've got Jason Webb ready for an interview here. They drive for the ATK racing team, so I'm not sure if you wanting to take somebody in just yet.
Yeah,
I'd be very curious to hear from this man because, of course, Bashir Jagwat has been in the 45 car. We've been watching him all well, I'm going to say morning for me, afternoon for you guys out in Europe, and evening here in sim time. This has been a very interesting car to watch through the first half of this field. So if Ryan can pull up car 45, I'd like to pull him in and speak with him for a moment.
I'm a big fan, so I'm definitely keen.
Jason Webb, you got us.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, hey Jason. So interesting drive you guys have had. Of course, your teammate Bashir Jadwat getting back in the car right now. You guys have actually been through the first half of our broadcast here. We've had an eye on you guys quite a bit for the first half of the race. What are you guys thinking so far?
Oh man, everything's been going well until my wheel has decided to not go on anymore. It's fried itself. So there was a lovely smell coming from under my nose from the wheel that luckily happened straight after my stint with Bash, but unfortunately my wheel's not coming on again, so Bash has had to stick it out for the next stint, which obviously I don't know if it's within the rules, but I mean we've had to try and see if I can get either the wheel repaired or maybe another one, but it doesn't seem to be going so well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the game might disqualify you guys at the end of the race. Hopefully, maybe maybe it'll cool down or something. You guys can get it up. But George, you've been watching from a spectator point of view here for the car 45 outside of the complex, paying a bit of attention. What have you noticed with these guys?
I mean, I'm obviously quite familiar with Jason and Bash. They come from my side of the pond, and it's always been good to see their representation going well. It's deeply saddening to hear about the news of Jason's wheel here, and that may lead to this disqualification coming out. But it's been a great drive so far. I know that Bash is an extremely talented driver. How's it been driving with Bash?
Oh, it's been amazing. I've learned so much from driving with him and just testing with him over the last few weeks. And we've sort of created this bond where we not only sit with each other for now the RCI events, but as well as the Pro Series events that happen here in South Africa. And we sort of help each other with setups and lines and specific tracks. And so we've really now built a good friendship from sim racing, which is really cool.
Yeah, and I mean, Jason, that's something to touch on as well. I mean, you come into the sim world from a real world side of motorsports. It sort of lets me highlight something that I'm a big fan of, which is drifting. For those those are the viewers that are like out there and don't know who Jason Webb is. Can you tell us a little bit about that side of your life and what it's all about?
Yeah, so I'm a 3-time South African drift champion. I'm sponsored by Monster Energy and Ford Performance and Roush Performance here in South Africa. And yeah, I drift a convertible Ford Mustang, when Corona's obviously not around.
That sounds like something George can get behind.
Yeah,
I think we wouldn't let him. After seeing what he does on a sim.
Yeah, maybe put him in the passenger seat.
I mean,
Yeah,
a
we can
passenger
definitely
seat
make that
drive.
happen.
Yeah, a passenger seat drive would just put a smile on my face. I actually had to send Jason a couple of pictures after going to the World Rallycross finals last year, and he was doing a sort of mid-time show in between all the things. And I have a couple of selfies in front of that convertible Mustang. Mike, you as an American, you would most certainly approve. So I'll send that through.
I've never owned a Mustang, I have owned a Mustang, rather. My very first car, traditionally as American, was actually a 1995 Mustang. It wasn't a convertible or something powerful. It was a, it was, I paid $2,000 for it, which is nothing for a car out here. It was a fun little car, and I enjoyed it as my first car, so good choice.
Yeah, nice.
Ryan, is there anything you want to ask Jason on your side?
Actually, I'm just going to interrupt you real quick, George. As we actually on screen, he's been showing a battle between him and the Walter and the Lexus here. His teammate Jadwatt here has actually just made himself up a position, up in a 9th place now. So, Webb, you might be having some problems, but Jadwatt's out here making moves.
Yeah, he's gonna be upset, but so am I. I mean, I see he jumps the curb a bit there. The Lexus pits. But yeah, geez, I think he's going to be upset. I'm also going to be upset. We put a lot of effort into this event and a lot of practice, and having something like this happen it's basically like a mechanical failure, I guess, in real life. So we can look at it like that, and just look forward.
Yeah, hopefully you guys will be able to get it working. Of course, we announced our 12 hours of Bathurst in October, so you guys struck up a friendship. Perhaps you guys can team up for that. But not to interrupt what George was saying, Ryan, I believe, George, you were trying to ask Ryan. Go right ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to ask if Ryan had anything to ask Jason. Of course, I'm a fanboy of drifting, and I would go on for way too long. Would keep Jason in the booth forever. So if Ryan has anything else to ask, otherwise we'll send Jason on his way and continue with the broadcast.
Yeah, the quick thing I was kind of interested and curious to know about Jason, of course, is what kind of gave you guys the idea, you and Bashir Jadwatt, of course, to race the McLaren. Obviously, it's not a very common pick, especially in ACC. It is one of the more obscure cars that people pick, especially for endurance events. So I'm wondering, is there any particular reason behind the decision to take this car?
In the beginning, we were obviously deciding which cars to go for. Bash is extremely fast in the Porsche, but we realized it had a 15 kilo ballast, which doesn't really seem to affect it too much. But obviously in the long run it hurts it, and we were both pretty comfortable in the McLaren around here and relatively quick. So we just decided to stick with the McLaren, and yeah, here we are.
Yeah, the McLaren's always a fan of mine. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the broadcast, Jesse and I did, and McLaren's always a big fan of mine. It's very understeery if you don't get a good setup under it, but if you can get a good setup under it, it's a pretty quick little car. So, obviously you and Jadwatt have been doing really well for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Jason Webb for the ATK 45 McLaren. Unfortunate for them, they've had a little mechanical issue. Jason Webb will not be able to get back into the car as of yet, unless they can get their wheel fixed. So, a little bit of overheating issue perhaps, but hey, that's just that's the life of racing, whether it's sim racing or not, right, Jason? So.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Well, hey, hopefully we'll get you back up and running soon, and we'll see you back in the next event. But in the meantime, I'll let you get back over to Jadwatt, and I wish you guys luck for the rest of the race, even if in the end it will exceed the next time, and hopefully your wheel will come back soon.
No, perfect. Thank you so much, and thanks for having me on the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Jason.
All right, cheers.
So that was, again, Jason Webb, guys, joining us from the 45 McLaren team. Jadwatt currently in the car. And we are currently on Justin Hartkemper here, the 133 Audi. Of course, they've been out in front for quite a while now. Cormac Ryan Meenan actually in the pits now. He was briefly promoted to P1, very briefly. as they are now making their pit stop. So Hart Kemper in that Audi has been just kind of dominating the past hour or so of this stint time. They just did a driver swap. We'll see if he's able to do it. But George, we have Kevin Stuck on the field now. I believe he is in here for his second stint. I believe they have made their pit stop, so this will mean that Kevin Stuck is on his final stint. And when they pit again, that will be Mr. Aris himself getting in at this 778 mark.
Absolutely. So doing a good bit of driving to hold down the sort of mid-pack in P16, making some good progress down towards that number 404 McLaren, a little bit up the field from them. But, you know, anything can happen when it comes down to missing a braking zone, getting a little bit later onto an accelerator pedal, catching some curb, grabbing some marbles on track. Any of those sort of factors can really just change the way that you come in, and it can change up in an absolute moment. So trying to chase down onto the back of P15, trying to make their way through the order. The race clock continues to kick down, and the track continues to bring us a good bit of driving. All the drivers are in that sort of interim phase now, as the viewers will have noticed. Everyone's sort of settled in. They're trying to find their way through using their pit stop strategies, trying to just make sure that everything works. They're trying to monitor that they're not exceeding the driver stint times. They've got all these microprocessors that they have to figure out, as well as keeping these cars on track, doing absolutely insane lap times for their heat levels. So a 146.4 coming out for Kevin Stuck in the 778. So decent race pace coming out in P16, and, you know, continuing to do what this Mercedes needs to do, Ryan.
Yeah, doing quite well at the moment. Kevin Stuck, of course, in the car, and Aris will be taking over later. It's always good to see the Kunos developers in these kind of races. Of course, they have been in races that I've covered before for endurance events. In fact, 3 hours of Zolder, 6 hours of Nürburgring, and of course the 12 hours of Suzuka as well. And it's a real privilege. I mean, it was even at the 12-hour Suzuka we got to interview Aris, which, you know, will always stick in the mind of myself and one of our stewards, Fabian Schmidberger, here today, and hopefully we can get them in for an interview sometime in the future, maybe for the Bathurst 12-hour, in fact, if they plan on competing in that. But just to monitor the progress of some of the other cars going on in and around, the 300 ping motorsport car has taken the lead of the AM class back for the moment. It is Adrian Stefanello in that car right now. So this, I mean, they did very, very well in qualifying, it has to be said. I mean, finishing well above the rest of the AM field, I think 2 or 3 tenths clear. They have had their fair share of problems, you know, so far throughout the race, but they're still doing fairly well for themselves.
Yeah, they are, because they have made their pit stop as well, so they've made up those positions, even considering they've made their pit stop. So, you know, that the Lexus has fallen back just a little bit there. He's actually down at P27 at the moment. I'm not sure as to quite what happened with his. We'll have to check back on it in a couple of minutes. But yeah, it's good to see these 300 car get back up in the mix of it, because they were doing really well at the start of the race until they had some sort of issue in a couple pit stops, and then got themselves a drive-through for track limits and dipped out of P1 yet again. So back up to P1 again. Hopefully these guys will be able to keep it clean for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes, guys.
This 300 on the screen, let's just highlight the fact that they had actually jumped themselves in the qualifying up 4 places on 4 pro drivers in their AM class to start things off. So doing a brilliant start coming out. They've dropped down the order from where they did start out, but for an AM car to be doing so well towards the front of the order, F. Costa in that number 85 Aston Martin is the next contestant. It's Aston Martin field of AMs really in the top 3, as the number 85 and 269 try and chase down this number 300 on screen. The pink styled Aston really does get highlighted by that little dash of green on the front LED bar. He's obviously got that night light on inside the cabin. You see that day sort of blue glow light down upon the driver, and it's such a nice sort of calming motion when you are driving those night races. Ryan and I got to talk about it whilst we were spectating Com Team 1, and just talking about that sort of calming factor of racing at night. I think the calming factor is sort of negated by the pressure of other cars on track, as we see the GTR staying wide for Stefanello to get on through before getting into the tight right-hander. Gets that done relatively without impacting his lap time. But I really do like this camera view that we're looking at now, Ryan, and getting to see that blue light inside the cabin. It just gives me the throwback chills of that nighttime race and how fun it is.
Nighttime racing for me has always been, I don't know, it's kind of strange. I tend to like nighttime racing way more than I do daytime racing. Some people might find that weird. I see a lot with the 24-hour races. Some people don't like the night stints because they said, oh, it makes it difficult to see the cars, and you do lose a lot of the visibility sometimes, especially on tracks like the Nordschleife or something, or Le Mans, where the circuit isn't very well lit up because of the scale of the circuit. But nighttime racing for me, there's something special about it because it feels like it shouldn't happen. With racing and motorsport being very dangerous as a sport, you kind of want to put all of the danger, and minimize it as much as possible. And of course, racing at the night does increase the danger levels, but to me, racing at night is something special about it. I've said many a time before that I do not mind doing the night stint in an endurance race if I was part of the team. Obviously, you don't really have much of a choice in this 6 hour right now, but yeah, for me, the night is always something really, really special, and it's some of the races I look forward to the most in any championship when I see that they've got night races included on the calendar.
It just makes it that little bit more immersive. It adds an extra element that you have to focus on, and I think that's what really sort of pushes you. You have to experience daytime races. You need the sunsets, you need the sunrises, you need the blinding effects of what that sun can do. You need the dead-on darkness of 2:30 a.m. at Barcelona for a 6 hour event. You need all the mixtures of them to get the full experience and to call yourself a sim driver. When the weather comes out and you have to put the wet tackies on as well, it makes it a battle of completely different sort of situations. And I know we don't really have rain coming today. It looks relatively clear, and the drivers will be happy about that as we go over to the number 30 Bentley. Mike Jones, are you back here with some good news for me?
I am, George. We have actually 3 people that jumped into our interview box all of a sudden. So we've actually got an interview that I'm pretty excited for this, because it is a man who, or rather a team who has been carving their way up the field so far. This is Fulvio BRZ from the 126 Lambo with Matthias Egger currently in the car. Fulvio, you're Barozzini, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so Fulvio Barozzini, of course, I believe you took the first stint in this Lambo where you had the drive-through kind of early, so a little bit of problems, but you guys have absolutely carved your way up this field, currently sitting in P2. How's the race been so far?
Well, it's been a nightmare, a heartbreak after the first 3 corners, because I really didn't see at all the car that was approaching on the inside of turn 3. I was totally unaware of that. I was aware of the other 3 cars around me. I just missed out the 4th one, and just I know I steered very much into him, and sent by my mirrors. I saw it. I sent him to the wall. We were quite expecting the drive-through penalty, to be honest. And from then we just kept our head down, kept our cool, and despite a couple minor accidents during my stint, because I caught just cars that were maybe braking way too early and something like that. Just I was unaware of the difference of speed.
Oh
come on! Oh my god! Oh my gosh!
Right ahead of you guys. Luckily,
okay, and we spun.
Yeah.
He's holding it. He's holding it.
Holding
He
it.
seems to have got it back. He kept it off of the wall, guys. He kept it off the wall.
I think I'm not gonna be interviewed again.
Right. Well, don't go in the box again. So yeah, we're gonna see a replay of that really quick, actually, here, guys. So this is a little bit of contact from some back markers ahead. I think that's the 253 Lexus, if I'm not mistaken, colliding in with a Porsche. A little bit of a slide across the track there, and then the 126 tries to go on the inside to keep clear, and just gets cut down just a little bit there. Luckily, good on Egger there to kind of keep a hold of the car. Didn't touch the wall or anything.
I heard no damage whatsoever. Yeah, no damage.
Could have been very much worse because yeah, you guys have had a rough race to begin with. But yeah, George, I mean, again, you were kind of spectating the race. We've been watching the 126 off and on for the first half. Anything you got for these guys?
Yeah, I mean, I want to know, when it came down to getting the setup dialed in for the Lamborghini, is this a car pick that you guys are just dialed in with, or was it something that you had to really tame down to find a mixed balancing point for the three drivers sharing the car?
No, actually, it was pretty straightforward. I mean, we have basically a very similar driving style. We are well suited as a trio, and as soon as we found out a couple of things to make the car work, it was fine for all of us, and just focused on doing consecutive laps with the same pace, and that was it.
I mean, you guys are looking incredibly stable out on track, that's for sure, and putting in massive monster performances, considering you had to go and serve a drive-through early on. Holding down that position for the moment, it's incredible to see a mixture of manufacturers. Of course, things will change up as people serve their different stint times, and that's what's sort of fun about these enduro races, is it starts to unravel like a storybook towards the end. You see what pays off, what doesn't pay off.
And yeah, we draw this kind of stint strategy mainly due to real life issues. Our teammate Romano Bernitz, who drove the second and third stint, he had to do this. He had no choice because he had to leave for actually working duties at 8 p.m. So we had to make it just that way. We had no other options. So we had to make a couple shorter stints, and now we are just extending them and see where it goes in the end. We're not rushing. We just see how things develop from now on.
That's exactly it. Sometimes some people have put strategies that are dependent on very certain factors, and some of those certain factors are real life commitments. So, you guys making use of the strategy side to work a drive into the stints that he can fit in is, just a bit of sim racing. People can real life, they can sim race, they can fit it in. That's the love of sim racing, really.
And I think before we wrap up with Fulvio here, if I'm not mistaken, our local Lamborghini fan who calls himself Mr. Lamborghini on our staff Discord, I would be remiss if we didn't at least let Ryan get a word in edgewise somewhere here, Ryan.
Yeah, I have to say, first of all, because of my own bias towards Lamborghini, thank you very much for being the representing Lamborghini on the grid. I've said it multiple times in streams before how I adore these cars to bits, and we don't see enough of them on the grid. So first of all, a big thank you to your team for running a Lamborghini.
You're welcome.
And second of all, I mean, they said before you've had a massive fight back through the field after a couple of incidents, and
my God. Sorry, but I was sitting in Matthias' car and spectating, and okay, I'm sweating more than when I'm driving, I tell you.
Edge of your seat racing, man.
And I just have to say, I mean, you touched on earlier when George talked about the setup for the three of you guys, and and how well you seem to have got this car dialed in. Is it just a case of the three of you guys really like the Lamborghini, or is it a pace thing? Did you choose the Lamborghini because you knew it'd be quick around Catalonia, a track that does favour it, or is it just down to personal preference that the three of you guys maybe like me have a real like towards the car?
I have to unveil a secret. We are three proud Lamborghini owners. No, just joking. No, we don't own real Lamborghinis in real life, but I don't know if I can tell you we're racing for another league, but it's just that Matthias and I were racing in a Lamborghini contest, which was using Assetto Corsa Competizione and the Lamborghini. So we just spent so many hours on this car that we just keep this going, and we found out a basic setup, and so we don't waste any time to test all the other cars every time and choose which is the quickest one. We just optimize what the car has to offer. We know it's not the fastest car in every track, but I think on Catalonia found pretty much stable and efficient. And even in the end of the stints with used tires, it doesn't drop the performance that much. Maybe the other cars are more aggressive on the tires. We found the perfect balance, I think, with months of experience on this car. That's it.
Well, that's awesome to hear, yeah. So Lamborghini, definitely not the easiest car to drive, and these guys have definitely perfected it. So again, everybody, this is Fulvio Berrezzini for Orion Racing Team. Currently, Mathis Egger in the car had a little bit of a rough race, and they are currently 7 seconds back from the leader, plus a 5-second penalty according to our race control. The 10 seconds is a mistake according to race control. So they have some time to make up here, but they are catching Hartkamper ever so slightly. So Fulvio, thank you for joining us, sir. And good luck on the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Keep up the awesome job on the commentary. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All right. I hope you guys have a good rest of your race.
Bye-bye.
And George, I believe, as my lunch is getting here shortly, we have a very interesting interview here before I take my break during this 6-hour. The 333 car, who me and Jesse talked about a little bit earlier, piloted by Harry Conway, Mikkel Sundstrom, who was in here earlier, and Billy Octane now joining us in the channel. What's up, Billy?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing fantastic because we're having some awesome racing here as we flip on to see Sundstrom racing for you guys back in P22. That's not quite where I would expect you guys to be at, given that I have not accidentally given you a drive-through today. So how's the race going on your end?
Well, it seems if you don't give us a drive-through, we cook something up ourselves. But yeah, we had some bad luck at the beginning. Got punted, spin the car around, so Michael tried to take the car off track to make space for other cars, and somehow managed to beach it. Stuck. I don't know how that was possible, but it seems like there's a part of the track where you can beach the car, and we had to return to the pit, so we were automatically lapped down. But we're making our way up, so
yeah, slowly but surely. I mean, of course, you guys have been kind of carving your way through the AM field a little bit here. Currently, like I mentioned in P22, as we're seeing on screen, they've got a couple more positions to make up. So you're chasing down Zeman. Do you guys think you'll be able to at least make it up into that P15? You think you got the pace?
Well, I think that 21 is the McLaren that caused us the issues, so we'll definitely.
Oh, so you're on the hunt.
To get past them, yes. So just to show them that even if we were lapped down, we can still get ahead of you guys. But it is an interesting experience because since we're lapped down, we have to unlap everyone in front of us. That makes it a bit challenging from times, but otherwise, drive's been quite cooperative, so it's been good fun.
Mike, I'm gonna jump in and save you a little bit so that you can eat your lunch. I mean, I'm gonna lighten up the stream a little bit and just say that I thought that you were introducing Billy Octane as lunch, and you know he's certainly a character.
We got lunch here in the box today.
Well, you know, any time that we get Billy Octane here to talk to us, that's a bit of a treat indeed. Of course, keeps the spirits and the lightheartedness in the RCI Discord alive. A big poster, a big memer, and of course, plenty of fun to have around. I just want to take the time to read the Triple R team description. I mean, I'm told we're not allowed to figure out things, but the number 333 was obviously asked to send in a little bit of information about their team, and of course, it was quite an interesting bio to receive. So Mikhail blackmailed Tom to not race with us so that he could race. Tom, of course, being one of the admins, Mikhail, community leader there. Tom is scared of Mikhail, so that obviously chose Mikhail's spot in the team. Billy is our RCI drive-through record holder. He also punted Ryan, my fellow co-caster, in Monza and went on to win the race after Harry had crashed out. We're not allowed to tell anyone what triple R means, but if you know, you know. Billy won Bathurst with faded brakes, so of course driving on the edge as always. Harry won Misano Lambo versus Ferrari race on pure race pace without team orders, so he obviously doesn't listen to instructions well.
No.
Mikhail prefers a G29 over a Simucube direct drive wheel for this race. It's a little dig on Mikhail. Billy has new glasses that he can that can help him see over the horizon. So I believe Billy has struggled to see in the past. And Mikhail doesn't actually like this Aston Martin.
Yeah. Which part of those I need to clarify because they're a bit like with a fun tone. We made those while driving, practicing. Always good thing. Talk and drive. But yeah, no, actually it was. I thought Tom would join us for the third driver when it was announced, but he said he can't. So only reason I see here is Michael blackmailed him because his team couldn't make it. So it all made sense that he was scaring Tom a bit to get to drive.
You know what? I love drivers that have a little bit of a friendly element in their team. I think those make for the best teams indeed. As we watch Sundstrom now coming up to the back of a Ferrari that he wants to get past indeed. I do have to say, Billy, this color scheme on this Aston Martin appeals to every tick in my book, and might even bias me to choose it over a Porsche.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Miami Vice vibes that inspired it, I guess. And yeah, we've been running it ever since. Like we came up with it before. Like I think it was a little bit before RCI was announced. I think it's the word, or created. And yeah, we can stick to it. It's usually suits with every car. Depends on the livery schemes also, but it's just pleasing to see, I guess, because most colors are like darkish and like serious, I guess. It's just like a bit vibrant colors. Yeah, that made sense.
I mean, right? No, it does. It completely does. Ryan, I know that you and Billy have a long-standing history together. I want to hear
Ryan.
more about how things go with the punting, so I'm going to hand over to you.
Oh, well, there's look, the little quote in there. It's not entirely accurate. I think Billy and I both know that as well. it's not entirely accurate, but
it's close enough.
it's close enough. We do have quite a history racing against each other. We raced in an AM league for another community against each other, and briefly in the Pro Series as well, and. In some of the odd RCI events that I have been able to pull myself out of the commentary box
Yeah.
for, we've had a few moments on track together. So yeah, we have quite a bit of history, and of course it's always a joy to race Billy. He races very fair for one of the fast guys, and you know he has one of the best names in sim racing.
I am blessed.
Billy Octane. I mean, guys, you cannot. You can't beat it. I mean, you know, there's some drivers in real life, you know, that have some pretty cool names, but Billy Octane takes the cake for me. He's got the coolest name in sim racing. Period.
Thank you.
You heard it. You heard it, Joe. You heard it here first. Ryan is most certainly a fan, and if you hear Ryan Gill changing to Ryan Octane in the future, you know where the idea came from. So Owens will get past Brown on screen. He's going to take 30th position overall, and of course that jumps himself up in the standings. But Billy, it's been great to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining us here and giving us a little bit of an insight to who is the Billy Octane.
Thank you for having me. And
Only a
I guess
pleasure.
we'll see you around, guys.
Cheers, Billy.
Later.
So of course, Billy Octane, over and done with an interview, and of course his team not exactly where they want to be right now, but some bad luck coming their way, and hopefully they'll be able to put it back together. And of course, you know, the likes of Harry Conway and Mikhail Sundstrom in that car, they are well-known names around here, George.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things that you see them together. It's something that you want to see. I do believe that we do have another driver ready for a final interview here before we can really get back into doing our comms action. He's limited in terms of his stint time, so I'm gonna just drag him in here and see if he can help us out and give us some enlightenment to his race. Hello, good sir. Welcome to the stream and the commentary box. We're here to hear about your race and give us a little bit of insight into who you are, your car, where you guys are standing at the moment. The 621 should be on the screen.
Okay, so yeah, we're in the 621 Bentley in the amateur class. I think we started about 42nd on the grid, if I remember correctly. Currently up to 30, so we've pulled a fair bit back. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun.
That's a great start coming out there. Were those positions things that you found on track? Were drivers having to go in and serve penalties or anything? Or how were those positions made up?
It's been a mixture of things, to be honest. A lot of the places were quite early at the start. Obviously, there was a few accidents ahead of us, and we kind of got a front row seat into all of those. So, unfortunate for the drivers involved, but we were able to kind of capitalize on the opportunities. And yeah, it's a mixture of cars crashing out and cars pitting, and just some general good overtaking from some of the drivers on our team as well.
Yeah, you know, that's the balance that comes in, and that's what happens in these sort of endurance races. The ability to make up positions is unfortunately the woes affect other teams. That's not something that as a competitive driver you're going to take too much into your concern. It's free positions being made up on track and making your way through the order. So for me, it's all about who has the most consistent race at the end of the day, who manages to get it round the best. And give us a little bit of insight into picking the Bentley here. It's obviously a bit of a big car to drive around. What was the decision-making process in this?
Well, as a team, we haven't actually driven this game an awful lot. I know the driver of the car right now, he's had the game for the least time of all of us. And we just test drove every car that we could, and we just found that this is the most consistent between all three drivers, and it's the one that we enjoyed the most.
I mean, that's always the balancing point in it, is finding something that works for everybody. And especially when it comes into these long stints, you have to find something that really works for everybody's balance. Otherwise, they're going to feel like, they're under pressure and they're not in the right mindset to deliver the same sort of thing. But brilliant shots of your number 621 Bentley coming around, a heap of cars in the background. Going to pull over to the right to let them on by, of course, doing the right thing and obeying the blue flags, not wanting to get involved as we see them dragging it down the straights. A beautiful sight at night. How's the nighttime driving been?
It's been exciting. I must admit, like, the Kunos did a really, really good job with the actual lighting in this game as well. So in real life, I'm a photographer, so kind of I could appreciate good lighting in games, and they've done a really, really good job, especially kind of as I don't think we'll see dusk, sadly, or dawn, sorry, but again, the lighting in those kind of time periods is just so good. The night really kind of it feels convincing as well.
It's got that real throw of the headlights when you're in that cockpit view. The darkness all around you, it really feels like it's just those beams of light that are lighting up the path in front. You see them catching all the sort of details in the background as well, really giving you that depth of feel as we jump on board with your 621 Bentley, going through the tricky fast right-hander, approaching the back of an Aston Martin, which of course, this is where racing comes down. Some guys you're racing on track for position, some guys you're not. but it's all about that balancing point. Costa, of course, in 22nd position up ahead. So Owen's just doing the right thing, just sort of trying to follow the lines along, trying to just keep the car ahead of Brown, who is just down the road. Of course, that move being done earlier on hasn't quite opened up the space to get away just yet. So I believe that we're probably pulling you away from your team comms. Can you give us a bit of an insight into how it works inside the team comms side of things? Are you guys talking all the time, updating splits, or are the drivers very much like, stop, don't talk to me, I'm focused, I know what to do?
Honestly, we're quite a friendly group. A lot of the stuff our team normally does is a lot of street racing tour gear stuff on the normal Assetto Corsa. So we're kind of used to kind of just generally chatting as we're driving, and it's kind of nice to kind of fill in some of the time. Obviously, in moments kind of like this where it's one car following another, obviously you want to kind of give the driver of the car some kind of like time to concentrate. But whilst it's clear out in front of you and everything's nice and consistent, it's nice to not take it too seriously and remind yourself it's just a game at the end of the day, and we're all here to have fun, and having fun's where I think doing well also kind of stems from. So
no, it's exactly all of those things that you've talked about there. It's it's always fun to sort of spectate your fellow driver driving, see him making improvements, give him those little motives of confidence that enable him to keep pushing himself. And if mistakes are made, it's all about that teammate or those teammates around you that help you keep it calm, get the car pointed back in the right direction, keeping focused, and knowing that there's always time to make up that space again. But from my side, it's been incredible to have you in here to get a little bit of insight into the background behind the Alliance Blue 621 Bentley, currently in 30th place. Ryan, from my side, I'm completely done in terms of asking questions. Do you have anything else before we let this man get back to his stint? I believe you are about to get back into the car.
Yeah, I think you've covered pretty much everything, George. I mean, it's very interesting to get the perspective of someone who very new to ACC, and of course, like you said, one of your drivers not being, having the least experience of all of you, and just testing cars to see what works. It's very much a phase that I think everyone goes through who gets into sim racing and ACC as well. You just test what works, you test what you're comfortable with, and it's nice to see that you've obviously picked a car that you all enjoy, and it's obviously a fan favourite amongst the ACC community as well. So nothing really on my end, to add to that, but we'll let you get back to your race, because like George said, I believe you'll be taking over the car very soon.
yeah, see, I'm requested in, so I should jump back over. I just want to say a massive thank you to you guys as well. It's been a lot of fun, like the qualifying, the pre-qual and everything. It's been so much fun, and not just the event itself. So it's been a really good experience. Thank you.
It's only a pleasure, and it's always great having you guys come in and give us a little bit of the behind the scenes of the drivers who, of course, make all these events possible. So thanks so much for jumping through. If you guys want to come and give us an update a little bit later, feel free to do so.
I'll do that. Thank you very much. And I'll see you guys around.
Cheerio.
Okay, so of course that was one of the Alliance Blue racing drivers. That was Spirit Mooncrest in the box. But of course, we do indeed have someone, someone I'm very, very familiar with. And of course, if you've been around the ACC scene for a while now, you'll recognise his name as well. I'm very glad to welcome someone who I used to race against as well, not just the likes of Billy Octane. I have been around for a while now in ACC. Killian Ryan Meenan, welcome to the Combox.
Hello.
So Killian, give me the honesty here. Qualifying.
Go on.
Michael Tauscher went into qualifying, incredible pace. Unfortunately, couldn't compete in the Super Bowl. And I think you and I had a bit of a conversation in the back end when I said to you if he doesn't make it to Super Bowl, but of course he did. So I'll eat my words.
He didn't make it to Super Bowl.
Well,
he missed it.
Technically, did miss Super Bowl, but
yeah.
But I mean, your race has been a bit of up and down and all sorts. But Cormac Ryman, and unfortunately picking up a drive-through penalty for track limits. And I do have to ask, did you happen to hand that car over to him with 3 warnings already?
I had 2, but I picked them up. I picked 2 up on the exit of the second last corner out of the chicane. There was a car parked in the middle, and I had to go left onto the runoff. And I obviously didn't lift enough or whatever happened, and I picked 2 up in the one corner. So then he got 2, and that was it. But yeah, it was my fault, his fault. But look, it doesn't really make a difference. We're in P5 from what happened at the start of the race. I mean, we're pretty happy to be where we are. So
yeah, of course you have Michael Tauscher joining you for this race, of course, and he is incredibly rapid. Unfortunately, like I said, didn't really get the chance to compete in Super Bowl, but of course he's going to be coming into the car for the last 2 stints. And of course you drove a very good second stint, because Cormac's been more than pulling his weight as well. So, you know, with Tauscher getting into the car, I mean, you're sitting top 5 at the moment. Are you looking for at least a podium here today?
yeah, we'd like to finish top 3. The way we've timed it is Michael will have a slightly shorter final stint, so hopefully with the fuel offset we can make up some time there. His race pace is insane at this track, and it's his setup, so we've adapted to drive it. So we were hoping that we'd be a little bit further up. The drive-through kind of screwed us a bit. I think when I came in from the second stint, I was P2. I came in right behind the leader. So the drive-through kind of knocked us back the whatever it is, 35 seconds, and it's kind of stayed that sort of gap to P1. So hopefully, well, a lot can happen. There's still more than 2 hours left, and I think some of the guys P2 and P4 have time penalties, so you don't know what can happen there. But yeah, there's 2 hours left, and we have our best driver to come. So hopefully, but we are aiming for top 3.
Yeah, always nice to see that, you know, you can do things like this in endurance races. You can put your best driver in last, you know, or your quickest driver, and obviously interesting to hear that you guys adapting to his setup. Obviously, I mean, you and Cormac are very well known for liking the Porsche, so of course seeing you two in that car was no real surprise to anyone really, but interesting to know that you guys have, of course, had to adapt to a setup that maybe is a bit different to what you'd usually run.
Yeah, it's completely different. I usually set my cars up so they're much more oversteery. This one is really planted. It's great for tire wear. I think my lap times for my entire stints were like within a 10th from start to finish of like my best times at the start and end. So it's good. To be honest, I actually only drove this setup for the first time this morning. I did about 10 laps in the practice server before the race server went up. Cormac was the same.
Can I just jump in between you guys quickly and just ask that we change to our leader battle on screen whilst we go through these things, because Hardcamper in the 133 has that Lamborghini all over the back end, and they of course are on the same lap. They're battling out for the lead here. So just as we go, I want to follow this along. Sorry to jump in there, Killian. I do apologize.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, adjusting to someone else's setup is always going to be a challenge. But obviously, you guys have done it, you know, phenomenally well. And of course, you know, two drivers of your skill level. I know exactly how quick you are. And actually, as we're watching here, Matthias Egger for the Orion Racing Team car is going to try and go around the outside into turn 1, and he is going to be around the outside. He's going to have the inside line coming into 2, and then he's going to be on the outside into 3. Will have to maybe back off. Can he carry the speed around? No, not entirely so. Goes wide, and it seems that Hardcamper will keep the Lamborghini at bay for the moment. But moving on to something else, Killian. You know, you and Cormac obviously have got this reputation now around the ACC community for, you know, being incredibly quick, and we do seem to have quite a few brothers in the ACC community that are very quick. The Strellos, the Wursts, and of course, you know, the Ryan Meenans. So, you know, maybe a bit more information that you could give us about Cormac. How much experience does he have in the likes of sim racing and ACC compared to yourself? Because I'm pretty sure you've been doing sim racing for a while longer than he has.
It's actually the opposite. So I was never really into sim racing until maybe January, February of this year. So when I picked up ACC, and I never really, like, I did the Formula 1 games, career modes and whatnot, and they were fun. But the first time I actually, like, ACC is my first game that I've raced leagues and organized events in, and I only got it in January, February. I think it was the end of January. Whereas Cormac he plays Gran Turismo when he's with his girlfriend in Australia, and then he came home. He was away, and I had bought ACC, and then he built the PC. So we've had the game for a similar length of time. We did drive against each other in Formula 1, and when we were younger...
Killian, I'm going to interrupt you really quick. I'm sorry, buddy, as we have Hartkemper and Egger diving into T1 here. The Lambo actually going to get the inside, and ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the change for the lead. However, Hartkemper going to come back at him through P2 here. We're going to come into outer Renault, and the Hartkemper is actually going to switch it back to him. So that is going to be Hartkemper again, still defending that position, but that is lap 2 of 2 that we have seen that move happen through turn 1 there, and Egger still all over the back of this Audi. This fight is just going to keep going. This is a battle for P1, ladies and gentlemen, in Pro Class.
Yeah, Mike, it's all about setting yourself up for T3 really here at Barcelona. T1 and 2 are not the critical ones. T3 is where you carry the speed. So the Audi doing such a good job to set himself up to always have that inside line for T3 running out. That's forcing Egger to try and do all kinds of things which are not going to be advantageous to the Lamborghini. And you can just see this middle sector is where the number 133 Audi in currently first position, Hartkemper, just seems to hold a little bit of a gap over to the back of the Lamborghini. But this closing final sector, that Lamborghini of Egger gets all over the back. The slipstream works out for the Lambo coming round, and the battle for first could not be any hotter. They come up to back markers as well. That means that the Audi is going to have to pick up his line, make sure that he finds a way where he's not going to run into the back of him. The back marker will move out the way down the straight, of course, and this will allow them to drag themselves down. But it's a much better position for the Audi this time around. Egger not in that slipstream as much as he was, and this is going to allow Hartkemper to hold that defensive line coming around into the start of lap 132.
Yeah, he hopped a little bit over the curve there a little bit, so that'll put him back one more lap, as George says. But yeah, apologies to interrupt you guys, Ryan and Killian. But yeah, why don't you guys go ahead and finish up your chat? Obviously, a battle for P1 going on.
It's a spicy race, all right.
It is.
Well, they always tend to be. I mean, you Killian would know that more than any. I mean, it was in the ICGT Sprint Championship. You had a great battle with Jaroslav Honzik, actually, around Laguna Seca, and of course, that's going to be a race that we remember quite a lot throughout the ICGT Pro split, and you had a bit of a difficult race going into the round yesterday at Kyalami. I know you had some wheel issues before the race, so
yeah.
Hopefully you've got all those sorted out, and of course you've driven 2 mega stints here today. But dude, thank you very much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you and Cormac around RCI, of course, and we hope to see you for the Bathurst 12-hour that we're actually going to be hosting later this year.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for running the event. It's been super fun, and the commentary's been great to watch while I've been out of the car. So thanks a million, guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Killian. Thanks for joining us. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, Killian Ryan Meenan for the 5th place Porsche 211. His brother Cormac currently in the car, and Michael Tauscher going to be in the car here shortly. Killian says Michael Tauscher, of course, being their quick driver of the car. A little bit of issues throughout the center of the race, so they're going to work their way hopefully back up to P3 for Killian's words. But we're going to look again at this battle for the lead. We're going to watch the front of the car from Egger here. He's going to try again to go around the outside of P1. Going to try and dive super deep into this corner. He's not very hard on the brakes there. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of a touch there, just a little bit of a tap on that 133 Audi, and he kind of realized that he was probably going to have to back off a little more there than he thought. He tried to get that undercut thinking the Audi would perhaps overbrake the corner, but he didn't. So good on Hartkemper to keep a hold of that car, and Egger not to go too deep there. Good on the brakes to keep behind him. But George, this battle is just going to keep going, I think, because these guys have pretty consistent pace for each other. I think even if Egger gets by, he ain't going to take off.
No, it's been a absolute phenomenal little bit to catch up on at this sort of stage of the race. 2 hours remain in the 6 hour of Barcelona, of course. It's been great racing out on track, and this is not disappointing. The Lambo going to have a little fake round, a little dive, looking to see if he can throw off the Audi coming into the fast right hand, and out coming down the little bit of the straight. The aero advantage there for the Lamborghini. He's going to have a look on the inside, but he's not alongside just yet, and the Audi is well aware of this, so he's not going to yield his position. He's going to go ultra defensive, and that just allows Egger to get closer and closer to the back of that Audi. This Lamborghini putting so much pressure on at this stage of the race. This is absolutely incredible driving coming out from both drivers. The defensive lines being held up by Hartkemper, holding Egger at bay. Through the final chicane they go, and Hartkemper peels into the pits. He's had enough with that. He's going to serve his driver change or pit stop. Hartkemper will take over the lead in the Lamborghini with the 126, but of course things could potentially change up if Hartkemper's pit stops don't go to plan, Ryan.
Yeah, Matthias Egger doing incredibly well there to pressure the Audi, and of course Hartkemper wants none of that. They're going to come into the pit lane, and we're probably going to see a driver swap from them, or it's going to be a second stint for Hartkemper in that car. But you know, I did say it before, the Lamborghini, it runs well around here. It's good in qualifying, and it is very, very good in the race. And of course, the Orion race team that we did have Fulvio Barazzini in earlier, he did say that, you know, they've managed to get the setup into a relatively comfortable position for this car. And of course, that's the key element with a lot of these cars that are so twitchy and difficult to manage is, you know, can you get the best out of the car? Can you set the car up properly? And this Lamborghini at the moment, it is absolutely flying.
Yeah, it really is. And like we talked about earlier, Lambo, you know, not something that's too easy to drive, especially near the end of its stints. Ryan, you know that better than a lot of people, as you're a big fan of Lambos. But we're now switching over to James Bacon here in the 125 SRJ Motorsport Porsche, battling Lubomir Zeman for the 21 McLaren. This is for 16th place overall, which should be 14th in Pro. Of course, guys, we have two battles going on, Pro versus AM, but that is very close to the back of that McLaren there. Bacon really wants that by. I want to say he's probably got the pace on Zeman here. He has definitely closed that gap, and they're coming into the final sets of corners here. We're going to see them. We can hear the McLaren even through the car. You can over that Porsche, that whiny little Porsche. He's going to come on the inside for the chicane. He's going to come down T14, keep the inside T15. No, there's a little bit of a touch there, just a punt. The kids came together ever so slightly, and it was enough to send that 125 Porsche around. Unfortunate for them. Of course, the stewards will have to take a look at that, and we're going to take a quick look on the replay. Let's see this again. Of course, this is them coming around Europe car T13 right here. And they're getting really close here, and they're going to, oh, no, so this is T13. Here we go into the chicane section. He's going to dive onto the inside, take the inside of the corner, just a little bit of a touch there, and then the Porsche, it almost looks like he cut down just a little too much, and millimeters make a difference in racing, and that just shows it right there. 125, probably losing about 5 to 6 seconds off that. Unfortunate for him, so he's going to have to make up that time now, as we actually see him lost position to one of our interviews that we just had, Billy Octane's team there in front, Triple R Racing. Mikhail Sundstrom out in front of him now in the 333 Aston, so he's got a couple positions to make up.
Yeah, if you get spun around towards the end of that chicane, that is a long straight to try and make up that top end. So that sort of 7-second gap that the 333 being piloted by Sundstrom had was almost immediately eaten up and sent James Bacon down into P17. And of course, we do have live stewards that will rule on things. We are not live stewards here ourselves. So of course, we have a team of incredibly dedicated staff behind the scenes that don't get featured on the live broadcasts all the time. And, you know, those guys are putting in the work. 6 hours of monitoring drivers going around to keep things as fair and honest as possible. And they will be going back through the replays and having a real look down. Bacon really wants to get this position back. Sundstrom is staying ultra defensive. He picks the inside line through the chicane, and that's going to force Bacon to settle petal behind and just pick another point to try and see where he can get himself by. We're going to drive down the start-finish straight on the splitter cam from the 125 Porsche. James Bacon chases down Mikhail Sundstrom in that 333 Aston Martin down into T1 onto the brakes. The glow being sent up, the lighting in Assetto Corsa Competizione just so beautiful, and captures it through the tricky right-hander. The Aston Martin starts to understeer on the exit pretty early. James Bacon almost following the same sort of line. He wants to have a look under the braking zone of the bridge. Late on the brakes from the Aston, and James Bacon gets on a little bit closer as they approach another backmarker in front. So the battle here needs to be, a calm and collected affair, and just beautiful camera work being done here by Ryan, of course, who's commentating and doing the live camera action at the same time.
Something I want to point out real quick. This is a relatively flat track overall, but you don't really notice it, and we say this a lot at Spa, of course, because it's like the number one thing, right? But here, even, you see how this track kind of dips up and down from that splitter cam, and that's not something that, even as this track being relatively flat overall, that's it really kind of that splitter cam really kind of hits home on just how much you're still going up and down, even on a track that's pretty flat. I mean, nothing's quite as flat as Silverstone, but
I'm gonna have to.
No, he's gonna stop you. I knew this was gonna happen. Tell us.
Like, this is a deceiving track. You don't understand the elevation difference at this circuit. It's not. It's very deceiving. Like, it looks fairly flat, but as someone who's seen it in person, it is not flat. It's far from it. The drop down from, I think it's about turn 12 down to turn 16, it's deceiving. It looks like a very slight incline downwards. It's actually much, much steeper than it initially looks on TV cameras. They don't do it justice. It's like a lot of tracks out there. Kyalami in particular, George mentioned to me that Leeuwkop is a monster of a hill to climb up, especially in these GT3 cars. And the same goes for Laguna Seca. The corkscrew is a much bigger drop than it is given credit for on TV. And I think a lot of these circuits, they kind of don't really get that justice done with the TV cameras. But this place, it's definitely not, doesn't have one of the biggest elevation changes of, all the tracks that we have here in ACC. Or it's not one of the biggest elevation change tracks in the world, far from it. But it's seriously, seriously deceiving around here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I honestly, I know that there's a couple little hills here, but you can see, now that I pay attention to it, you can see how much this hill is, and I would not have noticed quite that closely if we hadn't have been on that splitter cam for most of that lap. So interesting things that you kind of learn as you dance around a track, even 4 hours into a race. And that's something that's always interesting to see with these long races like this, is you pick up on these little small things as you sit here and stare at the same track for 6 hours at a time. And either way, James Bacon still all over the back of this 333 Aston here, not able to quite get that move done yet. But Cormac Ryan, and I apologize, looks like he has actually made his way up to a podium as I look up the grid a little bit. He is back up in P3. Of course, they should have a pit stop here shortly to switch up to Michael. Wow, I just lost his name in my head. Their qualifying driver, Michael is going to be jumping. Schauser, thank you. Should be jumping into the car here shortly, as we are now back to Lucas Rommel, who of course was the gentleman who qualified P1 at the end, as he's diving down onto the bottom of Pintus there. Going to make up probably a pretty easy position for him. Lucas Rommel back up into 9th place now. Again, they started P1 and they couldn't start at the top of the grid, had to come out of the pits due to some sort of technical issues, and so they've carved their way back up into P9 of all places. A very story similar to that 126 Lambo who got a drive through early on. You got a couple cars here, the 126, the 211, the 137 guys, that have all just made their way up the field with early incidents happening, all in the top 10.
Lucas Rommel on that defense there. We're going to switch back to Bacon versus Sundstrom. These two are not easing up. They're not giving up easily, and Sundstrom is putting that Aston Martin on the defense wherever possible. Through the fast right-hander they go, and down the start, or sorry, not the start-finish straight, just a stretch straight to wind it down. The Porsche will chase down that Aston Martin, and of course, the Porsche running with a little bit of BOP against it. This is, of course, to balance up where the Porsches stand in the meta, but the Porsche is proving to be a untamable or a tameable beast, even with the BOP being thrown in. They're ultra competitive and great performance cars here as we see them going in through that chicane, nice and tidy coming out from both. The Porsche in that non-quite attack position just yet. You see those couple of car links between them. This is where he's just trying to figure out those braking points, where the advantage can be found up against Sundstrom. The number 133 Audi here is on the back of, I believe, is that...
that's the Bentley. Yeah, that's the 30 Bentley.
Yeah, the 30, correct. So battle for P4 and P5 heating up here as well. So driver interviews out the way, and it's almost like the race has given us a slight blessing in seeing some of these onboard actions. Tobias Pfeffer, that 133 Audi, wants to pull out, wants to get on the inside line coming into T1. And look at the drag coming down. The Bentley being left in the dust and the Audi allowed to tuck back in. I do believe the Bentley sort of eased off the accelerator pedal there, looked like, to allow the Audi to get through. The Bentley didn't want to go into T1 side by side and wreck the race with an hour and 51 minutes to go. So I believe a little bit of smart driving coming out from our Bentley driver there, as we change back to the battle that I feel we will not be easing up on until it's changed up, because Bacon's actually got past Sundstrom down that straight, and that's meant that the Porsche of Bacon has run a little bit wide coming down into the closing sectors, and it's all about just finding that rhythm. And I think Sundstrom knows this. If he can pressure that Porsche to making mistakes, Mike, it's going to be his position to take back.
Yeah, well, Sundstrom, of course, a very good competitor. Billy Octane, Harry Conway are his teammates in that 333 Triple R Aston. However, Bacon, obviously has the pace there to get ahead of him. He's already gapped him by about 0.4 of a second. So I don't think we're going to see Sundstrom take over for Bacon here unless there's some sort of mistake. But I say that, and Bacon is having to go defensive into T1 here. Sundstrom going along the outside still, not able to kind of get up beside him, but we'll see if Bacon can keep a hold of that Porsche. As George said, even with that 15-kilogram bop that we do have on that car, it has still shown just pretty much dominance throughout the field. Currently, the Porsches are kind of taking up the top of the grid. However, that Audi of the 133, the Pfeffer that George was just talking about a moment ago, was kind of in P1 for the longest time. There is a couple pit stops ahead of him, like the 18 Porsche currently in his pit stop. Cormac Ryan Meaden in the 211 Porsche going to have to pit here shortly as well. We'll see if Pfeffer has lost any time in the pits, or if he's still able to get back up into P1 as we switch back over to Lucas Rommel and Pentis with this battle that's going on as well. So two battles kind of coming across near the top 15. And really quick, while we have a moment, guys, I want to mention at least one last time that we do have a giveaway going on for everybody today. Multiple giveaways going on. We have 3 items that were given to us from our sponsors to give away for you guys. So much appreciate the sponsors helping us out with that. Make sure that you type !raffle in the chat to get the link for the form. You will need to fill out that form with some information. And we'll be doing a drawing here before the end of the race to give away 3 different prizes. Our grand prize that we will be giving away after the race is for a Thrustmaster GT300 RS. And of course, that will go out to the chat. You guys can fill out the form to apply for that one, as well as any of the drivers are available to take that one as well. The second place prize that will go out to the chat, and again, it's just the same form to fill out, is a Logitech G29 in case anybody wants to get into sim racing. Logitech G29, excellent little wheel to start with. I have one myself, and I'm sure many people start with one or a very similar model for their racing career. A lot of people have a G29, G27, excellent little wheel and pedal set to start some sim racing in case you have interest yourself and to come and join us for one of these races. We run multiple races every week and endurance races. We're potentially planning on running one about once a month or so, but at the minimum, we at least have one in October, 12 hours of Bathurst, so even twice the length of this race here at Mount Panorama. And then our third prize that we have available today is a Logitech Pro X headset. That one will go out as a raffle to the drivers themselves as a thank you for participating in the race. And of course, that one will happen after the race once drivers are clear from the track, as we're seeing Rommel and Pentis dance around the last chicane here. So again, guys, !raffle in the chat, or check down in the description for the link if one of the mods could give me an exclamation point raffle if you haven't already in the chat to make sure that link goes out. Make sure you guys go fill out that form, enter in for the giveaway, win yourself some prizes, and hope everybody's enjoying the race with myself, Ryan, and George giving you the commentary for the back half.
So, of course, watching here with Lucas Rommel, he did get past the 74 Ferrari of Gavino Pintus, it had to be said, but of course that position seems to have been regained. We were not entirely sure if that was through a mistake from Rommel, or if Pintus legitimately did have the pace to get back past the Porsche. But of course, this battle developing interesting, and of course this car, the 137, was the car that started on pole position, and unfortunately had to start from the pit lane. They've clawed their way all the way back up to 10th, which, I mean, look, you know, I shouldn't have to tell anyone how incredible it is that they have managed to claw this car up to 10th place from, what was it, about P43 on the grid, 30 seconds back from the rest of the field, by the way, because of how starting from the pit lane works. You have to wait until the field have cleared the exit area of the pit lane, and then of course, you know, you have to trundle down pit lane at pit limit speed, so you're usually about 20-30 seconds behind the rest of the pack. They've clawed their way up to 10th. They're looking to get P9 now, and I mean, you know, George, take it away. I mean, you know, it can't be underestimated how good of a job they've done here today.
Nope, it's been phenomenal from everybody. It's been incredible racing out on track, and we still have an hour and 46 minutes to enjoy of the on-track GT racing. These tin tops really do make for some good battles on track, and of course, Rommel chasing down Pintus, Porsche versus Ferrari down at the start-finish straight to start their 141st lap here at the 6 hours of Bathurst. It's been an incredible journey to see where things have come from. Rommel doing all the work to get himself up here to P10. Pintus is doing a good job to hold him at bay. That 74 Ferrari really does seem to nail this first sector, and Rommel needs to do a lot to catch up to the back of him. Both of them share similar penalties in the form of the 20 seconds that they will find here, so essentially they're not going to affect each other where they finish, but it might allow the Amcar of Frieda at the moment to maybe jump up ahead of some of these pros if he can get himself up the order. He's only 13 seconds down the road from Rommel, I believe, so Frieda potentially going to benefit off this. These guys battling out, slowing each other down, will let the drivers behind get themselves involved in the action just a little bit more, and that's what I love about it is, you know, you're defending, you're slowing down on those defensive lines. The guy behind you can't just drive through you, he's got to find a way around you, as we watch Rommel late on the brakes, trying to sniff out a way past the yellow Ferrari in front, but it's not possible to do so. Around T12 they go, approaching T13, and of course that infamous chicane that catches people off guard, and it's all about putting the pressure on, trying to force a little bit of curbs to be taken up. The Ferrari does, through T13, pick up a little bit, but it's not enough. And there is the mistake. It's just what he needed. Lucas Rommel forces Pintus to make the mistake, and that's what we needed. A replay will come in. We'll watch that Ferrari eat that curb, get sent round. He tries to catch it. The snapback oversteer sends him off into the gravel, and the Porsche of Lucas Rommel, the 137, promotes himself with just putting a bit of pressure on in front.
Oh, that's so sad for Pintus there. That Ferrari eats curbs like a champ, but it cannot eat a sausage, as it turns out, and that just throws him over. It looks like he mostly kept it out of the wall, so hopefully not too much damage for him. Looks like he got demoted to P11, so lost maybe about 20 seconds or so off that, so heartbreaking for them. That's going to lose them the overall P10. Of course, our AM driver, though, in the 269, I believe he still has a pit stop to make, but that means that he will be promoted up into P10 temporarily, as Ryan's actually going to send us over, George, to McLaren car 93. This was a team that's been up in the kind of top 10 area for quite a while, and now they're all of a sudden in P21. This they must have had something happen to them as well. I wonder if they got a penalty, a drive-through or something somewhere. I'll have to check the penalty reports. Don't see anything from the stewards, but yeah, they must have gotten a track limits penalty or something. That must be heartbreaking for them.
Absolutely, it's not what you want to see come through, and These sort of things do happen in racing side by side, going through down into that tricky little left-righter, and lights going to be flashing. Not impressed with that at all, says the Lexus in the AM class as Patain goes by. And both of them surviving, but definitely a little bit of rubbing is racing, and hopefully nobody picking up too much damage.
Yeah, look like just a little side-by-side action there. So that's Derdrich in the 253 Lexus, by the way, who was, of course, up in P1 in the AM class a little bit ago. I believe they did indeed get a little bit of a penalty or had an issue with their pit stop earlier, and so that has demoted them back to P4, overall P21. Something I do like to see, though, guys, for the most part, these Pro and Am drivers have sorted themselves pretty well with our pre-qualifying races. We do see a few AM guys, of course, in the top 20, but overall, these Pro and Am guys have more or less kind of split themselves into 20 each down the grid, and that's always really great to see because it means that we've got action-packed races going on everywhere here. Even 4 hours and 18 minutes into this race at this point, we're still looking at battles all the way back down to P20 for overall spots even. And even more so down the grid, we're going to see these battles go on for another hour and 40 minutes, I'm sure. And the lead has changed just a bunch of times this particular race, both in AM and Pro class. We saw, I believe, 6 different leaders in the first 3 hours of the race, if Jesse was anything to go by. And of course, it's still been kind of shaken up at the top of the grid. Still, we've had the Pfeffer still up in first place in the 133 Audi. Still up there. However, Michael Tauscher, who is now in the Ryan Meenan's car, back in 6th place, throwing down some good laps there. He's going to start making up some time as well, getting close up to P5, P4 era. Of course, they were in P2 earlier before they got a drive-through, and Barazini and that 126 Lamborghini has been carving his way up the field. Currently not too far back from the leader up at the top of the grid. We should hopefully see even more battles for the lead as the time goes on. Oh, I just noticed again, the 253 Lexus just got himself a stop and go for speeding in the pit lane. That is another penalty for them. They were in the lead earlier. That is heartbreaking by them. They are not having a good back half of the race here, guys.
You know what? When we heard from some of our drivers before, when it goes bad, and everything could potentially go wrong. Sometimes goes wrong. A stop-go penalty, 30 seconds in the pits. That is going to impact their drive entirely. Michael Tauscher in that number 211 Porsche here. This is the man that we want to see. We want to follow his lap times out on track. We want to see what he's capable of doing race pace. We've been teased that he is an absolute monster when it comes to Barcelona. The Ryan Meenan brothers adapting to his setup here, the planted setup coming out. And of course, he was the man that was almost half a second ahead just before we went to Superpole. So the pre-qualifying for the top 10, he was almost half a second ahead of second, and then couldn't make it through to Superpole, so they started down the order. Currently, they find themselves in 6th, so an absolute blessing for them to get themselves through to this position. And Tauscher really wants to get past the number 30 Dylan Bentley that is in front of him, the sky blue Bentley holding down 5th place, not just 5th, but pride and points as well. You want to get by. They come down to the braking zone evenly on the brakes. We see a shattered brake mark in the background as the Knights has probably caught someone unaware. Luckily, it's just a board for not really referencing braking points or anything that guys would need here, but someone has been sent off down into the depths. They're down into T13 before they come down to the chicane. Curbs galore coming out, and of course the Bentley can do that. The Porsche, not so much. You see the stability being affected as Tauscher tries to adapt his line to find those 10s to get past that Bentley, but for now has to settle in for a little while longer.
Yeah, George, he's gonna have to settle in for a little bit here, and I'm sure that they will still, fight because, of course, it's Tauscher, it's the Ryan Meenan brothers, it is racing drivers in general, and as Jesse likes to talk about all the time, racing drivers will not give up. It doesn't matter if we're 10 minutes into a race or 4.5 hours into one. He's still all over the back of this 30 Bentley, and I would not be surprised if he's able to get by this guy sometime soon. Of course, Tauscher, we know from talking to Killian earlier, is their fast driver here for this 211 Bow Racing Porsche, and that should mean that if he's able to find a gap, he should be able to slide past and keep that, and start closing that 25-second gap that's between him and Musin up above that. So before we do that, though, as we're keeping an eye on this, boys, I believe, if I am not mistaken, we've got another person in our interview box who might want to have a chat. Let's see here. Moreno Sartor, that I believe is... Ryan, this is going to be car 93 here as we're seeing the Porsche peek to the end of there. So I'm going to pull Sartor in the board here. We'll talk about car 93 here briefly, who we got a lot of looks at earlier. Sartor, you're here with me?
Yes, I am.
Hello, sir. So the 93 McLaren, you guys were up quite a bit in the grid earlier. We just noticed you kind of dipped down to P20. We were just talking about you. What happened here?
We were caused. I had already prepared a new livery for the car, the 93 with a lot of hashtag curse race, please no more. But actually, it keeps on happening. I don't know why.
What happened to you guys?
We had a pretty good couple of stints at the very beginning. Then during the in-lap of the second stint, we found a couple of cars completely sideways at the exit of the hairpin, in the very beginning of the third sector. And we collected 15 seconds of damage and some 5 or 6 more due to the detour we had to take in order to reput our car pointing in the correct direction. And then we had another contact during the third stint, even quite early, with another 50 seconds of not penalty, but 50 seconds of damage. And then during our last stop, we had the great we got unlucky another time. The pit limiter kind of slipped for a couple of seconds. We were awarded a stop and go 30. So
yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so that explains why you guys have dropped down the grid. Well, that's unfortunate to see, man. I mean, you guys definitely were having a reasonable run through the first half of the race. So, what's your goal here for the rest of the race? I mean, do you guys think you might be able to potentially slide back up to 15th?
Yes, if we're able not to get a drive-through, because we already are our third warning for track limits, so just not getting the drive-through would be a huge achievement for us. So
yeah. Well, I mean, hey, 90 minutes left in the race. Hopefully you guys can be careful. Of course, are you getting back in the car at some point? You got the last stint?
Yeah, I got the last stint, the last 60 minutes, and we'll see what we can do. I mean, if we can get, I can see from my relative times where we got the 17th place, the 818 Porsche at 17 seconds. I mean, it's not too far ahead, but we would have to keep an eye on them and see what.
Yeah, and it looks like the car behind you at the moment, the 85 Bentley, got himself a drive-through, so that should give you a little bit of room from the overall perspective as well. And of course, the next overall position down in 25th looks like he's quite a ways behind. So, I think you guys coasted in early. Perhaps you can hold down that. As on stream here, actually, guys, we're going to switch over to Harry Conway, currently hunting down that 818 Porsche that Mr. Sartor was just referencing. So keep an eye on this battle on screen here. But George, did you have any quick questions for Sartor?
For me, it's always back to the same old questions of how did the car choice come about? How was it picked out between the drivers?
To be honest, it's something that it goes back to the Xbox times with the first AC, because both Walter and I, we are part of a community that raced on Xbox for, I mean, it started in 2011, and we're still we're still pretty strong on it. Nevertheless, we decided to switch on PC. We were loving the 650, the 650S on Assetto Corsa, and we decided to give it a go with the 720, and it's just perfect for our driving style. It's pretty consistent. It's very neutral. We like it, and decided to go with it. So
yeah, you know that those are all the check boxes that you really want to check, right? When picking a car, and at the end of the day, being liking it or loving it is the important thing, because you don't want to go and set yourself for 6 hours of pain where nobody likes the car. So
exactly.
Really makes sense.
Nevertheless, just going, changing the track, just going Spa, pull on, and the couple of corners that are just after it are just fantastic with this car. It's incredible how agile it can be. So but it's a huge part of a choice mechanism. If it drives well as Spa, then it drives well pretty much everywhere.
That's fair. Spa's a good basis track. We see Conway getting very close to the back of Andras Saka in that Porsche. It's an Aston Martin versus Porsche on track. Sorry to jump in there. Things got a little bit exciting coming into the hairpin. But Sato, it's been amazing to have a little chat with you. And thanks for giving us some insight here. Best of luck to you guys. Harry Conway is going side by side here with Saka. He wants the inside line. Will the Porsche let him have it? He does not need to give up too much room. He had the space to try and go a little bit alongside does Harry Conway, but he backs out. He knows that T3 is where he needs to really get onto the tack, and he's going to hang on to the back of Saka again, trying to go on the inside under the bridge. Is he going to get squeezed down? He is going to have to hold that inside line. The Porsche going very wide out here. It is going to be Conway now on the outside for the big left-hander. The Porsche is there, but will the cutback be potentially there for the Aston Martin? Not just available there for Conway, but the chase will continue. Saka continues to hold off that baby blue Miami themed 333 Aston Martin through the fast right-hander. They will go and they will throw at the back end, stepping out from Saka's Porsche. That's going to cost him a little bit coming down onto the straightaway section here. And the Aston Martin again from Conway wants the inside line, but he's not there. He's not able to get it. It will be down with the anchors, slowing the cars back down and trying to find something into the final sector.
Yeah, and of course that Aston has just not got too much of that grunt down the straight. However, they do have lap traffic here in front of them. That is a lap car Aston in front. We're going to see if this potentially slows down Sharka there at all, see if they can potentially slow him up a little bit, and so Conway can get past. But so far it looks like all it's going to do is give Sharka some slipstream coming down the straight there. I don't know if Conway is going to be able to dip. I'm sure he's going to look for it, and he will. He's going to look for the inside at least. He is actually going to slide in on the inside. How are they on the brakes there? Actually, Conway very good on the brakes, and there's that lap traffic getting up in the way. They were not able to slide past him quick enough. Conway for now is going to get that inside line coming through T3, and as George hinted at earlier, that is where it's at. If you can keep that inside line for T3, you can generally keep that pass done. So far, Conway has promoted himself up to P17. That said, I know for a fact that Sharka is not going to let that one go easy. And as we get down into the back half of this circuit, when that Porsche really comes alive and gets in through these tight corners, we're going to see if he's able to pull back past him. Of course, that Aston does not do fantastically down the straights overall. Even with that little bit of a bop up the Porsche has for this event, he still might be able to catch a slipstream down the back straight here shortly. Be curious to see if he can go for that dive in the corner, as that 818 has shown to be pretty quick through this field for the past 4.5 hours.
Just looking behind, you can see here the TF Racing Ferrari number 15 car. This car was doing fairly well towards the first parts of the race. They were running quite high up the field, but of course everyone's had their fair share of problems and bad luck in this race, and of course they find themselves down in 27th at the moment. Currently right on the back of Reisner in 706 Aston Martin. The Aston Martin getting all sorts of out of shape over the curbs out of the last chicane, and of course that's going to give the Ferrari the drive it needs. Of course, both these cars struggle slightly with straight line speed, but it seems there like the Ferrari has had to back off in a straight line, and the Aston Martin will retain position for now.
Giannis Taknis really did get onto the back end of Rise's Aston Martin through that final chicane. He had to get onto the brakes oh so hard. I think it compromised his exit out of the final corner. Couldn't quite be where he wanted to be coming down the start-finish straight, and unfortunately that's put him a couple of car lengths behind. But of course it is a battle for position. It is 26th and 27th on track, trying to fight their way up through the order. And at this stage of the race, with an hour and 27 minutes left to go, there's so much still to play for, and of course the excitement still will build up. I can't wait till that final 15-minute push. I think that's where I really start to get onto the edge of my seat with these guys. But the racing that we've seen in general from everybody has been really great. Here we get another on-track battle between Lappa and Marquez. That number 85 Aston Martin. This is a battle in class between two amateur drivers. The 888 Audi that we follow along on camera here, chasing down Max on the in the 85 Aston Martin. Couple of car lengths down, but these are the battles that you have to kind of pick up on, because those tenths drop down and suddenly these guys are fighting on track for position.
And there's just battles going on up and down the field. A lot of cars within about a second of each other up and down the field. We're looking at these guys here. Looking at my leaderboard, I'm seeing P26, P27 about a half second away as well. And of course, as the chat just mentioned as well, Eris now in the car for the devs in the 778 Mercedes. He's made his way up to 14th place as well, carving up the positions a little bit there. Of course, Gergo Panker, when he finished his stint, was in 12th. Earlier in the race. I do believe Kevin Stuck had a couple issues during his stint, lost himself some positions. Eris, of course, trying to make that up, keep a hold of that top 10 position in Pro Split. So far, they are, I believe, in 11th overall. Nope, sorry, that's 13th overall, because there's just Jeremy Renner's ahead of them at the moment because he carved through the Anfield. So they're in 13th overall. They're going to want to make up that top 10, at least finish in the top half of the field. Of course, Eris, definitely a very quick driver. Everybody knows him from YouTube, streaming him himself as well. Set up guru himself from the dev team. So you would expect him to just be as quick as he is. And it'd be interesting driving against him. I've never had the pleasure of driving on track myself against him or Kevin. I believe I have driven a little bit against Gergo, but not quite the other two devs. I would not want to see Eris in my mirror of all people. However, we are looking at Marcin Reisner here, back at P27. I mentioned just a moment ago, this gap was about a half a second, but that 15 Ferrari is now 1.3 seconds ahead. So it looks like Reisner has actually lost quite a bit of time against that Ferrari. Of course, Ryan did mention earlier that Ferrari has lost quite a bit of positions overall on the race day. Unfortunate for them. However, they are trying to push their way back up in the field. No penalties for them so far. They've had a reasonably clean race from a penalty perspective. There's a lot of penalties out besides that, but unfortunately not getting anywhere at the moment. As we're now going to switch back over to Michael Tauscher. We've talked a lot about him and the meetings today. He's up in 6th place at the moment on the back end of that 30 Bentley. We saw this about, 10 minutes ago, and this has not changed. He has not been able to get past that 30 Bentley of Deerland at the moment. He needs to get past him and make his way up the field. However, I do notice that they have been gaining just a little bit on Michael Muthen from an overall perspective. So, he's actually going to go wide there. He's going to jump off the track, hopefully not get himself another warning for track limits. Of course, if they had a drive-through earlier for track limits, we're going to see a little bit of a replay. He got a little sideways, as that Porsche does. We all know that Porsche does just not stay steady at times. You get that ever so slightly wrong. Good hold by him to at least not throw it sideways, just to lose a little bit of time. But Tauscher, guys, just not having the best stint here from the look of it. He's just kind of struggling for the back half of this.
It's a little bit of a struggle sometimes with that Porsche when the back end comes out. Obviously, the rear end nature of the car can give you some snapback oversteer, and we saw Tauscher do a good job to just make use of the runoff between T1 and 2 didn't go into the dirt, didn't drag anything onto his tires. So pretty much was able to continue doing what he needed to do, but does lose that time down to Darland, that number 30 Bentley, who Tauscher was chasing down. You see him in shot just going through the corner apex ahead of him. He's dropped down all that time that he's made up. There's still plenty of time on the clock for him to get back down to business. Tauscher will have dropped down on his last lap time indeed. But, you know, a 143.359 coming out race pace so far for the 211. So they're showing good potential coming down. They're almost 4/10 up of what the number 30 Bentley has done in front of them. So pace-wise, this Porsche on paper should be putting more pressure again onto the Bentley shortly if he does not make those same mistakes again.
Michael Tauscher, of course, the quicker of the drivers in the Bo Racing car. Of course, Killian Brian Meenan did mention him earlier on, and of course, you know, he's had a bit of trouble getting past that number 30 Bentley. But like you said, George, I think it's just going to be a matter of time, really, as he's going to close back in on that number 30 car. But the P3 for these guys, well, that's the aim that they have. They've got an hour and 22 minutes to go to try and rescue that. It is the 133 Audi of Pfeffer that leads at the moment. Barazini in second. Of course, we had an interview with him earlier on today, and Bosanore in third place as well. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, and it's always nice to see, George.
A little bit of a mixture coming in, and of course Audi, Lamborghini, Porsche, Bentley, Porsche, Bentley, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, the top 10 cars out on track at the moment, obviously all in the Pro class. Reymers in that Aston Martin leading out the AM class. It's Aston, Porsche, Aston, Mercedes, Ferrari down in the AM class. So again, a good little mixture coming out. The Porsche's BOP proving to just seem to hold them back where it needs to hold them back. And it will be Pfeffer out at the front doing what he needs to do. So for now, the Pfeffer is doing the work that needs to be done. Tauscher on screen wanting to try and catch that Bentley, of course. It looks like his last lap time there, a 144.523, whilst Darland doing a 144.7. So 2/10 quicker catching up. Lapped traffic to deal with as well as we jump on board with the 211 coming up to T4 on the flasher. I feel like that's mapped automatically, almost missing the braking points as well. The gets the car back around. You saw him squirreling to control it coming in to T4 there, coming down onto the chase now into T5. Darland is going to feel the pressure indeed, but again, Tauscher, the pressure of himself to himself being a little bit too much, and he steps it onto the Kitty litter. A little cheeky flash from behind, it looked like, as the driver who was sent almost very wide trying to give room into T4 gives a cheeky little, yeah, you make mistakes too. And yeah, Tauscher again losing the time that he's made up in the previous laps, Ryan, and that's not great for him.
No, definitely not. And of course, the connection lost racing for McLaren there, obviously making his thoughts very much known. You can kind of get a feeling for what people are saying when they flash their lights. Of course, you know, there are multiple things that you can say to people with that gesture. One of them is get out the way. Another one is apologies, that was my bad. Another one is, hey, what are you doing? You know, there's loads of different meanings for exactly the same, you know, gesture that you can have in these cars. But of course, a lot of the drivers by now will know what each other is trying to say, especially considering some of the action that they see right in front of them. Quickly on that 404 McLaren, actually, Bart Matchett in the car at the moment. They started all the way down in 31st. They're currently 11th at the moment, so 20 places gained for them so far in the race. And they're going to be hoping that they can continue going onwards and upwards from here. And of course, some of the cars ahead of them do have some hefty penalties to carry on them. 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and another 20-second penalty for the 3 cars in front. So if Bart Matchett can get a move on and close down those cars come the end of the race, they could be looking at gaining a few more places.
Absolutely, Ryan. You know, it's all about strategically putting yourself in the right place towards the end of the race. And if you have managed to avoid picking up any of those sort of uncertainties and making sure that you have cleaned your name, then, you know, post-race, you've put yourself in a great place to benefit off it. But, you know, just a little note, of course, Martin Dahlin just doing such a great job in that Bentley we see on the screen. The pressure coming out, of course, from Tauscher, you cannot put it into words how much pressure the man can put in here. He was half a second in the free qualifying before Super Pole sort of shootout that we had last weekend. He was half a second faster than P2 before not being able to get through to the Super Pole. So that 211 Porsche was being piloted by this man, and he has incredible race pace. So Martin in this 30 Bentley just doing amazing work to defend down the start finish straight. He holds the center of the track. He doesn't have to really pick his line just yet. He's just going to see if he needs to defend. Tauscher not able to get on the brakes on the inside. There are cars moving out of the way, but late onto the brakes goes Tauscher, and he's going to hold on. Through T2, we see that Porsche just hanging on like a water skier in the background of the shot. Dahlin getting a great exit out of T3. He's given himself a couple of car links to Tauscher's Porsche as they come down onto the brakes. Under the bridge they go. The Bentley a little bit not as good on the brakes as that Porsche seems to be, and that's where the gaps get made up. But this Bentley just putting himself in the right place at the right time all the time is just making so much hard work for that 211 of Tauscher.
Yeah, Tauscher really not what he needs right now. Of course, you know, when you're trying to make up ground towards a podium, you know some of the guys ahead of you have a penalty to serve as well. The last thing you need is to get stuck behind a car, but like you said, Martin Durland, absolutely incredible defensive job that he's doing right now. That Bentley is a big car, it's hard to pass, and he's making it as wide as possible.
Sticking it onto the inside line wherever necessary, and of course doing the right bits of driving to put himself in that position. Of course, that's not going to be great for lap times, having to go defensive, and that could obviously open things up to Matiasi in that 312 Bentley in 7th place, letting him sort of reel these two in. But it hasn't really been too much pressure from Martin Dahlin here, Mike. It's really been all about him just putting his car in the right place and forcing Tauscher to make the mistakes.
Yeah, and we see he's going to kind of look to the inside again there. I had to step away for a few minutes. I come back, and we're looking at the same exact thing on the same exact track, on the same exact lap, or just a different lap, basically, that we were at a few minutes ago, guys, and I just don't think that this one's going to end. This seems like this might go on until these guys make their pit. Of course, Tauscher will be in for the final stint in that 211 Bow Racing Porsche. However, if he's able to slide past Durland before then, it's the question of can he make up some time. Of course, he's all over the track here, outside, inside, outside, inside, looking for that hole, and there he is. He's actually going to make it on the inside of him this time. A little bit of a bump there, and the Bentley goes slightly off the track, but I think that overall, that is going to be 211 Tauscher. We're going to take a look at that one more time. 211 pushes up the track a little bit. Bentley on the apron there, and that's a little bit of a touch. If I had to take a guess, 211 probably pushed a little bit wide there, but I think he may have had the pass done already. So of course the stewards might review that. I don't know. What do you think, George?
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad to see the pass come through in that sort of manner. Obviously, the Bentley has nowhere to go on the outside of the track, in my opinion. There, Tauscher sort of given that room coming in, and it's really lucky that Dahlin here really did manage to just hold on to not losing the car out. It wasn't the greatest of passes coming out from Tauscher, so a little bit of disappointment in the way that was going. I mean, the battle was brewing up to be pretty great, and yeah, you know, people always go with rubbing is racing. I feel a little bit of squeeze. I'm not a steward. The stewards will have their ruling, but sometimes I become a bit opinionated, and that was my outburst. I'll probably stop now.
Well, if overall that was a George outburst, Ryan, I don't know what to say.
Oh, well, ooh, and actually...
Oh, that's an Audi. Is that an Audi on the wall? Is that Bertozzi?
That was an Audi, actually, and it was not
Okay, that wasn't a Bertozzi. Okay.
We had a back marker there going off track, actually, at turn 2. Apologies that we can't quite find out who that was, but you did indeed get to see that coverage of the heli cam. So, yeah, regarding the incident, I mean, you know, I kind of sit on George's side a bit, that the Bentley really was, you know, run out of room. It didn't really have anywhere else it could go. Any further over, it would have been in the gravel. So, you know, like I said, we're not stewards, or at least I'm not, and I'm not going to give my full verdict on what I think. I'll let it go to the stewards, because obviously they're the best people to consult in this situation. And some people might be thinking to themselves after seeing that incident, how can a Porsche outmuscle a car that big? Well, there's actually a fun fact that quite a few people don't know, so allow me to enlighten you about the Porsche and the Bentley. The Bentley is enormous in terms of size, but, fun fact, the Porsche actually weighs 15 kilos more than the Bentley does.
And in fact, 30 kilos in our race.
Well, yes, 30 kilos actually in our race because of the added BOP, but by nature, the Porsche is 15 kilos heavier than the Bentley already, and, you know, it's so incredibly strange to see these cars with such different philosophies of how to build a car. I mean, the Bentley is a brick, pretty much, on wheels, you know, and it's become a bit of a fan favourite in sim racing, and real racing as well. The Porsche is a car, you know, that car has been developed over 60 years from the very first inception of when that car went racing. And, you know, it's so incredibly exciting to see the two different philosophies here. And, you know, the Porsche is a lot smaller, but it's heavier as well. So, really interesting to see that. So maybe, you know, you learn something new every day. And if you think to yourself, well, a Porsche can't go toe-to-toe with a Bentley in terms of muscle, well, you would be surprised.
Thanks for the update there. I wasn't actually aware that the Porsche was bigger in terms of weight-wise. The Bentley obviously just putting on some extra body kits coming out. We see McLaren's on screen battling out. Patain versus Varga. Walter Patain, that number 93 DRS Team Italia, chasing down that Varga in that number 21. And of course, this is going to be that interesting manufacturer battle that we get to talk about. You don't always get to see cars of the same manufacturer being driven by different teams battling out on the same lap for position. This is the battle for 19th place. Varga holds that down. Patain trying to get that back through the final chicane. They're going to come. They've got some traffic up ahead. Brilliant shot as you get this side view of the track looking down at the chicane. I love just seeing the headlights shine through as they go. Patain a little bit down off of the back of Varga after all things considered. They did go through a little bit of lap traffic, and that has meant that Patain here has got a little bit of work to do to catch back up again.
Yeah, of course, as George said, we don't often get to see these car-on-car battles like McLaren versus McLaren in these long races like that. We have, of course, seen quite a bit of Porsches throughout, and those Bentleys in 6 and 7 have basically been stacked up the entire race. I don't think those guys have been too much apart for the entire race. However, right now we're watching a 3-3-3 Harry Conway Triple R Mobile drive around the track. That is the... Ryan, I don't think this is that's just Koff ahead of him, right? That's a 91 of Koff ahead of him there. And then a back marker in the back. A little hard to tell with the timing coordinate at times because the cars are all mixed up without watching the line time on the screen. So yeah, that is just the 333 and the 91 of Koff fighting for a battle here with a back marker in the back. And we're going to see if he's able to slide himself back up in that overall P15. Of course, we spoke with Billy Octane, his teammate, earlier with this Triple R team, and they had a little bit of an issue coming through for the first kind of the first part of the race, so they're kind of hoping to work their way up into P15. 2 AM drivers standing in their way of that. Of course, it doesn't matter if they're AM or Pro or whatever it happens to be. They want that position, and he is not going to give it up. Kopf does have a 5-second penalty. However, we still have an hour and 10 minutes left in this race. At least one more pit stop for all of these teams. to be had, and we're going to see how this one shakes out, because the 818 Porsche of Sharka has fallen back almost 10 seconds from we saw what was it, about 30 minutes ago or so, of Conway and him fighting. Sharka falling back a little bit there. 818 did carve their way up the field, starting in dead last place, as they were our reserve team for this event, as somebody dropped out. They had made their way up to 18th, however, have lost a little bit of pace here in stint 5 of 6 for them, so hopefully they will be able to pick it back up. Otherwise, those two McLarens we were watching just a couple laps ago will be counting another Porsche to their meter, as they're coming up behind Sharka and the 818 as well.
So Sebastian Brunier in chat, obviously giving some insight there onto that 911 versus Bentley bit of tidbit that Ryan gave to us. And he's just saying that, the 911 is just packed full. The car is just immensely, used for all the technology inside where it can. And the Bentley more of a bodyworked BMW, really. So interesting to come out. And, it even reminds me back to watching the Kyle Army 9 Hour last year live, and seeing one of the Bentleys driving around with almost its whole rear right quarter panel completely being ripped off due to an incident. But because it wasn't really functional or anything part of the car, you could really see into the insides, and it was exactly like that. A remote control car body almost on a chassis is how I would describe it to people that have played around with remote control cars in their lives. As Tobias Peffer goes to show us what it's like to lead the 6-hour race, and these guys have really done great. The T3 Esports team has put on a show that they can be proud of, keeping this Audi out at the front where it needs to be, when it needs to be. Their pit stops not factored in when they have to make driver changes, and that factors into some of the other cars' pit strategies. They get to take the lead for a bit, but this number 133 has done such a great job, Ryan, and it's good to see the Audis out in force. They don't often get to feature in places, but I believe that they might become a little bit popular.
Yeah, the Audi is quite weird, for me at least. It's the token supercar, isn't it? Everyone knows the R8. Everyone's seen an R8. It has that unmistakable shape to it, the unmistakable look. And, it's not the most popular of supercars. And, it hasn't had the longest history. It doesn't have the history that the Porsche 911 has. It doesn't have the incredibly stylish look of the Lamborghini. It doesn't have the brand reputation of Ferrari. But it is still iconic because everyone knows about it. Everyone's seen one. Everyone knows the R8. And it's one of those very strange cars that it grows on you over time. And, you don't think much of it when you first see it. You think, oh, kind of just looks like an Audi TT beefed up a bit. But there is so much more going on under the hood of this car as well. So, this car it's incredibly strange to see, and we do see quite a few of them here in ACC. It is a rather popular choice amongst the drivers. It's a very, very fast car, and it's one of those cars that I wasn't very keen on when I first started ACC. I didn't like it at all. Well, over the past couple of months, the car's really grown on me to drive, and I do actually love it. It's probably one of my favorite cars to drive in ACC, alongside the likes of the Lamborghini as well, and of course they have some very similar characteristics to them, these cars.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of driving this Audi along the 3 hours of Bathurst that we did probably about, 5 months ago or so, with my teammate Marco Winkler, and it was my first experience in an endurance race, my first experience in the Audi as well, and however much I will hold to the fact that I think it sounds like a V10 vacuum cleaner, or Hoover for you Europeans. It is a very nice little car to drive, very steady little car to drive, and does pretty well with the tires. It can get a little bent out of shape, but from what my teammate Marco says, you basically just bank on a bunch of wing on that thing and let her rip, and it will stick to a track at any given time. So he's always been a big fan of it, and we did pretty well at Bathurst around that thing, even though it's not necessarily got the best BOP around Bathurst as well. I did that one for you, Jesse, just so you know in the chat. as we're now switching back to Harry Conway, still behind Kopf here in the 91 Porsche. Carving through some lap traffic here, or potentially having some lap traffic having them being the lap traffic being carved through, one of the two. Looks like a mixture of both, as we've got about 5 cars down this straight at the moment around these guys, but this battle has just not gone anywhere for the past 10 minutes or so. So we're just going to keep an eye on it here, see if Conway's able to get ahead of Kopf. And in the meantime, I'd like to touch a little bit on the AM class, as that is what we're looking at ahead here. Jeremy Renner's up in that 300 ping Motorsport Aston, about 20 seconds up the field from Eris, and then subsequently pretty far up the field from P2 in the 269 Aston in the AM class, with Kopf here, which is the man we are looking at in out of the dashboard of Conway here. That is P1, P2, and P3 of this AM class. Of course, Conway trying to get up in the middle of this battle to see if he can't pick up some overall positions. However, Kopf here is going to want to kind of stick to the track and get some time. He's about 7 seconds back from the 269 Aston at the moment. See if they can make up some time, get himself into a higher podium position, as we now are within our final pit window for these teams. 65-minute stints these guys can run, and we are now just over an hour. In fact, an hour, 2 minutes, and 45 seconds left in this race. That means that any time these guys can make their final pit stops, and we do indeed see Mr. Bacon in the 125 Porsche in the pit lane. You can see the little P icon on the left side of the timing screen there, as we are still watching Harry Conway in the 333. Oh, there's a little bit of a dance-off, Ryan. Was that Kopf? Did he dip into the pits, or did he slide off? That was Kopf in the 91. Let's see this again. Did he catch a little bit of curb? We're going to go back pretty far here. We're going to watch him come across Sector 3. So that is Kopf in the Porsche right ahead of Conway. They're going to come into the last section of the chicane here. There he is into the chicane. Going to come across into the second to last corner right now. He caught a little bit, he caught a little bit of that curb and shot himself sideways. So there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna say I cursed that one, I guess. 91 Porsche drops back almost 20 seconds back to overall 18th. Does not lose a position in class. However, drop back almost 20 seconds. They are now not going to be able to catch Rapes for the moment. They were only 7 seconds back, and now, George, that 91 is going to have a struggle getting back here for the last hour of this race.
It's always a place you don't want to put yourself in towards the last stage in these sort of endurance races. When you have 6 hours ahead of you to make up for mistakes, it's always going to work well to find that time. That's what the endurance didn't really work for. But as we get into the last hour, things start to become that sprinty sort of vibe. The last drivers that are going to be thrown into these cars are going to be pushing it to the absolute limits to try and make up whatever positions they can. And that is a big off coming up from Kopf at the end of that chicane. And of course, he didn't plan to go into the pits, but he did go and send it in anyway. So sort of knew that the exit wouldn't be great on that lap anyway. So may as well go in and, make use of the pit stop. Conway, though, is doing a great job here as well. He was the driver responsible for sort of trying to get that pressure onto Kopf. And we saw him get to the back. We saw him put that pressure on. I'm not saying it was quite there where Kopf had made the mistake. I feel like he had caught a little bit of an outside line as we switch back to Muthen going around in 4th place here. I think he's just...
he just third.
I think he did just take third off of Bangasnor there in that fellow Porsche, and it looks like a 5-second penalty coming out to the 521 as well. So that sort of ties up the penalties between the 18 and the 521, a convincing 3rd place as we get into that final hour now.
We are now officially in the last hour of this race. We are seeing a little bit more pit stops come across. 17, 18, 19, Sarka, Varga, Patain in the pits. That's the 2 McLarens and the Porsche that we were talking about earlier. They're all pretty close. We're all on the track together. So this is something that they're going to see how they shake out of the pits. If anybody loses time in the pits there. Of course, Varga does have that overall 20-second penalty. And as George just hinted to, last hour of this race, it starts getting into those sprint race vibes a lot more, especially as these guys finish their pit stops. Varga at this point is going to go into, oh crap, I got to make a time here really quickly, and he's going to have to make up that full 20 seconds as these guys come out of the pits. As we're watching Michael Muthen, of course, just having passed the 521 Porsche behind him, and he is about, this is going to be about a second or nope. Looks like the 521 dove into the pits actually, so he's going to cede that position as the 521 is going to make his potential final pit stop. And of course, Muthen should have his pit stop here probably within the next 5 laps or so. Same thing with Pfeffer, same thing with Berrezzini. We're seeing more and more guys come on in. That is the 312, the 46, and the 137 also in the pits. So a lot of your guys' top 10 are coming in here, right?
Yeah, they are, of course, with the last hour of the race truly in effect now. It's going to be a much bigger focus rather on the racing on track than the strategy. Of course, everyone will be petering in for what should be their final pit stops. We did actually get some inside information from Killian Ryan Meenan that Tauscher may in fact only be having to stop for a short refuel and such, and maybe not take tyres, might be able to save some time in the pit stops. And of course that will save him a great deal on track as well. But as we have 58 minutes to go, Muthen obviously taking up 3rd place, and of course 5-second penalty for a 521, like you said, evening out the penalties at the moment. This isn't going to be the last we see of those two cars on track, I think. Pfeffer still leading here as we come into the last hour of the race. Berrezzini in the pit lane in the 126. Get the feeling that that will be for a driver swap, as I believe Berrezzini did race an hour.
He took the first stint.
Yeah, he did take the first stint, so I was correct in that, and that means one of his teammates will be actually taking over the car for the final stint. They carry a 10-second penalty, so of course that puts them in a rather precarious position where, you know, if they are going to fight for a win, they have to get past and make a 10-second gap. Not entirely sure if it will happen, but of course, we don't know. Anything can still happen. The leader has had it comfortable for a while now in the 133 Audi, but of course, it's an endurance race. Anything can happen. Accidents still possible here, and, well, technical failures as well.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a couple of technical failures as well today. Obviously, we had Jason Webb in here earlier who had his wheel actually kind of burn up. And guys, as we have a little bit of break in the action here, I'd just like to mention one final time as we dip into the final hour of our race before I let George take back over. We have our giveaway still going on. We'll be doing that drawing probably pretty soon here. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I would have you guys do the exclamation point raffle in chat if I could have one of the mods do that for me. We will make sure that this raffle link gets posted, and we'll see if who gets that Logitech G29 wheel. That is the first giveaway we'll be doing. We'll be doing the Thrustmaster and Logitech Pro X headsets after the race. So Logitech G29 coming out for the chat here pretty soon. Make sure you guys check on the giveaway link again in chat as well as in the description below. Fill that out. And Ryan and I will be assisting in that drawing here pretty shortly. Of course, those prizes given to us by our sponsors for this event, so we thank them for that. And our partners for helping us put on this race. Our partners being RaceDepartment and AK Informatica, of course, helping us put on this race for you guys from a technical perspective. As I've just noticed, George, as we kind of panned across the start line, I almost think I see a little bit of a light in the sky, potentially. Just a little bit.
Just a smidge. It looks like the sun might be peeking its way up here, as Ryan sort of told me that the sun does rise a little early over in Spain, so we might see a little cheeky peeky of the sun coming out, Mike, whilst you were doing our housekeeping in stream. I mean, I just wanted to use that time as well to just shout out to all our amazing viewers. You guys have been incredible supporting what we've been doing here today. All the new followers that have subscribed to the YouTube channel, we appreciate everything that you guys are doing here. If you've enjoyed what we've done, you know, smash that like button. And, you know, if you really hate it, you can smash that dislike button too. But, you know, if you've had a great time with us, you know, and I've had a great time with everybody in chat. We've got 54 minutes left of racing. That amazing giveaway coming out from our partners as well, which, you know, just a great bit of driving and a great bit of community work coming out to put on such an amazing 6-hour event. The stewards that are behind the scenes, our social media teams that are out keeping everybody up to date who cannot be in the stream. You know, those are all the people that we don't always get to highlight. So massive thanks to the entire team involved. And yeah, that's my final little bit of plugging. I'll hand over to you, Mike, again.
Yeah, much appreciated, George. And of course, I echo that thoughts, guys. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing to have you guys out here for all of us at RCI here the past couple months since we have come into fruition. And of course, we're watching Ryan Yee here fight the 269 of Rabes in for 12th position overall. Of course, Rabes here currently being our AM class leader. I do not believe he has made his pit stop yet. Engman back in the 300 ping Motorsport. Aston Martin back there in 15th has, I believe, made his final pit stop. If not, then something very drastic has happened. And hopefully the 269 here will make his pit stop soon and maybe be able to capitalize on that if something had happened to Engman, because they were not too far apart. And of course, DeVries back there in the 91 Porsche also, I do not believe, has made his final pit stop yet. Of course, pit window is open for these guys. However, I believe if they are running their max... Ooh, and there we go. He's going to go wide. The 269 goes wide, and that's the 125 of Yee. Going to swing by there, and we're going to see a little bit of a replay from that. And here he comes right now. Gets on by. I think the 269 potentially decided, you know what? You're a pro driver. You don't need to be behind me. That's fine, because we can see that Lambo coming up behind, too. That is the Lambo of the 126 of Egger, who is back to, according to our time screen, 3rd position, due to Lada having been pit and Muthen being promoted into 1st place. Muthen, of course, has not made his final pit stop yet, as Lada will be our eventual P1 sitter, as Muthen will pit at some point. And of course, the word of the day right now, I feel like, George, is Michael Tauscher back in 7th place for that 211 Bow Racing Porsche. We've been keeping an eye on them all race long, along with the 126. However, the 126 has come out ahead, and Tauscher, still back in 6th and 7th place, has not been having a great final end of the race.
No, you know, you kind of feel that the horse towards the end of the race coming out for the 211 wanted to get out and get running as quick as possible, but unfortunately got tangled up in the starting gates just a little bit for the final stint. So hopefully it's not the end just yet. 51 minutes still to go. Pit stop strategies to take place in front. Don't discount them just yet. I'll highlight again this pure pace and speed that Tauscher brought down to the qualifying ahead of the Super Pole. So the man has the ability to bring that Porsche round this track at incredible race times, but it's all about the racing at the end of the day. We look at that 126 Lamborghini of Matthias Egger for the Horizon race team, holding down 3rd place as things stand. You know, it's a great race coming out. We mentioned it again a couple of times, just the shift in how many different manufacturers we have. Of course, the Porsche sitting at the top for now will be topped by the Audi when the pit stops take place, but the Lamborghini doing just a great job to have some representation up here in the podium position in the pro split.
Yeah, and of course our AM split has heated up as well. Like we were just talking about, the AM split even has kind of danced around as well. But I'm expecting George Lada to kind of be the one here. He is that 133 Audi team who qualified in P3 has just shown absolute domination through the back half of this race. Of course, there were quite a bit of lead changes through the first half of the race, but I think it was about 3.5 hours in or so, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure somebody can correct me that has not been talking for 6.5 hours at this point almost. But the 133 passed about 3.5 hours into the race and has just latched onto that lead ever since. Of course, Muthen is technically in P1 at the moment, but again, he has not made his pit stop, I don't think. And Lada only 2.5 seconds back from him, so Muthen will be demoted eventually once he makes that pit stop down. We are still currently on board with Matthias Egger here, as he is trying to catch up to Lada, currently in 3rd overall, about 9.5 seconds as he crosses that particular timing sector there, back from Lada, and he is just not making up a whole lot of time. Lada's just dominating this so far. And Ryan, this is two cars that I'm sure you'll be excited to see if they both finish on the podium. The Audi and the Lambo both, I know, favorites of yours.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've already voiced many times on stream before, and of course in this stream as well, that I love Lamborghinis to bits, and I did of course touch a bit on how the Audi R8 has grown on me. And, you know, I know George is the world's biggest Porsche fan, and he'll be happy to see that the Porsches representing are doing a good job here, but I kind of get the feeling that it's not going to be a Porsche on the top step of the podium. It's going to be the Audi or possibly the Lamborghini if the likes of the 133 driven by Christian Latta do fall into some trouble. And I mean, George, coming into this race, you know, you can't predict anything in a 6-hour race. Of course, you know, it's foolish to even try, but sometimes we do like to have a go at predicting races. Is this, you know, did you maybe anticipate this happening? Did you think that
No.
Did you think that the Porsches would drop back a bit compared to the likes of the Audi, the Lambo, or even the Bentleys here today? Or did you believe that the Porsches would come out fighting strong at the front?
I mean, the loaded gun of a question gets put to my temple, and to be honest, I come into these things with very low expectations of what I want to happen out. For me, it makes the best sort of experience to have zero expectations of what comes down. I've done enough broadcasting with you fellas to understand how the cookie crumbles sometimes into a way that is not quite fitting for your race plan, and unfortunately, that's the way that it goes for some teams. You can't be sad for everybody. You can only be happy for the guys that have managed to make it round. It's a feat in itself getting to the end of a 6-hour race, piloting a shade car, generally many kilometers / miles for those that use those, apart from one another, teammates sharing it, making use of the in-sim functionality to be able to really share it. It gives... It's just got another element to it. So for me, the race has delivered what I wanted it to deliver. It's been great so far. 47 minutes left to go. It gets more exciting by the second as things start to heat up. I know that you as a Lamborghini fan, Ryan, it gets thrown around a lot. Seeing this Lambo up in third place, we will see the pit stop coming out from the number 18. Muthan ducks into the pits. Latta will take over the lead of the race once again. His place of where he feels most comfortable, T3, doing what they've done. The 133 now on shot and on camera for us to witness its glory. And to be honest, Ryan, you know, you said that we might not see a Porsche at the front. It could change up. It could go terribly wrong for T3 in their Audi. Things could be out of their control, and Muthan or Ager could potentially get themselves up down the order. You know, it's not like they're leading the race by 2 or 3 laps. They are literally on the lap that the drivers in second and third are on. So to be honest, it could be anybody's race if things go wrong. I'm not hoping for it, but I know that things start to heat up. So I'm excited, very excited.
Yeah, that's endurance racing for you right there. 6 hours of racing later, and we do not know what is going to happen at the end of the race. Latta could find himself in the wall at some point, stuck behind some lap traffic in a bad light. Of course, they have dominated the race so far, so we will hope not. But you know, while George was talking, I kind of heard something. Did you guys hear this sound a little bit? I don't know. It's pretty light. Did you hear that, Ryan?
Maybe. I think.
I think I might hear something.
Is it potentially the sound of a giveaway?
I think so. I think that this is the sound of a Logitech G29 spinning around. I might have an extra one laying in the closet, in fact. What do you think? Should we give it to somebody?
Well,
I think so. I think you know, the viewers have been teased. They've been tempted. They've seen the links. They've seen the raffle in the chat. And now with Mike shaking that giveaway bug about, I don't think you cannot not do this. So I mean, I'm excited for the giveaway. I'm a sucker for things for the community, and I'm kind of excited to see how this goes down as well. So I'm gonna keep quiet and see what you guys have planned.
Well, we appreciate that, George. So yeah, guys, basically at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and give away this Logitech G29 given to us by our sponsors for you guys. This, of course, is our giveaway for our viewers here at the race today. We have a bunch of responses to the form, so much appreciated, guys. That list is locked in at this point, and Ryan is ready to pull a name out of the hat. Of course, I'll be verifying that to our list, making sure that no one has snuck in an extra entry or anything like that. I'll have to verify it against our driver's list, make sure there's no duplicates or anything. So I'm going to have Ryan pull a name out of a hat for me, out of his random number generator. Ryan, I believe we have 150 entries, in fact, to the dot. You want to pull one of those numbers for me?
I can indeed, Mike Jones. I'll get the ball machine going, and it's rotating around and round and round, and it is going to drop a random name on me. It's kind of like the lottery here, except we don't have millions to give out to people, but we do have a G29 wheel. And the name dropping out of the hat at the moment is the name of Mark Palmai. So I'll go ahead and post that in the chat. So there you go, Mark Palmai is the winner of the Logitech G29 wheel available to our viewers. Of course, Mike will just do a double check on that to make sure there's no duplicate entries of this particular user, and to make sure that he's not one of the drivers racing here today. But that name does not ring a bell to me, so I'm pretty sure that that is definitely a viewer.
It definitely is, Ryan, indeed, and I am not seeing any duplicate entries or extra things in here. So, guys, Mark Palmai, hopefully you are in the chat here, sir. If not, we will get in contact with you based on your contact information left in the form there. Of course, guys, we have 24 hours for them to reply to us. So, you know, in case, Mark, you are listening, make sure that when it looks like I'll be sending you an email here shortly after the race, make sure you get back to me within 24 hours. Otherwise, guys, we will pick up another winner if we need to. But Mark Palmai, you'll be the proud owner of a Logitech G29 from our sponsors once this all gets wrapped up. Hopefully we will see you out on the track at some point with that steering wheel and out here racing with us, perhaps in our next event, our next big event, rather, being our 12 Hours of Barcelona in October. So, Mark, if you are in the chat, congratulations. I hope everybody will join us in wishing him that. And, of course, don't go away yet, guys, because we have 2 more giveaways ready to go. We have a giveaway for the drivers at the end of the race, and, of course, our grand prize is still available. You guys can still enter in for the grand prize in a little bit. Please feel free to jump in. Oh, yeah. Did I not say Bathurst? Thank you, right?
No, you said Barcelona.
I said Barcelona.
You've been here too long.
I knew as soon as you said that. As soon as you said that, I knew I said Barcelona. Yeah, guys, definitely feel free, Simon, to answer your question. Simon Taylor. Unfortunately, you did not make it for the Logitech G29 giveaway. However, our grand prize will still be available for giveaway after the race. That will be a Thrustmaster GT300 RS. A similar wheel to the G29, however, from Thrustmaster, perhaps a slightly more pricey one, even for that matter. Excellent little wheel to go along. Functional, of course, with the PC, as well as I believe the Thrustmaster is. I'd have to confirm this, but I believe also with the PS4. Same with the Logitech G29. Again, I use the Logitech G29 myself, Mark, so if you are here, it'll be a nice little wheel for you, and whoever wins this Thrustmaster wheel, I'm sure you will enjoy it as well. And so we will have that shortly after the race, guys, of course, after we interview our winners. So stick around, and we'll have that, I'd say give or take in about an hour or so. But for now, 40 minutes of racing, George.
40 minutes. This is where I said I start to get excited. I start to stand up. I'm currently sort of in the semi-squat position on my way up to round out this race. And of course, 6 hours is the name of the game. 40 minutes to remain. So the 5 hours odd that we've seen here has really brought some incredible bits of racing to the viewers and to ourselves, the broadcasters. A massive shout out to all our drivers, of course. Without them, this would not be possible. We would not be able to put on a show. We would not be able to have the on-track battles that we get to witness. We watch Harry Conway pilot around at the Triple 3 Aston Martin in the Miami shaded 90s themed paint job. And of course, he's trying to catch up and make some positions up in these final minutes. He's got the AM driver of the 269 in front of him. He's in their sight. And of course, Conway does not want to let the Triple R, I want to call them the meme team, because they've just got so many good, great, fun drivers in it that I would never expect them to have a powerhouse team like they do here. And to be honest, they've done a great bit of driving out on track, but I know that them, being them, will not accept losing down to an AM driver. When drivers come out to play, it becomes a serious game. If you're a pro tier driver and losing out to the AMs, it's something that you go to bed with. You feel a little bit disappointed in yourself. But you know, it also doesn't discredit the great driving that the AM drivers are putting out on the table as well. So it is all about where you finish at the end of the day. And if you finish in class, it's a class battle. But you know, for me, it is still a bit of pride at the end of the day. You're not here to race for 6 hours to not come away with something like that. So yeah, I think Harry Conway here is going to be on the attack.
Yeah, I agree with you, George. Of course, they have, made up a couple of positions at least since the pit stops at least. So 14th place for these guys in the Triple R machine. Of course, Rabe's ahead of them in the 269 Aston. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, still, I don't think Rabes has made his final pit stop still. Of course, Angman in that 300 ping Motorsports behind them needs to make up that time as well. He was P1 before his pit stop in the AM class. So we will see how these guys kind of shake out here. There's just not a lot of close battles going on this late into the race, though. As kind of George alluded to, I am sure that these guys are going to be nailing the hammer down for the last 35 minutes or so. Would not be surprised to see these guys start fighting here in about the next 20 minutes and get every last inch they can. And, that 126 Lambo and the 133 Audi up in P1 and P2, still holding down that pretty well. I don't think anybody's going to touch them at the moment. But then again, it doesn't matter if it's a 30-minute race, a 60-minute race, or a 6-hour race. Mistakes can happen, especially with all the lap traffic out on the field. And as we alluded to, we hope, of course, that the 133 doesn't potentially lose their position. But hey, you never know. If something happens and that 126 can capitalize on it, they've shown that pace all race long. It'll be interesting to see how this last podium spot works out as well, as that's the one I'm more concerned about at the moment. That last podium spot's still pretty much up for grabs. Magoni there in the 521, Ryan, is only about 8 seconds back from Thiesing, and he's got 36 minutes to make that up.
Yeah, he does, and of course, going to be difficult, but of course both of them working on essentially the same time penalty to the car behind, but of course Egger in front with the 10-second penalty. It opens things much more open. And of course, something I actually noticed about Egger, he was about 10 seconds behind Latter coming into the last hour. He's now 5.9 seconds behind, so that gap has closed for sure, but probably not at the rate required, I would say, for Egger to walk away with a win here. I think, like we said before, unless accident or disaster happens for the 133 Audi, I think they've pretty much got it in the bag. However, we have seen things just come out of the blue and happen before. It was last night, actually, when I was doing the Friday Championship with the likes of Random Callsign and Jesse Lee. The leader of the race actually disconnected with 3 minutes left on the clock. And, unfortunately that was the end of their race. They didn't get back into the race to finish it. And of course, the podium was all jumbled up and all sorts of stuff. So anything can still happen. Disconnects can still happen. Technical failures can still happen. Mistakes can still happen. Back markers. We've seen a few incidents with back markers today, of course. There's been multiple warnings being given out. So, everything's still to play for here at the moment, but I think, to be honest, Thiesing's got his work cut out for him if he's going to try and catch the likes of the Lamborghini in front. I think his focus at the moment is probably on the Porsche behind.
Yeah, I can concur with that. However, I do believe we have one final interview that we are going to pull in for this race, at least until the end, where we interview our winners. Mr. Bart Macchia himself will be joining us in the box, and I'm going to drag him down right now. Just muting him to make sure he's not talking when he jumps in. Hello, Bart.
Hello, how are you doing?
Oh, we're doing fantastic, man. This has been an absolute fantastic race to watch. And, of course, you guys in your 404 Connection Loss Racing McLaren out there. If Ryan can pop that one on screen for a minute with Martin Lawrence, Andre Dedecek, I can never get that one right, and yourself are racing. How'd your guys' race been going on so far? You're up to 11th.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We started 29th, and I think the last there were 4 McLarens in the field. So yeah, we're very happy because at the moment it looks like we'll be the best McLaren. Don't want to jinx it. But yeah, it's just been going very smooth. Just a steady drive, thinking about not getting into any troubles. And yeah, P11 so far.
Well, it's been a good race for you guys, of course, towards the back end at least. You want to talk about a little bit of the struggle at the beginning of the race there? What was all going on through you guys for the first hour or so there?
Yeah, so we got into a minor incident on the first lap, which obviously we weren't too happy about, but we managed to not lose too many positions in that. And from there, it was just trying to overtake as many cars, because obviously we had quite a lot of AM cars ahead of us, which obviously they were pretty fast in qualifying, but they might not be as fast in the race stream. So we just tried to make up as many positions and get us as high up as possible, which is going pretty well so far.
Yeah, pretty well indeed. Of course, you guys are, looks like about 10 seconds back from P10 at the moment, but looking at my timing board, it looks like Martin Lawrence out there in the car right now is making up some time. You guys, hopefully you can still slide up past that 74 Ferrari?
Yeah, we're hoping for that very much. We know they have the penalty, so we're just trying to stay within the 20 seconds. They are pretty fast at the moment, so we seem to be losing just a little bit to them every lap, but we also seem to be gaining on the car behind us, so we're hoping that if not 11th, if not 10th, we'll finish 11th. Although we have been on free track warning since 3 hours ago, so it's just a little bit tense.
That is indeed. So Lawrence has not had an excursion out for himself, and I apologize. Who ran the stint before Lawrence here? Did he run a double, or who was in the car before?
No, I was in the car before for an hour, so we don't run doubles because we don't gain anything with tire changes happening at the same time as driver changes. We just thought it's easier to run single stints because we're just a bit more fresh for the stint.
Gotcha, yeah, so Lawrence and yourself both avoiding those off-track limits. Of course, as you said, there are penalties ahead. 9th and 10th place both have those 20-second penalties, but the guys behind don't. So a little bit of drive-through action will not do you guys good. So yeah, I'm hoping Lawrence can stay consistent for you. You should hopefully be able to slide up into 10th place. So, interestingly, this is something that George has asked. I believe we had 2 other of our McLaren drivers out of the 4 dip into our box today. George mentioned this earlier, and I believe Ryan did as well. The McLaren, not a overall super popular car, right? I'm a fan of it. I really like it. It sounds fantastic, but it's not an over popular choice. Why did you guys decide to go to the McLaren at Barcelona here?
Good question. I'm with you on that. I really like the McLaren and the sound. The guys are more used to front engine cars, especially Martin. He's mainly an AMG guy, and we drive a lot of Bentley. I just wanted a change, so when this event came up, I said to the guys, let's maybe try something else. This isn't a championship or anything, so let's try something else. It was the McLaren, or I actually can't remember what the other choice is. It was too long ago, but yeah, I went with the McLaren and doing surprisingly good at the moment. We weren't expecting this pace, especially from Martin.
Yeah, that's awesome, because I know, you guys do definitely drive that Bentley a lot. So that's something that brings up another point for me. I struggle driving the Bentley because it is the only car on the grid now that is right-hand drive, and so I'm constantly missing apexes and clipping corners and stuff like that. Do you guys have the opposite problem, perhaps, when you drive a car, any other car but the Bentley? Do you guys find yourself kind of missing your corners a little bit?
Most of us used to. I think we got to it by now. Even I live in the UK for 5 years. I've got a right-hand drive car, and I still couldn't get used to it. We have a teammate who has about 300 hours just in the Bentley, and he's incredibly fast in the Bentley. So if he races and we have a chance of a good result, it's often that he wants to race the Bentley, so we'll go with that because it's pretty comfortable for all of us. We can set it up pretty well. But yes, it takes a bit of time to get used to.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, so yeah, you guys currently in 11th, potentially promoted up to P10 by the time the penalties shake out, assuming the next 30 minutes goes well. George, Ryan, you got anything for Bart before we wrap this up?
I mean, you touched on my car choice question. Indeed, I would like to maybe ask how the track, not really the track conditions, but the racecraft has been from the drivers. You know, obviously encountering drivers of different pace levels throughout. You're going to catch up to blue flag cars. Has everything on track gone according to plan for you guys?
So far, pretty much yes. There are a couple cars which we struggle to understand why we're lapping them every 5 to 6 laps. But other than that, it's going pretty good. Most people seem to be very aware of the pace of the cars behind them or in front of them. So obviously, some people didn't have much luck at the start, so they're coming back, and it seems like a lot of people are aware of that, and they're letting them pass if they're faster. So that's really good to see.
Yeah, it's always good to hear that you know, there is that racecraft and that level of respect down on track. You know, from the stream perspective, it's been really great to see everybody sort of adhering to what we've believed to be the right blue flag calls, and giving each other room on track to give each other that opportunity to pass, and as well as you know, the defenses come out. It's been relatively you know, fair defending coming out. It's forced drivers to try and find ways around corners that they wouldn't be able to do, and it's just made for some incredible racing. And it wouldn't be possible if the drivers here didn't give each other that level of respect.
No, absolutely, and you're absolutely right there. It has been very good, and yeah, I think it's because we've done so many of these guys here have done so many races with this community and other communities. You gain that awareness, and you also recognize people, so you know who you're racing and how hard they're going to race you. So that just really helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bart, thank you for joining us, sir. Of course, this is Bart for the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team, along with Andre Dedek, as well as, excuse me, Martin Lawrence, who is currently piloting that McLaren for them in P11 at the moment, potentially being promoted up to P10 once the penalties have all shaken out. So, Bart, thank you for joining us, sir. I will wish Lawrence luck for the rest of the race, and we, of course, as usual, as you guys are regulars around here, we will likely see you later on in the week for our next race.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for organizing it. Absolutely. I will see you in some of the races later.
Of course. All right, Bart, thank you for that. And yeah, George, this has been a fantastic race for them as well. They've kind of kept silently in the background a little bit and slowly kind of worked their way up into P11, so that's awesome to see. As however, we're watching David Santos here in the 888 Audi, creeping up on the back of Thomas Crabb here, one of our staff members in the race. Thomas Crabb, of course, in the level 70, the number 70 Ferrari. They're going to battle for P22 overall, which I believe is just about, what is that, P6 in the AM class, in fact. So we are watching P6 fight for AM class all the way back in 26 minutes remaining in this event. And this is our battle of the moment. Of course, not a lot of fights going on overall, but again, we've got 25 minutes left in this race. A couple people just finished their pit stops from what I gathered. I was watching the timing board, saw a couple people filter into the pits, so everybody else out on track should pretty much be out on their final stints. They should not have to pit again at any point, as we're now swapping back to P31 with Spirit Mooncrest, who we spoke to earlier, along with Naylor in the 29 Ferrari, about halfway back through the field in the AM class here, right?
Yeah, and Spirit is going to switch to the inside to try and get past the likes of Joe Naylor. The Bentley having the pace to go around the outside of the Ferrari, and he is going to get the move done nice and clean there from both drivers. The Ferrari had a bit of a moment coming into turn 5, but all's well that ends well, and the 6-2-1 Alliance Blue Bentley makes its way up into 30th place, and of course he is kind of surrounded by a sea of cars with penalties. In fact, look at that, the 6 cars behind, apart from Naylor, who is now behind, all of them carrying penalties, and the 711 car of Klein actually carrying a 140 45-second penalty. That'll hamper them incredibly towards the end of the race when they cross the line. Of course, all these penalties will be applied to the results as soon as the cars finish over the line. It's kind of unfortunate that they can't take the penalty in the middle of the race. We'd very much like to see all these little red blocks with all the pluses next to them go away, but unfortunately you have to take them at the end of the race. And it's just kind of how it's going to be for a lot of these teams. 24 minutes to go here. And I think the race is starting to cool down a bit towards the front, but the mid-packs are still very close together.
It is indeed, Ryan. We're going to go back and have a look at RaceDepartment. He's chasing down Billy Octane, who's just got past one of the back markers in front. So that's the traffic cleared for Octane. That's going to benefit him. Nice, clean driving coming out there from the back marker to allow RaceDepartment to get through T2 as well. He can start to chase down Octane, of course. That is the second place driver in the AM class that we see on the screen. RaceDepartment, the 269 Aston Martin, doing a great bit of driving to hold quite a few of the pro class behind his car's name. And of course, the team effort coming in from GT Series last row, doing an incredible job to have themselves in this second place in their class. 23 minutes left to go of the race. We've seen the front sort of settle itself down. But don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not get complacent, chat. It is anybody's game still. It can still go completely wrong. We're going to have a look at David Santos here. He's now coming up to the back of Thomas Crabb, that number 70 Ferrari from our fellow RCI commentator, feeling the heat from that 888 Audi, as Thomas Crabb's done a great job to defend so far. Through the fast right-hander, he will throw his Ferrari as Santos chases down through the straight. The skies have not bled any much, or not too much more light coming through. Of course, it will get lighter as the end of this race comes through. The time progression is going towards that. We might not get too much daylight coming through. All these drivers having to drive in the night, but David Santos is really getting the drive out of the final sector through the chicane. He will now tuck behind the back of the Ferrari. He wants the exit to be able to work down the slipstream down the straight. He's a couple of car lengths off here, Ryan. Not quite where he wants to be.
No, definitely not. The Audi behind does have the straight line speed advantage on the likes of the Ferrari ahead, but like you said, just not really close enough to make use of that straight line speed advantage.
Ryan, what's interesting though is David Santos dropping a 146.8 on that previous lap. Thomas Crabb with that 147.3. So the pace is there for the Audi, and Thomas Crabb's gone very wide through T3. That's not where you want to be. This is going to allow that Audi to get side by side. The 888 goes alongside the 70 of Crabb. He's on the inside. Crabb is going to be forced to go out quite wide here indeed. I don't think he'll be able to hold on. He's going to have to tuck back in. A brilliant bit of driving coming out from Santos there with 21 minutes to go. Thomas Crabb will want to fight back to get that position if he can, but Santos carrying so much speed through T5, he's given himself that breathing room. He doesn't have to get immediately onto the defensive. He can get onto the racing line immediately.
Yeah, he's just going to fall back on that race line there. Crabb actually looks like he's struggling a little bit still in the background there. Of course, that Porsche following them is either a lap car or a lead car. That's looks like that's the 125. That is actually P12, who's currently got himself a drive-through. I did not see a penalty report come through from that, so I'm going to assume it's track limits as he's flashing the lights, looking to get past that 888 Audi again. So this 125 in the background, Yi is going to have to serve a drive-through either this lap or next lap likely. However, Thomas in that 70 car Ferrari trying to punish this 888, see if he can get him to hit those curbs through that chicane like we've seen so often happen in this race. Looks like that 125 is indeed driving out for his drive-through at the moment. But this lap, the 888 Harbor 8 racing car will not hit those sausage curbs and send himself sideways. He is going to get back into T1, and as Ryan hinted at, the Audi definitely has the superior straight line speed there, even with the slipstream coming in from that Ferrari. The Ferrari is not able to keep up, flashing his lights in frustration. We're actually going to dig over to Matthias Egger here for Orion Racing Team in the 126 Lamborghini, currently in P2. He has made up quite a bit of time, now only 3.3 seconds back from Lada. However,
The problem is the 126 does have that 10-second time penalty. So not only does he have to make up that 3.3 seconds and pass him, he also has to make up an additional 10 seconds. All he can really hope for is hope that that 133 bends it somewhere by himself and Egger can slide on past. That said, of course, it doesn't matter if he's got a 10-second penalty, George, because I will once again say, as our good friend Jesse Lee says, it doesn't matter if you're actually going to take the position or not. It doesn't matter who the car is in front of you. You want the position because you're a racing driver, and you ain't going to give it up. You're going to go for every position possible. As he's really pushing this. Even the lap cars pushing off track a little bit there. Bit unfortunate for him, but he's just trying to make up every little bit of time he can.
Ryan talks about the flashy lights that can be used in different circumstances, passing that backmark car, getting forced a little bit wide. We saw the backmarker flashing his lights, and I'm not an expert on anything, but those were the lights being flashed of, I wasn't keen on the way that you passed me there, mate. So, Egger getting the move on. He does not want to just accept any sort of position that is, not within his control. If he can make a change in it, he can find some space, he's going to push for it. So the Lambo continues to fight off. We're going to jump to P9 as Bosselet in that 137 gets very close to the back of Paggy in the 46 Audi. Of course, these guys are now battling for that, 8th spot that Paggy holds down. The 46 Audi is wanting to defend this off against the 137 of Bosselet at the moment. And with that sort of gap between, this is a perfect opportunity for that Porsche to really capitalize down the straights. He needs to hold on to the back of the Audi through the chicane. He wants a good exit through. The dirty air that you pick up when you're driving in close proximity really does throw the stability of the car out as you go through that chicane. So you can see here that the 137 is now a couple of car lengths off where he would like to be in order to have a look into T1, which means we'll settle down for an onboard lap with the Porsche. Of course, onto the brakes, we see the lights lighting up the dirt of the windscreen as well. The fine levels of detail that just go all the way to add to the immersion. A great exit onto T3 comes out from the 137. The Audi getting a little bit unclean in the middle of the corner. Onto the brakes down for T4. Look at the braking of the Porsche all the way down the back end of the Audi. The rearview mirror and the parking sensors in what would be a regular R8 would be yearning and really screaming at the driver right now, and the Porsche into T5. The lights are flashing. He's not happy with the braking point coming in, but it's all for the Audi to defend. He's going to try and keep this Porsche at bay, but he needs to be careful. Heavy braking there, losing his momentum is going to open things up, and this is the slip that the Porsche needs. On the outside, the Audi will kind of set himself to stay on the inside for the next corner. The left hand onto the brake, side by side, they will go. A little bit of a touch, and the Audi has been sent off. Paggy has had the nudge coming in, and I do not believe that Paggy was able to control that spin coming out. A replay will be brought to us by Ryan. He's always hot on the action, and we get to follow in from the fast right-hander. So watch how he closes down. He had so much speed coming down. He's late into his braking zone here as well, and they do go side by side. Defensive from the Audi. He's holding that inside line, and it looked like the Audi almost stretched out to try and reach that outside apex on the right side of the track and came into contact with the Porsche. We're not stewards. We'll see what they have to say about it, but this could potentially change up positions if they find the likes of the 137 guilty, and he may need to get some more penalties, or it can change anything up. It's incredible. Could be ruled a racing incident. No one gets affected. Our live stewards will let us know though.
And of course, Paggy does have 5 seconds over Bosselet on the penalty score so far. So he's about 5 seconds back with the penalties all set and done. Of course, Bosselet in here and the 137 Porsche trying to make his way a couple more positions. However, with that 20-second penalty, it would take a lot for him to gain all the way up. And of course, Tauscher still back in 7th place as well for the Ryan Meenan brothers and himself, as the lights flash. And as we switch back over to Thomas Crabb and the 917 Porsche, we saw this gentleman fight just a moment ago with the car ahead of him, which is the 888 Audi of Santos. Truglio wants to get by Crab here as they come into the T1, T2, T3 section. But Thomas Crab not quite yielding that position quite yet. Of course, Truglio is fighting for an overall position, not a
Tauscher.
class position.
It's actually Tauscher that was just passing there. That's a 2-on-1 as Thomas Crab has a slight contact with the back of the Bow Racing Porsche.
It is Tauscher. My apologies, not Truglio. Tauscher. These the standings things are always a little off. We assume it jumped over to there. Didn't check the timing screen over there because it's not set to the to the split times, more or less the overall screen. So that's Thomas Crab in 33rd. Of course, fell off the back of the 888 there. That part was true, however, it was a different Porsche coming up behind him. So thank you for correcting me on that one, Ryan. Truglio still about 15 seconds back, plus that 20-second penalty. So Thomas Crab holding on to that as we switch over to Eris here in the Devs HWA Race Lab 778 Mercedes in 14th position. He's pretty much just held that space. He's not able to get a gain up to that 13th place. 13th place still 20.5 seconds up the road to catch up to Yi in that 1-2-5 Porsche. Only 13.5 minutes left to go in this 6-hour race at this point. It would take a stretch for Eris to jump up there. Of course, penalties aside and lots of potential drive-thrus coming out for track limits, as we've heard multiple people tell us that they are on their last track limit warning. So if we have a track limit warning come out for one more person, example Bart just in here in the 404 in 11th place, if they get a drive-through, Eris could potentially make up a position, George. But overall, doing strong in 14th place.
I mean, Aris, just such a gem in the sim racing community, of course, from the devs team, works on the sim itself, races in the endurance races, streams to his YouTube channel, does incredible little bits of information that give you that real insight into how they go about designing the sim. And, you know, it just, to me, having someone like this racing in the events just adds something of a little bit of speciality. So a massive shout out to Aris and the dev team for coming through and putting themselves into the car for 6 hours. We get a little on-board view through the chicane, but you know, I could harp on for hours about the benefits of what the likes of Aris have added into ACC. But you know, from my side, it's just a genuine side of pleasure and yeah, I'm a fanboy, of course. I will not disagree with that. But yeah, Aris being here with the dev team, representing strong, holding down 14th place, nice in the middle, looking to find a little bit more if someone else makes a mistake. 11 minutes to go. It really has been an accomplishment here for the 6 hours. So many cars have, you know, remained on track. Drivers not having huge issues overall. The servers so far have held up and been great. You know, not wanting to throw out any sort of bad juju towards those things, but you know, you have to look at things in the bigger picture, and overall it's just been such an amazing event to be a part of. And the broadcasting side, you know, being alongside my friends inside the booth, having the comms teams switch out, you know, just a massive thing to be a part of. So for me, it's incredible to see incredible people out here. The name board on the side, of course, is full of names that are big in sim racing and full of people that make contributions. So, you know, without hopping on too much, we're going to see Aris passing one of the back markers and a beautiful themed AMG to sort of catch some of the lights of the headlights coming from behind.
Yeah, absolutely, George. And just to add to what you're saying about thanking everybody, I would like just to point out one last time, guys, we still have one more giveaway for the chat here towards the end of the race. Like George said, 11 minutes left, now 10.5 minutes left, in fact, in this race. We have one more giveaway in the chat to give out, and of course this one will also include our drivers in the event, which is a Thrustmaster GT300 RS. Please make sure to type !raffle in the chat. Again, if one of the mods could hit me with that really quick. Also go back down in the description. If you scroll down below, our social media person Shawnee has updated all of that information down in there, I do believe. Typed all that up for us earlier. Guys, feel free to enter into that giveaway. Enter in your name for this raffle upcoming. If you have already entered for the other one, don't worry, it carries over. for both of those, and we will be giving that away here shortly after the race, after we do a little bit of an interview with the drivers. And of course, we have another giveaway to give out just strictly for the drivers to thank them for participating in this event with a Logitech Pro X headset. Of course, all these prizes courtesy of our sponsors for today's event, so we much appreciate that. And of course, George, you mentioned the servers and all the technical aspects of it. We'd like to thank our partners both at RaceDepartment and AK Informatica for doing that, and we're looking forward to working with both of these people, both of these companies rather, in the future as we bring you guys more and more events. Of course, I believe we're up to 3 championships a week, coming up on a potential 4th, as well as, a 12-hour of Bathurst announced in a couple months. I believe that is on October 17th. Keep an eye on Discord, guys. I'll be posting up some info about that, likely within the next couple days, looking at taking signups. And you might, potentially, we got to have a little chat with the admins. We might have a 3-hour coming up next month as well. So a little bit of a tease for that as well. Maybe a little multi-class event, Ryan? We were talking about that the other day. What do you think?
Oh, well, Mike, you know my stance on the multi-class stuff already. I ran the Thursday Championship that started this week. I had Nick Setnik and Paul Glover in the box for me today, and it was absolutely fantastic to see a multi-class series for the first time. And, of course, we did have the Silverstone race as well, which I didn't, unfortunately, get the chance to watch, but I heard it was a fantastic event as well. And, of course, we'll be having more multi-class stuff coming in the future as well, and maybe we'll look into multi-class for a shorter endurance race in the near future as well, and kind of get that action going. And of course, all that is TBD, but it is stuff we have in the pipeline. We have 8 minutes to go here at the 6 hours of Barcelona. 5 hours 52 minutes down, 8 to go plus whatever is left when the leader comes to cross the line. It's been an incredibly exciting race. You can actually see 1.5 seconds behind. You can see the Lamborghini of Matthias Egger. He is so close. But of course that 10-second penalty will play its part, even if he can get past the Audi. But we have to say that this Lamborghini, it's got to be one of the drives of the day alongside the 137 Porsche. Both of them have done a fantastic job here today.
It's been, just that racing that you like to see. Egger getting right towards the back end of that Audi. I mean, we talk about those time penalties taking into effect. 10 seconds is a long way down. So effectively, 11.5 seconds is what Egger needs to find to get by in the next 7 minutes, and that can happen if a small mistake is made. So Egger knows if he can get and start to pressure the back of this Audi, that things can change up in those last 6 minutes. The consistency has been there from Christian Latte. He's not felt that pressure that Egger potentially could bring down. That Lamborghini hunting down as we begin our 199th lap here at Barcelona. This is what you want to see. The last 6 minutes, you want to see the front 2 drivers in the pro class getting themselves up into that potential battling position. Latte has to defend. He knows if he holds Egger back, that Egger will take second place here, but Egger will know that getting 10 seconds if a driver makes a mistake will be all in his mind. That Lamborghini is on the charge. He goes side by side past the back marker, making space as they come down to T5. The Dayglow Audi is in sight of Matthias Egger. The 126 Lamborghini for Orion Race Team does not want to accept that this race is over yet, Ryan.
No, they don't. They will obviously be put behind once they cross the line with that 10-second penalty, but they'll take the satisfaction of finishing ahead on track. That's what will matter to them. They've had an incredibly tough race, and they'll know that without some of these issues, this race was in their hands today. It was possible for them. They would have taken a win here, and that will be satisfying enough. The result will not fit the output that these guys have put into the race, but unfortunately, bad luck and accidents have come their way. They have to make the most of what they've been dealt, and I have to say, second place around here in this field, making the most of what you've been dealt is a mighty fine effort.
Sparks getting kicked up coming out the exits of the chicane. We see the Lambo still on the charge. Egger here with a 144.526, which is 143.425. Sorry, no, I was right. It's a 145.526 coming out from Egger with a 144.721 from that Audi ahead. So 2/10 quicker on the last lap. 4 minutes to go. Egger cannot let this opportunity escape him. Even if it's a chance to pass and get that on-track position, the penalty will still benefit Lotte. And of course, that's all about that mindset thing. We talked about it before. Some of these cars have penalties against their name. Some of the drivers have managed to get through without any. And, when it comes down to the final sector of the race, if that's what holds you off from a victory after you pass the car, you'll know for the next time that that is something that you guys need to work on, for example. But Egger is not ready to accept second place, even if it is in terms of crossing the line, Ryan.
Yeah, Matthias Egger, he wants to put that car in the lead. He wants to know for fact that they have the pace to win here today. He wants to know that that Lamborghini overall could have put in a much better performance than what it has today. He wants to know that their car choice was better than the Audi. It's all these questions that you do pose to yourself when you start the race. Have we chosen the right car? Do we have a strong enough lineup? Are we looking to win? Are we looking for a podium? Are we just looking to go out and enjoy it? All these reasons are valid, and whatever reason you have for racing, whether it's to win, whether it's to enjoy it, whether it's just to contribute towards the future of community racing or sim racing as a whole, it does not matter. Just over 3 minutes remaining, half a second between the leaders on track. 201 laps run in this race so far, and it looks like it could come down to the wire on track, but decided post-race penalty-wise.
Engman in the 300, Aston Martin, of course, leading the way in the in the AM class. Sorry, that 300 car that you see in red on the timing sheet on the left-hand side, of course, holding down 12th overall. Massive performance coming out from that AM driver there. Of course, second and third are holding down 16th and 17th in class, respectively, to sort of put things into the bigger picture for you. But just look at Egger. He is getting himself ever so much closer to being able to get himself potentially into a position where he can make that overtake. He might even know in his mind that he's not going to risk something too silly coming into the last, but if he can put the pressure on, you see those flashes, Ryan. We talked about it. These are not the please move over flashes. These are the flashes that say, I want you to make the mistake. I want to have a look. He's going to go on the inside, coming down into the left-hander. The Lamborghini on track. 2 minutes to go. Will slot in front of Lotte, but Lotte will know that he will take the win as long as he holds on to the back end. But this is what we talked about. Egger not willing to accept things over the line. He'll wait for it to go down to the timing sheet if he has to, but he wants to cross the line first after the 6 hours is done.
Yeah, and he's got 2 minutes to make 5 seconds up. We'll see if he's able to do it. Of course, guys, the penalty on the left side has been a bug by the game. We found this out very early on. He has only got a 5-second penalty overall. As we just heard the race controller in-game say leader is on the last lap. That means he's got one final lap to make out 5 seconds ahead of Lotte. I don't think he can do it, guys. Lotte's just got to stay within about 4 seconds or so across the line. I don't think he's going to be able to make it, but an awesome race for the lead at the very last end here. And Egger showing that 126 Lambo had the pace to make it had they not had those penalties. An amazing showing by these guys. Even though Lotte is going to probably take the win here overall, that is not to say that Egger is not going to be celebrating all the way down for that Orion race team. And Lotte is going to be still disappointed. They put in all that work. I think they led for over 3.5 hours from an overall perspective, and here we are on the final lap getting that pass done. We're gonna stay with the leader here as they come across. Leader in AM class, guys, also pretty much locked in. Engman in that 300 ping Motorsports Aston is multiple laps, if I'm not mistaken, according to the timing board, ahead of the next car down. This is going to be Egger on board, not able to make up that 5 seconds. Lotte is staying within a second as we're rounding up into Sector 3 here for the final lap in the 6 hours of Barcelona. They're going to be coming up out of Sector 2 into Sector 3 here very shortly. and this is going to be the final lap of this 6-hour race.
Yep, as they come through the chicane for the final time, this is it. This is the end of the race. Time has expired. It will be Matthias Egger who will cross the line in first to take a theoretical win, but it will be overturned. Christian Latter will take the win on the penalty that Egger had received. And Matthias Egger and the Orion Racing team, they will know that they had the pace today. Unfortunately not able to convert it into a literal win on the standings, but they will take joy in finishing first on track ahead of the 133 Audi. And I believe it will be the likes of Thiesing in the number 18 Porsche to cross the line in third to round out the podium.
Yeah, and it looks like Engman in the AM class is going to be our driver, finishing 12th overall to take the win home for the AM class. On screen at the moment, we've got Thiesing, that number 18, the third podium finisher. The Porsche finds a podium here at Barcelona, although it's the lowest third-tier step. It's still okay, though. It's ahead of fourth place. You're on the podiums. He comes round into the final sector for the final time, 202 laps. Well, this will be the 203rd lap being completed, I believe, from these drivers. Sorry, or the 202nd lap, to be honest. They were lapped down on Latta and Egger, but P3 will go to Thiesing and the GT Series Porsche. The number 18 crosses the line, and a beautiful finish indeed. You see the glowing red exhaust pipe as we switch over to our AM class leader and winner, Eric Engman, and his team from 300 Ping Motorsport. The number 300 Aston Martin did a phenomenal job out at the front. And of course, the second place finishers in that AM class will go to the 269, finished off by Roschek, and third place to that number 91 of De Vries in the AM class. So beautiful finishes coming out overall.
Yeah, absolute blast of a race to cast, guys. And Nick and Jesse are joining us here in the booth as we await our interviews, our winners in the interview box there. Jesse, Nick, you guys got to spectate from afar the last 3 hours. All right, George. You guys got to spectate from afar this last 3 hours. How was it from your guys' perspective?
I still kept up with my calculator. I was trying to figure out who was going to win this thing. I wanted to know if Engman could pull it off in AM and do what I call the long way home, and he did indeed in grand style. That battle between Latta and Egger, that will go down in history as one of the coolest things that we will see in sim racing, and one of the most awesome races I have ever seen this 6 hour Barcelona. So many lead changes, you couldn't script it. It was like anytime somebody got out front, they were on a yo-yo string and they kept pulling them back, and it just kept coming at you. 6 hours of action, the final pass made on the last lap, moral victory for one team, outright for another, and a deserved win for the AM winner, guys.
And real quick, Jesse, I so apologize, Nick, just to interrupt you. Guys, make sure you stick around on the stream. We still have our one more giveaway to do here momentarily after our interview with the pro team. We'll drag them in here in just a moment. Make sure you guys do exclamation point giveaway or raffle. I'm sorry, exclamation point raffle in the chat. I'm going to let Nick talk here for just a second, then we will pull in our race winners, do a quick interview, and we will have our last giveaways. Nick, go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Honestly, guys, that was an incredible second half of that race, an incredible 6 hours of racing from all of our drivers, all of our teams. A fortune teller couldn't have predicted that race. I mean, it just, so many things changed, so much drama, and the overtakes were incredible. We saw just amazing things come out of all of these drivers, all these teams, an incredible push all the way to the end. I mean, again, like, you know, a little bit of a hit on the time penalty for Egger's team in the 126 Lamborghini, but putting up an incredible fight. The 133 Audi pulling out the win. I am looking forward to this interview that the team's going to conduct here in just a moment here. We'll be able to hear from our winners. And also just a huge shout out to the AM split, Engman and the 300 team pulling out the win in the AM division. just a incredible win over that division. Kind of undefeated, I would say, in that split. So again, just incredible racing from everybody, and let's take it away to interviewing the winning driving team.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
go right ahead, Jesse.
Oh, sorry. Yes, absolutely. We're going to go to Christian Latta here. He drove the car home today. What was it like knowing the nail-biting moments, knowing that you were being called, just hoping that you could hold out there at the end? Just an expertly ran race. What were some of the trials and tribulations you guys went through today to get this victory?
Man, to be honest, the last stint was very difficult, and to be honest, I hoped for a mistake from Egger, but his pace was he was just faster than me, and in the end, I just thought about, hey, man, he got 5 seconds penalty, let him drive, and at least we had a bit luck on the track, for sure. Some overtakes were just awesome, fine, I will say, and just we had a bit of luck, but I think it was awesome pace, at least from Tobias, and if you're first, you're first.
I mean, that's really what it is for racing drivers, right, Jesse? You say that all the time. It don't matter what happens as long as you finish in first place, and that's what these boys did today.
That's absolutely true. That is the way it goes. Justin, you're not. You self-proclaimed to me this week that you haven't had the most time in sim racing. Is this the biggest win of your career?
Yes, of course. This is the most. Yeah, this is what spectacular, and of course, the most impressive one. With this team, it's just incredible. Tobias, and Christian. Yeah. It's so fucking nice. Yeah, of course.
Fantastic. Congratulations. And finally, Tobias Pfeiffer here, or Pfeffer, excuse me. I keep calling you Pfeiffer. I used to know somebody who spelled like you, and we called him Pfeiffer. So sorry, Mr. Pfeffer, you are one of the fastest German drivers in sim racing, compete in SRO GT World events. And how does this compare, and how big of a win is this for the T3 esports team?
I mean, first of all, I never drove really an endurance race and got P1, so it's incredible. In the SRO, it's just a 1 hour race, and it's not like a race for. So the people who drive fast in the qualifying are then fast in the race, but here in this race, it's just you need to get this pace on the race, you know. So. Not hot lapping or something, sondern just getting the laps done.
And finally, to anybody that wants to answer, did you ever think that you guys were actually going to win the 6-hour Barcelona?
Actually, I don't know. We didn't like really the setup and thought top 5 or something. We struggled really with the setup, but it's surprising for P1 off.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Latta, Justin, and Mr. Pfeffer here. T3 Esports number 133, their Audi R8 winners here at the 6-hour of Barcelona Pro Series. Congratulations, guys. You deserve it.
Thanks for the event.
Thank you. Thank you for the event. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thanks for joining. Of course, we hope to see you guys for future events. Of course, our 12 hours of Bathurst coming up in a couple months. Hopefully, you guys join for that. Maybe we can get another podium for you. We're gonna have some competition for Bathurst. I'll tell you. I know the Straylow brothers expressed interest, as did PCDC Motorsports and Racing Line. So you guys should have some competition out there for that one. So, but yeah, for now, guys, congratulations. Absolutely amazing race from you guys, and congratulations. And I believe if you guys want to go check in on the YouTube stream, we're about to do our giveaways. So if you guys have any interest, and keep an eye on that, viewers in the stream, make sure you get ready for that. We'll have a grand prize giveaway for the viewers as well. Again, T3 Esports. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you, and
thanks.
Bye.
All right, guys. So before we pull in the AM class winners for the 300 ping Motorsports, I'm just going to go let them know that we will be just a moment. And Ryan, do you have your list ready for the drivers?
I do indeed. I have the list of all the competitors that have been involved in today's race, and I tell you what, they're all entered into the random ball machine. And it is indeed rolling as we speak. And what I'm going to do right here, right now, is I'm going to draw out a random name for the winner of the Logitech Pro X headset that we are giving away on behalf of our sponsors. So, the ball machine has rolled, and the name in the pot is Manos Gerardis. And if I have a quick consultation of the spotter guide.
That is the Ferrari GT3 TF Racing 15 number Porsche Manos Gerardis, driver number 3 in that Ferrari mobile. So they of course had an excellent race through the first half of the race, and then kind of dipped down for the last half. But Manos Gerardis will be the winner for the Logitech Pro X headset. So we will be reaching out to you through Discord shortly after the race today. Congratulations to you, sir. And however, guys, of course, one more giveaway to do. We're going to interview our AM class leaders, winners first, of course, and then we're going to do that final giveaway. Give you guys a few more minutes if needed to enter into that raffle. I'll ask the mods to hit the exclamation point raffle one more time, as we're going to get ready to pull in Engman and Golden, I believe, from 300 Ping Motorsports. I'm going to go grab them with Jesse, and we will get that one final interview underway. All right, so 300 Ping Motorsports joins us now. Eric Engman, along with Golden. I apologize, Golden. What was your name in game?
Adrian Stefanello.
Adrian Stefanello, you were the first one in the car
Yes.
for that day. So my first question for you is, you guys had a like it was a very interesting first hour and a half or so. How was that for you?
It was a lot of fun. I got jumped on the start a bit. The timing with the green lights, it was a bit off for me. But I was safe out of T1 and T2. The field spread out a bit afterwards, and I had a clear sight in front of me, and I had the Kunos team behind me, and the whole stint was just me making sure they will never get past. So, and we were successful in that, so that was pretty fun. That was quite a fun stint, actually.
Well, I got to talk to Mr. Engman in the green room before we came in here to have this interview, and he told me something that I can hardly believe. He said that he felt they had a fairly calm race. Engman, you want to clarify what you mean by that?
Well, our track record in these enduros, when we did was it 3 total in RLM? We also had way too many incidents, and it's just gone to crap. So this is like the first race where it's gone fairly well. So it was nerve-wracking sitting and watching the first day, because you never know what's going to happen on the first few laps, and everything is so packed. Cars in that huge train, and yeah.
I saw you guys going up and down the AM order the entire race. Was that strategy at all in play for your pit stops, or was that just how close the AM class was?
Well, I think the other AM cars were fairly close pace-wise. I think overall, if we count all the drivers, I think we were the fastest. But the way we pitted, we basically always pitted at the hour mark for stints and not using the 65 minutes. And I saw that other teams would push deeper into their stint time, meaning that we would not pit at the same time as others. It had the benefit of us not being in trouble, getting in and out of the pits. And that's why we kind of jumped in and out of order, but we didn't get that many battle with other AM cars. It was mostly just, we got a drive-through in the middle of the race, so we had to climb back up. But as far as on-track fights, it was always with pro cars and very few with actual AM cars. So it was just a battle of pace.
Absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to read me real quick. I got to say, not 300 ping. You had a very nice ping in the race today. Did you ever think that you were going to lose it with based on your previous statements? I assume not, right?
What we worried about was the track limit abuse. we did get one drive through. We thought we would lose our chance to win the race in the AM class for sure when we got it. So we made sure in the second half of the race to not get a drive through again. That was our main worry. But the car was set up really well. We really had no issue. It was really easy to control. I don't think we could have crashed the car even if we tried to by ourselves.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Stefanello and Eric Ingman, winners of the AM Class 300 ping racing team. Congratulations on winning the 6 hour of Barcelona. You guys absolutely deserve that. Went down to 4th at one point. Winners today in AM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Hopefully we'll see you at the next event. Though sounds like you are regulars here with us, so I'm sure you guys will be around. Of course, keep an eye on the Discord. We'll put up that 12 hours of Bathurst info soon. And I know you guys maybe weren't paying attention to the stream while you were driving, I hope anyway. But we'll have might have a 3 hour coming up next month as well. So keep an eye on the chat. We might get something else in there as well. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one. All right, so I believe we have one more giveaway to do before we end the stream here today. The 6 hours of Barcelona, guys. This has been an absolute fantastic event. I want to again thank our partners helping make all of this possible: AK Informatica and RaceDepartment, and of course our sponsors for providing the giveaway items that we are going to be giving away. Of course, the last one here, Thrustmaster T300, Thrustmaster GT 300 RS. And Ryan, do we want to pull a name?
Well, I think it's about time. The people have waited long enough. The Warrenden Ball machine has now been filled up to the brim. It's got the names of drivers and viewers alike inside for this one, because of course both of you are eligible for this one. So it is rolling and rolling. It's going to spit out a name any moment now, and in fact it has given me a name, and the name it has given me is Dejan Lamprecht. So you are now the winner of a Thrustmaster T300 RS GT edition.
Dejan Lamprecht, congratulations, sir. I see that I do have an email here for you on our form sheet, so of course I will mark that down. Guys, again, the winners of the giveaway should expect an email or Discord message, depending on which one you'd like to give us on the form, or drivers for being a Discord. We will make sure that you guys get that out shortly. Of course, make sure you respond to us within 24 hours. That way we can get this going in a timely manner. Otherwise, we might have to pick another winner. But I'm sure everybody who signed up is paying attention. And guys, it doesn't feel like it's been 6 hours, but it's actually been about 7, and it feels about 2 for me, having been here the entire time. How about you guys? It's been a great race.
Let's do it again. Just do it again. Let's just start it up again. We already have the server made. We have the drivers here. I'm sure they're ready to go. Forget it. Let's just do 16 more hours. How about it?
Perfect. I'm here for it. Unfortunately, though, I believe for the moment, Ryan does need to go, as it is pushing almost 11 p.m. in British time. Just the time we started sim time 6 hours ago. 2300 sim times when this race started. About 2300 in the evening here Saturday night in Europe, in London, Europe anyway. So guys, I want to thank you all for tuning into the stream. Commentators, I want to thank you guys for joining me in the box today. Stewards, I want to thank Fabian and Jake, our chief stewards, or head stewards for the race, and all of the stewarding team. Tom Roberts for doing race control. Again, AK Informatica, RaceDepartment for being our partners here, and sponsors for providing all of the giveaway opportunities for you guys. We will, of course, see you guys Monday for our Monday championship again, and various other things that happen every day of the week, pretty much, it seems like we are getting to. Guys, we'll hit an exclamation point Discord in the chat. Anybody who's not in the Discord should join that. Make sure you come in and start racing with us, especially you guys that have now won some wheels. You'll have no excuse not to come join us. And guys, my name is Mike Jones. Joining with me here in the box today, Jesse Lee, Nick Setnik, George Smith, and Ryan Gill. And we wish you guys a great rest of your weekend.